disinfect that clicker.
So I don't.
Yeah.
Spray with Lysol.
Yeah. No.
Oh, how interesting. But nothing like it.
No.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Last 2 years? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, anyway, I just wanted to make sure we were aware of that.
Halfway through the day, and I know we have a long day.
Yeah, so with that, should we kick it off? I'll call to order the April 6th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Supervisors, which is a budget workshop, and we're going to start with a flag salute led by Karen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Karen. So as a refresher for the board and for those who maybe not are aware, we're not our board workshop, in the old days, a long time ago, our budget our budget workshops were done in conference room A, department by department, for 3 full long days. So in my personal opinion, in terms of finance, we're much more sophisticated now and we've got a much better system and it's improving all the time. So I'm appreciative of that. But what we lost, which Supervisor Holmes brought up at our workshop, was kind of the bigger picture and the more subjective part of how the numbers connect to the rest of the real world, which is also very important. And some of the camaraderie that goes along with that by not hearing from the department heads individually and just being able to have a dialogue so that we can keep our eyes, the five of us, on the big picture. So that's why we're here today. And with that, I'm just going to turn it all over to Todd now and let him take care of the rest of it.
Okay. I think this is on. Well, welcome this morning. I know we have a long day ahead of us, but I think this is actually going to be a really good conversation. A little bit about budget requests for 2021, but also an opportunity for departments to share what are core services programmatically and as divisions, what they do. So what I'd encourage you to do is each of them have a presentation we'll give, whether they are submitting any supplemental requests this year or not, they will be coming up. And so anything that you have, I think they're more than happy to have more of a informal dialogue back and forth. We do have a timer. So I think Megan's going to be the timekeeper extraordinaire today. So we'll try and keep everybody on task. We got certain time frames for everyone. So with that, I'll jump into the slide presentation. Then I'm going to turn over to Daniel Chatney, who's instrumental in kind of putting this together, and him and his team have just done an extraordinary job at this point. So let me just start with our strategic planning effort on the 13th. So next, I'll be talking a little bit about what we discussed both as a board and then as department heads the following day, the end of February. But the budget continues to get more alignment with our critical success factors, our key goals and initiatives as an organization. I think as we get to the end of the day, what you'll hear is everybody is working towards alignment. And I think it's alignment from the organizational standpoint. The individual departments have key initiatives and kind of their own strategy, but it all ties together as an organization. As we talk about some key areas from infrastructure improvements and kind of those amenities we've spoken to, health and human services, and kind of all the initiatives that are going on there. This is also about bringing the economic condition of the organization and the community back in line. And I think, as we've seen, we're pretty resilient as a county, and I think that's a pretty exciting thing. But it also ties into needs and growth, and we're going to hear from a number of departments. Probably Cedar will be the most impactful about how they're seeing the impact of building and development, and that'll happen towards the end of the day. Public safety will start out with the sheriff's office and requests that they have for 2020 or 21-22. And then finally, I think as you'll hear through some of the departments, it's all about how to be as efficient as possible. So technology is going to drive this. I've been a big proponent, as many of you know, about having replacement plans, making sure I have solid replacement schedules in place. We're going to be talking a little further about that as well. So all of this comes back to just the alignment of your critical success factors. So what Daniel's going to speak to is kind of what we're seeing as the initial preliminary summary of our budget requests. What's in the budget, what isn't, because there's some things that the budget gets adopted towards the end of June. And then we'll talk about timeframes. So Daniel, I'm going to kick it to you, and then we'll open up for departments.
Thank you, Todd. And good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board, and our departments out there. This morning's budget presentations are starting with our currently developed budget of about $948 million. $984 million, and that's up about $4 million from this time last year. Our 21-22 operating budgets are mostly all in balance with our anticipated new year revenue. Increases to property and sales tax revenues are compared to both current year budget and current year projections are included in our base budget as of now. But we continuously refine those numbers throughout the year and update our projections on both property tax, sales tax, public safety sales tax. There are reserves being used in various budgets, and those are used to offset the cost of capital or one-time purchases. Some of the things not included in the current base budget are the American Rescue Plan stimulus, and that's both revenue and expenditures. Now, we have a pretty good understanding of what Placer County may receive in that rescue plan of about $78 million, but we haven't seen those funds yet. We have set up the accounting structure to receive those and set them aside for future planning and use of those funds once they do arrive, and then we would just come back to the board as needed to amend the budget to reflect that revenue and where those expenditures will be made. Not included in the base budget are the supplemental requests that Todd mentioned. So these will be requests from the departments that you'll hear today, and those will be reviewed for inclusion in the recommended budget that will come to the board in June. And then actual property tax roll revenue. And simply what that means is we project our property tax revenue increases off of our current year projections and create the base budget with that. The timing comes before the actual finish of the tax roll creation, which is more towards when we actually adopt the budget. So if there are any differences in there, then we'll come to the board in the first quarter and amend the budget to reflect any additional revenue or for both that and sales tax revenue as well. The structure for today's well, I'll start with the supplemental request, I guess. Now my screen's locked up. Our initial supplemental request totaled $33.6 million, and department submitted offsetting revenue of $6.2 million in support of that, leaving about $27.4 million in supplemental requests. Those requests include a total of 41 FTE across the entire county and all the operating funds. Our current supplemental requests total $25.1 million, offsetting revenue of $1.48, and a general fund request of $23.6 million, still supporting those 41 FTE requests. The difference between the initial supplemental requests and the current supplemental requests are the work that our departments and our CEO analysts did together after submission of the department budgets, going through the budget and the revenues and the expenditures, and really looking for things that could be accomplished in the current year or funding that we didn't see the first cut through for next year, and really reduce the number of requests because of the funding that we found available. The format for today's presentation is kind of aligned with by CEO analyst. So they'll come in and they'll introduce each department and cover this budget slide, which includes the budget category for revenues and expenditures, for the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, and the 21-22 department requested budget, and also include any supplemental requests. On this slide, though, we did make it a little bit more transparent this year, especially with the revenues from the general fund and department specific revenues. So in the revenue row, that will reflect department specific revenues. So things like public safety sales tax for our public safety departments, or a revenue permit for CEDRA, and different things like that. Then we've kind of drawn out where you'll see either the general fund contribution, which is the amount of general fund being transferred to a non-general fund department to balance their budget. The net county cost refers to general funded budgets and the amount of general fund needed to balance their budget. And then finally, the add use of fund balance is the amount of non-general fund reserves being used to balance the department's budget, or in the converse, added to their reserve. So hopefully that will be a little bit more transparent on those funding sources and how they affect each of the budgets that we review today. After the analysts touch the CEO slide, or review the CEO slide with you, they will introduce each department head, and who will cover their department priorities, their emerging issues, accomplishments, their supplemental requests, and any capital expenditures that they. I do want to say thank you to the CEO budget staff and the CEO analysts, as well as the departments who put a lot of work in so far already on this $984 million budget. With plenty of more work to come in the next couple months before we return to your board on June 8th with our recommended budget. 22nd with our final budget adoption. With that, first up today is our public safety departments, and our public safety fund is a set-aside fund outside of the general fund. It consists of the sheriff's department, the district attorney, and the probation departments. They do share more than just the fund. They share the general fund contribution, the 51% of general fund that goes to the public safety. And they also share the public safety sales tax that comes in primarily.
Cindy has a question.
Before we go to the departments, I just wanted to make sure I understood your budget assumptions on escalation for salary and benefits. Do you have an approximate average over the county? So many of the supplemental requests are due to staffing, so I just want to make sure I understand what numbers you're using and projections.
Yeah, so we actually, our budgeting system allows us to project out specific general wage increases by bargaining group. So in the bargaining groups like PPEO, we set in the 2% or the 1% general wage increase into that calculation, and that calculates out for all departments into their base budgets. And so we have that set up for each and every one of our bargaining groups.
So I mentioned to you before the meeting, I'd like to walk through that in more detail,
Sure.
but many of my questions to the departments will also be about the staffing requests, right? That's the biggest area of cost for the county, so making sure we look at those
Yes.
carefully. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
If there are no other questions, then I will introduce our first speaker of the morning. And ready? Okay. So I'd like to introduce Sheriff Devin Bell, and he'll take us through the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Semi-formal. Devin Bell, your elected sheriff, coroner, marshal. First off, let me say I do appreciate a return to the format. I didn't always enjoy it, just to be candid. I don't think all of you did either. However, I think having the discussion really sets context. You see a lot of spreadsheets, but missions are accomplished through our people. And this allows us to tell some of those stories to provide context to the numbers that you have in front of you. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors. Historically, our Board of Supervisors have been very supportive of our mission, and I want to thank you for that. Going through the budget process, I got to, in front of Todd, thank his staff. Daniel, Becky, and Amanda have been tremendous in helping us understand exactly what the board was asking for, putting it into the proper format context, and provide us a way to tell our stories. And I also want to thank my fiscal team, Jerry Rogers. This is his inaugural run at the budget with him being in the chair. It's certainly, I think, adjusting between the private sector and public sector has been interesting and enlightening for him. Also, I think remotely we'll have Barbara Basana, Ghost from the Past, available to answer questions. And Under Sheriff Wu is going to handle the bulk of the presentation today, and that he is responsible for putting together the budget. Our role in the community is certainly essential. Public safety, and you guys all know that, is at the top of government's responsibilities. And every one of my folks has been essential in providing service. We all know we provide service through our people, and everybody has been mission critical. And I like to think of the sheriff's office a lot like an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier has a distinct mission and a role, but there are numerous parts that make the thing work. You obviously have a skipper on the bridge, and you have an executive team that's making decisions and steering the ship. And maybe the most visible as the front of the speaking, talking heads of the agency, but perhaps not necessarily the most important. But I'd be the skipper, and I have an executive team, and they do a tremendous job. The most visible component of the aircraft carrier is your fighter pilots. Everybody sees them out zooming around, and that's probably our deputy sheriffs in the field. They're very visible and truly the face of government for a lot of people. But none of those planes make it off the deck without the engineers, the mechanics, the electricians. Everybody behind the scenes is mission critical. And everybody in my organization has been mission critical. And I have to give a shout out to my team. This has been certainly a challenging year with COVID. And I'm here to tell you that the sheriff's office has never missed a beat. What COVID taught us is who we are, exactly who we said we were. Our people continued to come to work every day and provide the essential services to keep our community safe. It's definitely been a challenging time for all of society and specifically law enforcement. We're all aware there's a trial going on right now, Mr. George Floyd, and how that has impacted national narratives, state narratives, and local narratives. There's been civil unrest, and I don't think it's over, quite frankly. I think we're going to see more civil unrest as we move forward. Natural disasters on top of a pandemic, and we all know we're coming into a fire season. It is going to continue to be challenging, and our ability to deliver services are linked to the equipment that we have, the mission and leadership that we have, and most importantly, our people. I can tell you this, I'm the law enforcement mutual aid coordinator for Placer County. Requests for mutual aid come through me, and requests if we're sending out people, that also comes through me. And we've been very, very active lately with mutual aid. We've had deputy sheriffs down in Sacramento during civil unrest. We've had deputy sheriffs in corners at fire scenes. And we've been integral within our region. I couldn't be prouder of the job that we do. But again, all comes down to our people. Again, I want to thank the board for making public safety one of the core responsibilities and one of your top priorities. You have historically done that. I ask for your continued support. Again, the collaboration, it is always my stated goal that we not get up in front of the board as supervisors and have big disagreements and arguments. The work that has taken place between my team and Todd's team has been tremendous. And I want to thank Todd. I want to thank the board. And I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Amanda Flo, who's going to start taking you through some of the spreadsheets that I mentioned previously. Unless you have questions for me, I'll hand it off to Amanda. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff Bell. Good morning, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office, here today to introduce the Sheriff's Department budget. Chair Wygant, members of your board, Amanda Flo. So we'll go ahead and start. So the Sheriff's Office is comprised of 7 different cost centers, also known as divisions. They have the Sheriff's Grants, Sheriff Tahoe, Sheriff Protection and Prevention, Sheriff Administration, Sheriff Support Services, Auburn Jail, and the South Placer Jail. As Daniel mentioned earlier, the Sheriff's Department is one of the departments in the Public Safety Fund. Also included is the District Attorney's Office and the Probation Department. A little bit later, but this mostly comprises vehicle replacements as well as replacements for mobile radios. Revenue $0.4 million, and the general fund contribution, which as discussed earlier also is the Sheriff's Office portion of the 51%, is $94.4 million. With that, their fiscal year 2021 adopted budget was balanced, and therefore there is no need for the use of additional general fund or fund balance, and they came in as $0 there. The fiscal year 2021-22 department requested budget for the Sheriff's Office, as it stands right now, has operating expenses at $159.5 million. Again, capital expenses of $1.5 million, revenues of $63.8 million, and their general fund contribution this year stands at $97.2 million. Again, with no use of additional general fund or fund balance. So they are coming in balanced at this point again. The supplemental requests that will be discussed later are $2.2 million as of right now, with capital expenses at $700,000. Revenues are $0, as the general fund contribution ask for these supplementals are $2.7 million. For the Sheriff's Office, their funded positions in fiscal year 2021 adopted budget were 566. This year, the department requested budget is 570, and this is due to 4 additional positions that came in from the addition last year of the JBCT program that's funded by the state.
Would you define JBCT?
Jail-based treatment competency program, and Under Sheriff was going to discuss that a little bit later in the presentation. And I think that is my portion of the presentation, so I'll go ahead and turn it over.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do remember those long days stuffed in conference room A.
Well, that means that I turned 70 in June.
You have me beat. But like the sheriff mentioned, I actually do think this is a positive thing. And we do appreciate kind of getting back to a similar format, maybe a bit more abridged than 3 days to kind of discuss our budget, put some context to it. So I thank you guys for that. Thank the CEO's office. Like the sheriff mentioned, I also want to thank Todd's team, Becky, Daniel, Amanda, and my team for working through this process. It's been a collaborative approach, and we were actually able to solve a lot of problems and pull a lot of our supplemental requests off and come up with some creative approaches. So we appreciate the work that's been done thus far. Starting out, this is just our organizational chart. I think most of you are familiar with how the sheriff's office is structured and organized. You know, one of the things important, I think, for us to always remember, at least as far as our staff, is, you know, that we report and work for the citizens of Placer County. I'll go right into kind of some accomplishments over the last 12 months and dovetail on what the sheriff mentioned. And that really is the services we provide. And as, you know, the sheriff's analogy, one of the executive staff on board the aircraft carrier, I honestly couldn't be more proud of our staff and the way they've reacted and answered the call to serve the citizens of this county during this last 12 months. It's really been something that's been spectacular. It makes me extremely proud. And, you know, the sheriff used the term, it showed us that we were who we said we were. And we've overcome a lot of obstacles. You know, one of our jobs is to bring order to chaos and go into critical incidents and have successful resolutions, but those are always short in duration. I think this was really a first test of how does our staff have the resiliency to respond to this pandemic and show up for work every day with other demands and concerns from their families and the exposure issues and working in our jails for that long 12-month period and see the resolve that they had. And I couldn't be more proud. So that's really our first bullet point that I just wanted to touch on is how proud I am of the men and women of the sheriff's office, from every employee, from the deputies on down to the records clerk and the dispatchers who showed up every day over the last year and really answered the call to serve the citizens of Placer County and keep this community a safe place to live, work, and visit. The sheriff talked about, well, actually, Supervisor Gore brought up jail-based competency treatment program. That was our second accomplishment that I'd like to touch on that occurred over the last year. Jail-based competency treatment program is a return to competency program. Basically, when defendants are declared incompetent to stand trial, there was a backlog, a problem that the state has been dealing with for many, many years. One of the creative approaches to try to solve the problem in the backlog was to start providing those services at the county level in a correctional facility. We partnered with the state of California Department of State Hospitals. We entered into a contract for a kind of a 15-bed starter program that was started over this last 12 months. The keys to getting people through the system speeds up the criminal justice system, doesn't tie up the beds. Sometimes there could be up to a 12-month wait to go to the state hospital. Then they go to state hospital. They stay there for 60, 90, sometimes longer days. They come back and then they can actually start clearing through the criminal justice system. And it backlogs the system, backlogs the courts, and really impacts the efficiencies. So we partnered with the Department of State Hospitals. We started this program, and I'm very proud to say that throughout this program, we provide the services on site through one of our vendors. It's full cost recovery. The inmates receive 4 to 6 hours of intense psychiatric treatment a day. And so far, our average return time has been 32 days. We're leading the state of California versus any other county that's providing this service. And we are less than half of the time it takes the state hospitals to return somebody to competency right now. So it's a very successful program. And I think as we move forward with, and I'll touch on a little bit later, some of the construction projects and grant funding with SB 863 and 844, we plan to increase that program to 30 beds. One of the other, I think, accomplishments, even though kind of the ribbon cutting might have been over this after January, but if we're going by fiscal year, is really opening of our new coroner's facility and our new morgue. I'd like to thank the board for their support getting that project across the line. It was badly needed, and we're already experiencing some efficiencies with the new facility, and it really, we're well positioned to take us into the future of Placer County with that new facility. So thank you for that. Another facilities accomplishment that we had over the last year was the Auburn Main Jail Housing 3 retrofit project. If you remember, that was our Housing 3 unit is mostly dormitory style housing. It was not ADA compliant, and it really wasn't open to doing intensive programming to impact recidivism rates. And so with the board's support, we remodeled that facility. We made it ADA compliant. We've changed some things to where we can do more programming for the inmates to impact recidivism. There was a little hiccup getting it open over the last year because of COVID and some other issues we had with the Bureau of State Corrections and getting it signed off. But that was all done, completed, signed off, and we're excited about what that's going to offer us in the future as far as programming up at the Auburn Jail. The final thing I'd like to talk about is really our multidisciplinary approach and in our mental health response. And I kind of threw that on there, not really because I think it was just a success we had over this last year, but honestly, I think we forget how forward-thinking, progressive, collaborative Placer County is, and how we've always taken a multidisciplinary approach to things. And I put it on there because, you know, the sheriff mentioned George Floyd and all the police reform and other things that are narratives are going on across our country. And one of them really focuses on mental health response and law enforcement's involvement in mental health response. And can there be a better way to do it? And I think with a lot of the situations we face, I don't think we can ever get out of the mental health business until we stabilize the scene and make sure the danger has been averted, but then to truly bring in mental health professionals. And so I kind of put it up there because I think it's such a hot topic that I wanted you all to make sure that you had the background understanding of what Placer County has actually been doing since 2014. So one of the things I'm very proud of was when I was a field operations captain, we worked very collaboratively with Health and Human Services in 2014 to stand up the MCT team and work, and it started as a pilot project just with the sheriff's office where we had mental health professionals. And when we got calls of people in crisis, we would go stabilize the scene and then we would turn it over to them. It was efficient use of the deputies' time. They could go back out and start handling emergency calls for service. And we got mental health professionals engaged. The MCT was the mobile crisis team. We stood it up in 2014, way before some of this narrative has started, obviously right now. And in 2015, HHS and the county actually was recognized and won an award for the program on how innovative it was. And I know now they've expanded the program, the police departments utilize it, and it's become more countywide. So I really wanted to highlight that and highlight the fact that the sheriff's office for over 20 years now has been providing crisis intervention training for our staff, which is 40 hours a week, a 40-hour week-long course. We provide it once a year. It's mandatory that all our staff go through the course, and it focuses just on recognizing mental illness, how you deal with mentally ill people, different ways to communicate, de-escalate situations. So I think we've been on the forefront of addressing this issue for many years, and I wanted the board to have that information. Last year, obviously like a tough year on a lot of people. We had 448 calls for people in crisis, 5150 type mental health issues, suicidal calls. Out of those, we engaged with MCT 278 cases. And out of all those 448 calls, we documented 10 uses of force. I don't have the details on exactly the types of use of force, but for us, if we just put somebody in a control hold or have to force their arms behind their back against their own strength, that's documented as a use of force and counted in the statistics. So I think we're doing pretty well in that we engaged in almost 450 mentally ill people last year, and we only used force 10. am I on? There we go. Over half the time, we did engage with the mobile crisis team and get people into the services they needed. Any questions on any of those things before I move to the next slide? This slide includes kind of a combination of some emerging issues and then obviously some of our priorities moving forward. One of the things that's, an emerging issue and obviously something I think we all struggle with is the budget constraints. And one of the things that, has really started to constrain us over the last 2 to 3 budgets is just the way our budget's structured. And I know, there's been a lot of conversations around 51% of the general fund contributions. And I think the sheriff, myself, and Becky were in the room years ago when that number was decided on. And at the time, it worked really well. And there were double digits in the millions of dollars going into reserves. And slowly, we've seen things shift the other way. But it's really impacted us over the last 2 or 3 years and started to squeeze our budget tighter and tighter where we really don't have any margin anymore. Sometimes we've been forced to leave vacancies in order to ensure that we don't exceed our budget authority at the end of the year. Over the last couple of years, we have to defer equipment purchases, any of our discretionary fund. Our division commanders for the last 2 years haven't been allowed to make any purchases really unless it was an emergency until May or June. I think even this year, our own in-house projections were slated to hit 99% of is what our projection is for budget expenditures. And really what that does for us in the emergency management business is it kind of makes us like one critical incident away from exceeding our budget authority, which we never want to do. So we're forced to put in some other measures to ensure that we're not exceeding our budget authority. A couple of years ago, we had to defer buying ammunition and like 15 firearms to the end of the budget year. We knew we were going to make it within our authority. One of the things I'd like to point out that's constraining us is a lot of cost drivers that we don't control. Our A87 ISF charges have gone up another 1.9 million this year. If you look at just the last 2 years, those have increased $5.1 million. I would argue that those are on a projection that is not sustainable for our budget the way it's structured. And if you look at just the ISF A87, our salary and benefits and the 4% salary savings off the top, it only leaves us with $18 million to operate the sheriff's office for the rest of the year. And that includes overtime rates, our airship, fuel costs, Nevada County Sheriff's jail contract for Tahoe. There's a lot of other demands on that money. So I think it's just a good snapshot to kind of show you what we're left to really work with that's somewhat discretionary to make it through the rest of the fiscal year. Let's see. The next thing we'd like to talk about is impacting recidivism rates. This is more of a departmental priority. I understand and saw that the Board of Supervisors at your recent strategic planning session discussed this, and it was listed as a top priority. It's been a top priority for us at the Sheriff's Office as well. It was included in our last 5-year strategic plan, and then it was also included in the 5-year strategic plan that we just completed that took effect this year to impact recidivism rates. I think when you start talking about recidivism rates, one of the arguments you'll always find is what does recidivism mean and how do you define it? I think you can't even find agreements in the state of California on what recidivism means. Some will argue that it means a felony conviction within 2 years. I would argue if you get rearrested, you probably, that should be counted as a statistic. But, so measuring your success rate is always challenging. But one of the things that the sheriff and I feel very strongly about is meaningful work. I mean, there's programs, violence programs, anger management programs, obviously educational programs, AA and NA, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcohol Anonymous, all these other things we bring in for the inmates. But we really feel like the key is finding people meaningful work and giving them skills while they're in custody to where they can go out and find meaningful work and not fall into that same cycle. So, in our new strategic plan, one of the things that there's a lot of positive things we have coming on the horizon. When COVID's over, one of the programs we're going to institute is anytime anybody goes to minimum security from now on, they're going to interview any jobs they go through, they're going to go through an interview, they're going to prepare a resume, and we're going to start incorporating some of that and just the transfers within the facility. And then we're also going to, once some of those construction projects are done, the 844, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is will give us the room and the space and the ability to impact some of these things. We want to reevaluate on a every 2-year basis what the actual job market is in our region. We don't think it's any good to teach somebody, auto body work if there's zero demand on auto body work. What is the trend in Placer County? Is it the construction trade? Then let's really focus on some of that to give people the skills they need to go out and find meaningful work and hopefully break the cycle of coming into the criminal justice system. One of the other challenges I would note to impacting recidivism rates, and this has been pretty consistent throughout my career. Anytime, any given day, you can take a snapshot of our jail population, and 50% of those in custody will be from out of county. 50% will be Placer County residents, 50% will be from Placer County. We took a snapshot over the last year of Placer County Sheriff's Office arrests, so it doesn't include any of the arrests by any of the police departments, but that's borne out to be pretty true and consistent. So out of all the arrests deputy sheriffs made over the last year, 49% of those were out-of-county residents, 18% were transients, 8% were city residents, and 25% actually resided in the unincorporated areas of Placer County. So I provide those numbers just to kind of give you an idea of impacting recidivism rates is great, but it's also very challenging when somebody gets released from custody and gets the handoff to Marshall's team, and then they're down in Sacramento or who knows where, what other counties they get handed off to and where they reside. And then how do you track the recidivism if they reoffend when they could be back in Southern California or who knows where. So 863 and 844 construction projects. I know the board is familiar with that. We appreciate your support. It's been a very long, drawn out, ongoing process working with the state of California. And COVID, I would argue, pretty much just put a pause in both of these projects. We're just very, very slowly. 844 is that meeting that we just talked about, where we want to bring in a lot of job skills so people can find that meaningful work. And then the acute mental health facility, which will be a 45-bed facility where we can have 30 of those beds in the JVCT program, and then 15 beds for the severely mentally ill that are in custody in the jail. One of the other challenges we're facing that we see coming up is really recruitment and retention. It's not unique to Placer County. This is a problem statewide and nationwide. I think the state of our country, the divisiveness, and really the narrative surrounding law enforcement has slowed the spigot a little bit as far as people wanting to get into this line of work. And on the back end, it's accelerated people thinking, I was going to stay another 3 or 4 years, but it's just not worth it anymore. I'm going to leave. It's really a shame that this is occurring right now, but it's a problem that we're worried about. We've seen declining applications. We've seen a lot of people leave early, and sometimes we struggle just to keep up with attrition rates. Over the last 2 years, we've brought on 180 new employees at the sheriff's office, and we actually see the number of hires that we're going to need increasing. We've just in the last, I think, 6 weeks, we'll have promoted 6 sergeants and 2 lieutenants at our agency. So that's immediately 8 deputy sheriff vacancies. And those vacancies often take 18 months to fill when we start the process before we actually get somebody that can fill one of our spots. Population growth and service levels. This has always been a challenge for us. And on the field operations side of the house, we've had a lot of growth on the corrections side of the house in our agency over the last few years. Field operations side of the house has really had no growth. I think we added the 4 homeless liaison deputies, and before that, the only ones in my recent memory I can remember is the COPS grant we received many years ago, where we added some new positions. Other than that, all of the additions to our agency have been in corrections. We don't really control the demand on corrections, and I know sometimes it feels like it's growing and we have too many jail beds, but if you look at Placer County's population with BSEC rated jail bed capacity and compare it to other counties throughout the state, we're just under the 50 percentile mark. So I think we're right in the middle of the pack compared to all the other counties in the state with how many jail beds we have compared to our population. Obviously, our population's growing a little bit faster than a lot of other counties. So, but the field operations side is something that we feel we need to make sure we keep an eye on. You know, when the sheriff first took office, one of the things we did was a beat realignment study. Our beat structure hadn't been changed here in our recent memory since the time we'd been with the agency. And we thought it was very important to really take a look at it using a data-based approach, look at response times, look at calls for service, and really study how we deploy our resources. And we did make some adjustments to make sure we were being as efficient as possible and providing the citizens of Placer County top-level service and making sure our response times were down. But we continue to grow. We continue to add more population. And with West Placer taking off and growing, that'll continue to be a challenge. You know, part of I think the development process is we're asked to do will serve letters. We take the projects, we look at the population ratio. We have a rough formula that kind of developed over the years and has evolved over the years, especially with the Vineyards project. And we submit that back, and then those numbers are used to help charge developer fees and things like that. As we progress forward, in 2000, going back to 2015, the number of will serve letters we've completed and the projects that are actually in progress right now being built shows that we would need 34 additional deputy sheriffs. If you look at all the ones since 2015, but the projects where maybe they haven't started moving dirt yet, that number is as high as 72. I'm not saying that that's an exact science or that is the number, because I think there's a more scientific way to look at it, and looking at geography. It's a lot more challenging in a rural environment to deploy your resources because you do have geography challenges. And so when we look at geography, response times, calls for service, and all those other things. But I think it's apparent that there will be a need in the future to add deputy sheriffs out in the field operations division as the county continues to grow. The population growth and service levels and criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform, obviously, we live in the state of California. I think we're on the leading edge of criminal justice reform. We probably lead the nation, and I would argue that since 2011, our criminal justice system has seen more change than it saw in the previous 100 years. And we continue to see change. And from our perspective, we don't even know what's working and what doesn't, because there's been so much change. Again, every year there's more change. You can't even tell if the changes that were put in place 3 years ago are actually working. And obviously, I know you're all familiar with it. It started back in AB 109. But we are seeing changes in the environment that the men and women in the sheriff's office work in. We're seeing increases in pursuits, increases in foot pursuits, increases in resisting arrest. We're seeing a kind of a scary spike in people carrying weapons. And we pulled 61 firearms last year off people and made arrests. And this year we're on pace to break that number. And that was a pretty high number that we're not used to seeing in our community, of everybody illegally carrying firearms when they're out in public. And when I say everybody, I'm talking about the criminal element that's out running around that are actually armed in the commission of their crimes.
Wayne, if I could just drill down a little bit, just better understanding. So these are people who are carrying, obviously without a permit, and something causes them to come in contact with deputy sheriffs. Could you kind of describe that a little bit more?
Yeah, it could be a traffic stop that turns into somebody's on parole or probation. The deputy does a parole or probation search at night, and the person is in generally possession of narcotics and possession of an illegal stolen firearm. And those have increased dramatically, the number of criminals that we're encountering on the street that are armed. And as we talk about criminal justice reform, one of the issues that we had, and we'll talk about a little bit, were tasers. Our tasers were supported since 2008 by donations from our community, business members of our community. thought there was a need. We thought there was a need. It was in the middle of the recession, and they started that program. It's become such a key piece of equipment and an intermediate force option with the demands to not engage in deadly force, taking away other tools like the carotid restraint, things like that. Equipment like tasers became far more important and critical to our mission. And I'd like to thank Todd and his staff. We did come up with a solution on that, and we're able to solve that problem and make sure we have a sustainable program in place to keep tasers in the hands of the men and women in the corrections division and field operations moving forward. One of the other things, as far as criminal justice reform, which I'd like to thank the board. I know body-worn cameras has been the topic of a lot of conversation. The sheriff and I had it as an important issue. I think we've asked for it ever since the sheriff took office. I would argue now it's more important than ever. And I know you saw a presentation, I think January-ish, and I appreciate all your support moving forward. If we can just find a way to, finance and sustain that project, it would be great. I think you're going to receive another presentation this month sometime. So with that, I will move on to our supplementals if there's no questions.
Jim?
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the body worn cameras. Are you working with the other public safety, district attorney and probation regarding the funding, how we're going to fund those body worn cameras?
We're working with the district attorney's office. I can't say for sure if we've worked with probation as far as the project, but we have worked closely with the district attorney's office and some of the other agencies in the county and the CEO's office on trying to identify funding.
Are there any jurisdictions locally, the surrounding jurisdictions that already have body worn cameras?
Yes, sir. So the Auburn body-worn cameras for a while. The Rockland Police Department has a body-worn cameras for a while. The Lincoln Police Department just was able to receive some revenue, and they rolled out a body-worn camera program about a month or so ago. The Roseville Police Department, it's a top priority. I've had conversations with their chief. I think they're going to roll out body-worn camera programs sometime within the next 12 months, and they're looking at the same system that we have. The Lincoln Police Department also bought the same system that we would like to purchase. And Roseville, the sheriff's office, and Lincoln, if we were to get it approved, would all be on the same system.
All right, thank you so much.
I lied. I'm not going to go into supplementals. It kind of dovetailing back really on how proud I am of the staff at the sheriff's office and the things they face every day, and really the changes with criminal justice reform and what the men and women in the sheriff's office have to deal with on a regular basis. I really thought it'd be somewhat enlightening to kind of just pick a couple of videos, and these are very recent videos. These are within the last few weeks. I didn't have to go cherry pick anything from 12 months ago or 2 years ago. And it's really just a snapshot of things that occur all the time at our office. And the first one I'd like to show you is what can only be described as a small scale riot in one of our dormitory style housing units at the Auburn jail. We talked about AB 109, and in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and set the stage for you before I show the video. AB 109 has turned our jails into a state prison, has brought prison politics, which are divided by race, into our facility. And what you're going to see here when I say a small scale riot in one of our dormitory housing units is there was a conflict between the Hispanics and the blacks. They're all segregated by race. If I were to show the whole video, you would see one of the shot callers for the Hispanic group come down, talk to the shot caller from the white group, nod his head. You'll see as once I play the video, all the whites on the right and the top, once it starts to happen, they all move out of the way because they had a heads up what was going to occur. And the African-American population is sitting down at the tables. The Hispanics come down from the stairs and they start fighting. It's only about a 20-second video, so I wanted to set the stage first and then hit play. Let's see if I have control or somebody back there. We stop the video there. Our staff starts responding. The first actually correctional officer on scene is a female employee that did end up having to deploy her baton, part of trying to separate the incident, and actually was injured. I'll move on to, and unless there's any questions about that video, I'll move on.
How often is this type of incident occurred in the jail?
We have fights on a daily basis in the correctional facility. We haven't had one that big in quite a few months, but yeah, there were fights last night.
And this was in the Auburn jail?
Yes. One of the other videos I wanted to play real quick. It's a short video. It's only like 4 or 5 seconds. There's no sound to it. Just to set the stage, this was just about a week and a half ago. A despondent female who was threatening to cut her own throat, actually, was parked at the Chevron at Bell Road and Highway 49. We had to shut down the business. We had to shut down some of the traffic on southbound 49. And, our crisis negotiators worked with her for well over an hour. And it was clear that the situation was escalating. Some of our deputies were able to get into a position of advantage and sneak up to the side of the car and pop in on the passenger side. As you can see, I circled the knife she had. And if you look closely at her elbow, you can see one of the taser probes. And then there's another taser probe that hit higher up in her shoulder. And what you'll see in the video, it's very quick and it moves around a little bit, is how effective the taser was in causing her to drop the knife. We were able to safely take her into custody and put her on a mental health commitment. So with that, I'll play the video. Or, yeah. Any questions on that? Now I'll move into supplementals real quick, hopefully in the interest of time. Like I said, we were able to solve a lot of the stuff that we had on the supplemental list. Mostly is personnel, a couple items of equipment. The first one on there is our assistant sheriff position. It's currently an allocated position, but unfunded. This position was approved and justified in 2006. Part of the reason was the growth of the sheriff's office and the growth of Placer County, and the anticipated growth of the West Roseville area. At that time, our population in the county, or our budget was 82 million. Our population was 333,000, and we had 455 funded positions. Now, our budget's at 155 million. Our population's at 400,000 and climbing, and we have 570 positions. And I would argue that just the complexities of our organization and operating a modern criminal justice organization in today's day and age has become more and more demanding, whether it's the constant litigation and keeping up with best practices and trends and all the other demands that come with the executive staff, is why we've asked to get this back on the funded allocation list. The next one is backfill for the creation of our professional standards unit and the allocation to our training unit. For some that might remember, this was back in 2017. We were dealing with the jail use of force issue. It was a recommendation by everybody as we navigated that to create a professional standards unit. As actually our agency did not have one, which was surprising for an agency our size at that time, to use existing resources, and then we would get backfill. There's been budget challenges with that. I will thank Todd and CEO's office. They did give us one, I think, year before last, and we were going to try to maybe piecemeal this approach and put us back whole as we get further and further from the 2017 incident and the creation of these two units. The other one is the replace retired annuitants program. I know this has kind of been a priority with the county and talked about a lot. We were asked to give kind of a phased approach, and this is basically phase one of our phased approach. It really solves the problem with everybody but our court security unit. And for a variety of reasons, we thought that was the best approach, at least for a first phase. The next thing is take-home patrol vehicles. This was a program that was started in 2007, 2008. It was approved by the board at that time. We made the first set of purchases justification for that. The vehicles last longer. They're better taken care of. In a COVID environment, we have vehicles running 24 hours a day being shared nonstop and handed off. Keeps the spread of the disease down. People in the community liked it. They saw patrol cars parked in their community. It deterred crime, made them feel safer. And quite frankly, for us, it was a force multiplier. When we have critical incidents, the one thing we never run out of is deputy sheriffs, but often we'll run out of vehicles. So we asked for to increase this program. It was another victim of the recession, quite frankly. And actually, we're in current conversations with CEO staff. I think the sheriff's office, we might have identified some maybe one-time revenues, and we're having ongoing conversations about this topic. This goes back to the capital expenditures that Amanda talked about that's listed, I think, on one of the first couple of slides. The 197,000 is really a 6-year lease for dual band radios. It really has to do with interoperability within the county and the region. Placer County is a unique place in that 800 megahertz radios don't work for us in the foothills, but yet it works for people in more of an urban environment. So agencies in Sacramento have 800 megahertz. The Roseville Police Department has 800 megahertz. And without these radios, we can't communicate with each other anymore like we used to. So this is just a continued lease that had been approved by the board in 1920. And then our annual vehicle replacement costs, and that's really guided by the DSA MOU, which vehicles will be replaced at 110,000 miles and four-wheel drives get replaced at 125,000 miles. And then the last item is a capital expenditure where we've asked for a storage building for our mobile command vehicle, our boats, and our training area. And this is kind of a unique project that's really evolved over time. The board supported our mobile command vehicle purchase, and we appreciate that. We really had no place to store it. It's a very expensive asset. You don't want parked in the sun. The only halfway logical place we could pick was in the Sally Port of the South Placer Jail, which is not ideal because you have traffic coming in and out. People could run into it, and also it's still exposed to the sun. But the vehicle has to be plugged in and it has to be connected to internet because there's so much technology. Otherwise, we would go to deploy an emergency and it would have 6 hours of updates on all the software that would have to be done. So we had to do some modifications down there. I think we worked with facilities, spent like $32,000 trying to get it fixed. It still doesn't work because it blows the breakers in booking when it's plugged in and things are running. And so we need a more permanent fix. There was already money allocated to relocate the boat barn closer to our office, I think stemming as far back maybe as the Home Depot project. So we thought, well, maybe we can just make the boat barn project a little bit bigger and accommodate the mobile command vehicle. Then that there's been a demand ever since we built AJC for a training facility. Our training facility is too small. We rent facilities on a weekly basis to train our staff. And so this is kind of incorporated into an approach that hopefully would be a responsible way to spend the taxpayer dollars where we could use it for all those things. We could store our boats. We could store the mobile command vehicle. With that, that is all I have. Are there any
Questions, comments from board members? Bonnie first, then Cindy.
Thank you, and appreciate the update. So I need some clarification, Todd, or from staff about the sheriff's budget. And there's a portion of the sales tax amount, and then there's a portion of the general fund, right? And that, it sounds like that amount is limited per a policy by the board, correct? Which is what? 51% general fund.
Correct.
Okay, and so then we use the rest of those general fund dollars to take care of everything else.
It's discretionary
right?
general fund?
Right. So when you had mentioned that you have the overall budget and then you had 18 million in discretionary fund for other operations or other expenses, I mean, that's in your budget, right?
Mhm.
But what you're saying, or maybe what you're saying, I mean, that 18 million is already, you're using that for whether that's ammunition or training or all of your costs. But what you're saying is because the general fund is limited at a certain amount, your budget is limited, and so therefore you don't have as much funds.
Correct. I think it's a combination of things. Yes, it has to do with the structure and the fact that the revenues are limited, but then there's also the issue of expenditures have continued to, there's certain cost drivers that we're trying to keep up with as well.
Right, and then the general fund dollars do go up.
Correct.
Because we do have increased property tax and increased sales tax. Okay, that's just helpful for me to be reminded of. And then I haven't seen the most recent budget, but I know in the past we've had issues of overtime, right? Like a huge overtime amount that comes before the board and we have to approve, and I haven't seen that. So I think that you all are addressing those overtime dollars within your budget. Is that correct? Or
We've
has-
pretty much, I mean, overall as an agency, we've stayed within our overtime authority. I think we're trending to be pretty close again this year. The challenge for us, and it's like a cycle of violence, right? The challenge for us is when over 70%, and the number might be either 74 or 78% of all of our positions are fixed posts. So we're not like other county departments. When we have a vacancy, we just get to save that money. Those posts have to be staffed on overtime. And as we get closer to our expenditure authority, sometimes we have to kind of put in our artificial salary savings measures and leave some positions vacant. And we try to cherry pick which ones they are and keep up with job demand. But the problem is when we have vacancies, then they have to be backfilled on overtime. And if we can't fill our vacancies because we feel like it squeezes our budget too tight, it's just, we kind of get stuck in this cycle.
budget. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I really do appreciate the work that you and your team do. It is not an easy job. So very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Todd wanted to add to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I think, overtime's always a big issue, and I think, obviously, Jim and Robert, you guys were here when we made an adjustment to their overtime about, was it
Mhm.
2 years ago now?
Yes.
And I think because we were really running the overtime, I don't think that overtime budget had gone up for, I don't know
Well,
what it was.
it hadn't, it hadn't gone up, and it was traditionally, everybody knew it was underfunded by like a lot, like maybe half, because it was always understood. And it was actually the budgeting mechanism that was in place was our salary savings is how we paid for our overtime. So where the issue happened was when the process of taking 4% salary savings, that was our overtime budget. And so that's how the problem started, that we ended up addressing with Todd and his staff. And they did give us a significant bump a couple of years ago. I mean, it's what we all want, right? Accuracy in budgeting. Let's really call it what it is. Instead of the salary savings, let's put it in the overtime budget so we actually know.
And that's appreciated.
Yeah. No, it was appreciated on our end.
Thank you. And thanks, Sheriff, and everyone for the presentation and the statistics. I really appreciate it. And I had mentioned to Todd earlier, a month or so ago, public safety is so critical to our constituents. And so having ongoing statistical reports would be really helpful, I think, similar to what I received from the other departments as far as trends that we're seeing, so we can educate our populace as well when they hear those stories. So we can be talking about
Yeah,
that
we'd
as
be
we
more than
move
happy to
along.
provide any data
Yeah.
you guys want. Just let us
Yeah.
know.
Okay, thank you. On the supplemental requests, I wanted to go back to those. That's slide 17, if we can go back to those. On the first one, well, actually, if we can go back to slide 11, I don't know if they can run it from the back and get us back there.
I might be able to control it from here.
Okay.
Is this the one? That looks like 17.
Yeah, that's
I don't have
17.
my
If you'll keep
glasses.
going back to 11, because the first supplemental request is an assistant sheriff, and I just wanted to understand
I
where
think
that
that's
would.
on 17.
The org chart.
The org chart is where I'm going to.
Oh,
see-
gotcha.
To see where the assistant sheriff would fall in to the existing organizational chart.
It would be right under the undersheriff.
So under the undersheriff, okay. And then on the take-home patrol vehicles, how many do you currently?
We were right now.
38, and do those stay within the county?
Yes. If
Okay.
you're out of county, you don't get one. You're not eligible to
You're not
participate in the
eligible talk about the cost, vehicle replacement costs.
Mhm.
Have you run those numbers for the additional miles, the commute time and that?
Yes, it's somewhat negligible, and it actually makes the cars overall last longer because the replacement really doesn't accelerate all that much.
So you're replacing based on miles only, not on your age of vehicle.
Correct.
So the longer they last. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. I think that was it. Again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. And I'll talk more about the statistics.
Yeah,
later.
just let me know.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so some comments from me. First, thanks to you and Devin and the whole department. Your work is greatly appreciated by all
Thank
of
you.
us for sure. So my comments really, I think where the opportunities might exist here is probably with our criminal justice committee, and it's not one of my committee assignments, so I'll just kind of make some general comments. Philosophically, as we all know, stuff that happens in the country and the state spills onto us. Whereas I think in Placer County, we're significantly above average and do a better job on a lot of these things. My particular vision on where there's opportunity for criminal justice and this notion of defunding the police is that you have to have a really solid public protection system to start with. So we've got to have real healthy, adequate policing, got to be able to prosecute cases efficiently and effectively and as quickly as possible. You don't, to me, it's not a function of defunding anything, but it's additive. And in that we have an unusually good Department of Health and Human Services, I think we have an unusually good asset to bring to bear. So as you look at these costs and the quality of our life going forward, to me, there's opportunity to add to all that with this thought process. And all of this is by way of encouraging all of your management to come to the board with ideas or notions, because I think it's a place where the board can help. So for example, an analogy which is timely, but maybe not the best example in the world. We didn't agree much with the governor's COVID policies.
Mhm.
And I think sought amongst the five of us to have anonymity. We wanted to have local control, I think, of COVID policy. So in that vein, I think Bonnie wrote 5 letters as chair, and I think I've written one, and they've all been not responded to. But regardless, on things like the definition of recidivism, to me, with our Department of Health and Human Services, it's about driven by dealing with a family unit and early intervention. And it makes no sense to me to have a state definition that says we're going to deal with felons or violent felons because they're way down in the pipeline. So politically, if we could get our act together more on those kinds of things, the board at least could lobby, I think, and take positions and work with the whole criminal justice system and HHS. And I think maybe we could get some better outcomes and do better on grants and those kinds of things. So I would just encourage all of you to those are my particular views. And the long-term costs going forward, I think, are going to be affected by that. I personally think that, for example, homelessness is an issue that's going to continue to worsen. We're in that business. And we worked well with the Sheriff's Department, with the Auburn facility, by adding some community policing to that mix that made the whole system work better. It's not a function, it's hard to measure this one, but it's not a function of the cost of these budget items increasing. They're going to increase, particularly where there are hotspots. But it's the better description, which is hard to measure, hard to communicate to our constituents. It's being able to keep the cost increases a lot less than they would have been had we been just more responsive to crises or not proactive. So
I agree.
For what it's worth, those are my thoughts going forward. And it connects to Cindy's comments about data. There are some basic ones like the number of officers we have on the street per population, but things like knowing our trends as it relates to how much of our costs are being driven by dealing with people from out of the county as compared to in the county and the unincorporated part, and how well we're working with our city partners. So those are just some broad overview types of things for me personally, but it connects definitely to the thought processes, to our budgets as we go forward on an annual basis. And then I am remiss, I should have checked in with Todd and Megan and probably Karen. Were we gonna take public comment on each budget unit uh, as we went through that, or are we gonna wait till the very end? And or how are we gonna transition to?
Well, it's a workshop, so it's really up to you if you want to take it after every item or at certain periods of time during the
It's
day.
up to me, we'll take it at the end. And,
Robert, I had one follow-up.
yes, Cindy.
I'm so sorry. I was making my notes and I forgot. So in the supplemental request, there's 14 full-time equivalents
Mhm.
asked for. And I know that you've had trouble filling and have been carrying a number of vacancies already. What are those numbers now?
It's right around 40, I think we have vacancies agency-wide.
So
And
those
those
are-
really aren't, honestly, the 40 are demanding, as we were going back to this overtime budget question. It's the operational vacancy that hurts us. That's usually, so our vacancy rate bounces anywhere from 5 to 7%.
Mhm.
Our operational vacancy rate can bounce anywhere from 15 to 18%. And that's people that are out on workman's comp, baby bonding, all these other things where they're not doing the job that we're paying them to do, but we have to backfill their spots on overtime. So that's a challenge for us. The operational vacancy or the actual hard vacancy is, I mean, for an agency with almost 600 employees, we've hired 180 new employees in the last 2 years. We do have to leave some of them artificially vacant to make sure we meet our expenditure authority. And out of that, say 40, I think 23 are already accounted for just in the budgeting process of 4% salary savings, which, is done because everybody says there's no way with that many employees you'll ever get above that number. So, I mean, when you take all those out, it's probably closer to a single digit number.
Okay. Thank you.
May I ask another question
Yes.
as well? So I want to ask a question about the vacancies, and I know that the sheriff's office has a lot of lateral employees that you're able to hire, which is terrific, right? Well-paid sheriff's office, so the deputies are able to, you have a lot of laterals. Do you have many new deputies, folks that come in from the academy? Is that an opportunity? And I know that there aren't as many people moving into, unfortunately, the policing arena based on what's been happening. But can you talk about that, about bringing in new?
Yeah,
deputies?
so we've built our organization around a blend of both, bringing in quality laterals from other agencies, experienced officers and deputy sheriffs come into our organization, and bringing in homegrown people from the ground floor. Obviously, the difference is the lateral takes 6 to 8 months to fill a spot. The brand new deputy often takes 18 months. The challenge we face, and it kind of ebbs and flows depending on the situation, what's going on, but we've seen the lateral spigot dramatically change. We used to pull anywhere from 8 to 10 laterals every month. We would do interviews with some of our captains, and we recently, and so we would have, anywhere, like I said, 7 to 10 applicants every month. Recently, we let that list sit for 5 months and we just pulled it and did them, I think, a week and a half ago, and we had 7. So we went from that same number every month to now in 5 months, we've only had 7 applicants. So that's one of the things that concerns us with the bullet point of talking about keeping up with recruitment and retention. And like I said, the other problem was we have a lot of people on the back end of their career that might not be maxed out, but they're age eligible and they're just saying, you know what, I'm leaving early.
So, and that's helpful. So have you brought in many new deputies at the entry level?
Yes, actually, the sheriff and I were at academy graduation yesterday where we had 5 recruits graduate, and the academy class before that, we had 4 recruits.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then Todd.
Yeah, I just want to touch on it because it's a slide that's shown right here, and it shows that dollar amount at 500,000 plus. And the reason being is when this issue came up, as you know, we've been, tearing down certain buildings at DeWitt, just due to their age and condition. Some of those have a number of different items still in them. And so, the question has been, do we improve these buildings that the roofs are coming down and every other piece, or where are we going to store these items? In some cases, we have to look at offsite storage of materials such as HHS, There's a lot of PPE equipment and a couple of these buildings, et cetera. So the conversation has been not only about this building and the needs for the sheriff, what are some other needs around storage as we talk about a facility. So this conversation's come up, but the reason why the dollar amount is not necessarily defined as much is because we're talking about what's the scale and the size of the building if we're moving forward. I think this has a multi-departmental use to it. And so we've had conversation with HHS, facilities, obviously the sheriff's office. And our intent is to come back to you with something that has a little more definitive. It's really about, I think, cost containment. Not doing anything doesn't mean it's free. There's things we still need to do around space and around storage. And so this building could have a multi-departmental purpose for it than just the sheriff's operation. So that's, I just want to show it out there because that's, they're bringing it forward, but I think it's a conversation in a broader context beyond just the sheriff.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Cindy.
My question actually is for Todd and Daniel. So with a supplemental request that is based on operating costs and ongoing staffing costs, then that percentage of our general fund committed to the sheriff's office would go up and would be, can stay at that level until a different decision was made, correct?
And that's that is accurate. Although I will say, we're continually refining public safety sales tax, which goes directly to the public safety fund.
Right.
So if those numbers are going up, and I see we've had a couple new numbers actually in a favorable trend from around public safety sales tax, which could help to offset some of these requests. So in the event that there isn't that additional other revenue, yes, this would be a direct general fund transfer addition above and beyond what you're contributing now. Is that accurate?
Well, and it wouldn't just be impactful for 1 year is my point. You
Correct.
hire,
It's
yeah,
compounded.
yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to transition to DA now. Is that correct?
Yep.
So
All right.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
all for your time and
Oh,
your support. I
pleasure. Thank
appreciate
you.
it. And I apologize to everybody behind me who I encroached on their time.
Thanks, Wayne. Devin. So Morgan, are you going to kick it off or?
I'm happy to. Amanda, do you want to start?
Thanks.
Okay, good morning. Amanda Flo again here, Management Analyst, County Executive Office. This time I'm here to introduce the District Attorney's budget presentation. Here with me, we have your District Attorney Morgan Geyer, your Chief Assistant District Attorney Dave Tellman. Also with us, we have the Assistant District Attorney Jeff Wood and Lauren Featherstone as well. The District Attorney's Office is comprised of one cost center, but has several programs within the cost center: general criminal case determinations, victim services, multidisciplinary interview center, investigations, and overhead. The Public Safety Fund they are part of. So in fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, the operating expenses for the District Attorney's Office were $26.7 million. They did not have capital expenses. Revenues came in at $10.9 million, and their general fund contribution was $15.8 million. This year, as it stands, the department requested budget is fiscal year 21-22 is at $28.4 million. They have $85,000 in capital expenses, which is the addition of a vehicle replacement program. They're purchasing 2 vehicles this year. The revenues stand at $10.7 million. General fund contribution this year is $17.8 million. The supplemental requests for the District Attorney's Office are $313,000 with offsetting amount of $50,000 for a total general fund ask of $263,000. And those will obviously be explained later in the presentation. The District Attorney's positions remain flat from last year to this year with 118 allocated positions, and their supplemental requests are 2 new allocations. And with that, I'll turn it over. Morgan? Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, fellow board members. It's wonderful to see everyone. Believe it or not, it was a year ago tomorrow that I was sworn in as District Attorney of Placer County. For some, that was a
For some, it was a blink of an eye, and for others, it was one long day. But
At least it
I'm
was a boring year.
yeah, that's right. I am honored to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am impressed by Under Sheriff Wu taking extra time. Normally, that's the lawyer's job, is to take more time than necessary. But I will try my best to keep it brief and not use the entire balance of my time as a sort of state of the office address. But I think, in a sense, that's what it is where we started, where we have, what we have been through, and where we are and where we're headed. Before I was sworn in, when I had conversations with this board about why I wanted to be district attorney, there were a number of things that I had committed to. Increased transparency, maintaining and building and strengthening relationships with our justice partners and other agencies, engaging with our community in our office and in the criminal justice system, and bringing some innovation into the field of prosecution and how we collaborate with our other justice partners to get that done. We have had an incredible year of success in those areas. It has been a challenging year, as the sheriff has indicated. There have been a number of factors. There was a pandemic. There was some social unrest, and internally in our office, there was a big transition. There was a new guy that came in and had some ideas. So I will go through sort of internally what we are doing, externally what we are doing, and how that sort of reflects what our priorities are and what our expected goals and priorities are for the future. The organizational chart, we have two for you. I won't spend a lot of time on the organizational chart specifically, but it sort of reflects, one, where we were, and internally what we have done. We have added units. We have restructured to become more efficient. The demands have increased. We are being tasked and expected, and we should be doing things more than what we've ever been asked to do traditionally as a district attorney's office. And we've been doing that with our existing structure. That means we needed to change some things around. Internally, we did some reorganization. We had a transition in our management team, obviously. We restructured some of our prosecution units, and we've created some that you have heard about in other presentations, but I'll go into a little bit more detail in a little bit. But internally, we have focused on communication and transparency. We restructured the way promotions are conducted. Those are open. People are allowed to apply for them. We interview for them, and we take in feedback. Everyone in our office has an idea on how things can run, and we listen to those ideas before we make our decisions on changes. Our management team has been committed to keeping in place things that are working, identifying things we can do better and improving, and not just changing things because they can be changed. So internally, that is what has occurred. With that has come some restructuring and some additions of some new units and new responsibilities that I'll talk about in just a minute. So our accomplishments. This is the fun part of the presentation. And if I refer to you as ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's just me going to my comfort zone. So I will try not to do that. The office reorganization we talked about. We have increased our transparency. And we are blessed with an absolutely phenomenal and experienced leadership team. Dave Tellman, our chief assistant, is an incredibly experienced prosecutor and just an all-around just fantastic human being who has really streamlined our training efforts and has harnessed our other management team, our assistant district attorneys, Jeff Wood, who's here today, and Jenny O, to really focus on that. Between April of 2020 and December 31st, we did 17 in-house trainings, both with our office and within within our partner agencies. Since December, we have added, until today, we've added 10 or 11 more. We're at about 27 or 28 in-house and partner agency trainings that we have done. And that's ranging everything from legislative updates at patrol briefings to command staff to bringing in line prosecutors with line investigators and working new issues to try and be the best highly skilled, highly trained prosecution team that we can possibly be, all the while trying to do some new things as well. The creation of our community outreach division. As you'll see, this will sort of dovetail into our priorities. We are incredibly proud of expanding what we do as a district attorney's office. We have been excellent at our traditional role of responding to cases, receiving them, filing them, determining what charges should be filed, and prosecuting them through trial. This year has made it incredibly challenging. We've had lots of fits and starts with our criminal justice system. Trials have been on, trials have been off. In a office of trial lawyers, that's incredibly frustrating. You have large caseloads, you have people in custody, you have are waiting to deliver some measure of justice for, and it has been incredibly challenging. We have weathered those storms. We have done jury trials in high school auditoriums on stages that are decorated for plays. Literally, Shrek the Musical was the background of a DUI trial at Wood Creek High School. We have made accommodations. However, the courts will let us try cases, we will try them, and we will continue to do so. Hopefully, we are emerging from the trial darkness and we're getting more and more out. But we have been one of the few counties statewide that has, at least at every opportunity that we could, have tried to do trials, and our staff still stands ready to do that. With the creation of our community outreach division, we have engaged in social media. From an educational standpoint, we have launched a series of videos to educate our community about how a criminal case is navigated, what happens, who makes the decision, and why are decisions made about when criminal charges are filed or not filed. We have launched a series of just the facts, of sort of little snippets of information about the criminal justice system that our community, I think, deserves and ought to know. And typically, you don't hear that from the district attorney, but I think an educated community about the criminal justice system is smarter about the decisions they have to make when they are called for jurors. They're more educated about the resources available to them when they are victims or witnesses, or if someone finds themselves facing criminal charges in the criminal justice system. So I think it pays dividends on the prevention side, and really helps strengthen the trust in our criminal justice system by seeing the district attorney's office engaged in the community. So we are proud to be doing the things that we are doing. As you may know, the first installment of our inaugural District Attorney Citizens Academy launches tonight. We have 12 citizens from the community that will spend the next 9 weeks getting a front row seat of the criminal justice system from the perspective of the district attorney and our partner agencies, and we're excited to have our first one of those, and can't wait to report back on the success of that program. So there are a lot of things that we are doing that aren't traditional to engage our office in the community. We have a speakers bureau of subject matter experts that are available to speak at different associations and organizations on various topics. So we are committed to doing that. In addition to our community outreach efforts, we have created our community prosecution unit, which I spoke about briefly at the board meeting last week. And it sort of segues nicely into both the comments that Supervisor Gustafson and Chair Wygant had talked about, with using our collaborative efforts with other agencies to try and solve problems that are only increasing. That includes our homeless situation. It includes our quality of life crimes. And when we talk about criminal justice reform and some of our needs based on what the legislature is doing, we are finding ourselves in a position where we are de-emphasizing accountability in many respects, particularly on low-level quality of life offenses. It's difficult. No one wants to put someone in jail for a low-level offense, but we're running out of tools to be able to require people to avail themselves of services that are available to them, and that poses a challenge. What do you do when someone is repeatedly breaking windows, when someone is repeatedly committing crimes that affect every citizen in our community, much more so, God willing, than the violent crimes? You are more likely to be a victim of a car burglary than you are of a violent crime. But what do you do with those? So the community prosecution unit is designed to find those low-level, high-volume offenders, identify them, and at least shepherd them through our office in one set of eyes. Many of them are afflicted with issues that require some form of treatment, mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment. Those programs should be made available, balanced with accountability on the back end. It's not surprising that people, if they don't have to go to treatment, oftentimes don't go. And it's only until they hit their rock bottom that they have to go. And sometimes that requires a push or a nudge or the fear that those cases might be handled more seriously than they might otherwise, one at a time. So the goal is not to handle each one of those cases where someone might go to jail for a small period of time, get out and do it again. The idea is to identify that population that are repeat offenders. And I appreciate the conversation with the sheriff's office and the board about recidivism. It is an incredibly difficult concept to measure your success. As my father would say, it's like trying to nail jelly to a wall. You don't know what it is until it affects you, and this is your metric. And for us, it is the decrease of these quality of life crimes committed by the same people over and over again. People can't serve a life sentence on an installment plan. So what we are trying to do with this community prosecution is infuse basically a community policing model on the prosecution side. And that's going to require us to work with the sheriff's office, all of our law enforcement partners, Health and Human Services, county counsel, code enforcement, to put us at the conversation where traditionally we haven't been, but because so many of these offenders intersect with the criminal justice system, we have to be part of the solution. And part of the underlying backbone of that is having the appropriate data. And that's one of the things with our new case management system. We are hopeful. It's only been a year. I will say that repeatedly when I don't have a good answer for something, is that it's only been a year. Is trying to navigate that system in an attempt to be able to provide data that can really allow us to target our resources. We have put a supervisor in charge of our community prosecution unit in an effort to begin that process. And she has started working with the sheriff's office and the Roseville Police Department, our two obvious largest county agencies or within county agencies that have the most of these offenders in their area. And we have dedicated a single prosecutor with the idea of dedicating a second as need be. And eventually, as we go through our strategic planning process and see what does 3-5 years out look. It's a community prosecutor assigned to every region in the community, because every region in our community, and one of the beautiful things about Placer is we have a very diverse geography, a very diverse population, and each community has different needs. And that means there has to be one set of eyes from the district attorney's office to help address the needs that are arising in that particular region. That's the ultimate goal. We are starting small with one person and hopefully two by the end of the year. To be able to handle those issues that intersect the criminal justice system, but may not necessarily just have a home as being a case that gets prosecuted. It may be an abandoned storefront. It may be a nuisance residence. It may be something that's less traditional for the DA's office, but because we have some ability to use some of our resources and collaborate with other agencies, we will put that into play. So we are excited for how that will play out, and I hope to have over the next several months and year to be able to report back some of the successes and good work that they're doing. Our post-conviction unit, we will talk about this in one of the supplemental requests, but we are being given a lot of different things from the legislature as it relates to criminal justice. Some of those are benign, some of them are silly, some of those are truly dangerous. But what they all require is for us to analyze them and deal with the effects. That requires us to do things that sometimes were previously done by the Attorney General's office, sometimes not done by anybody, but it falls on us. When the legislature changes something and says, this applies to everyone, whether you're currently awaiting charges or you've previously been convicted, it's on us to pull those cases and go through and figure out what is the appropriate response, not only globally, because sometimes these laws conflict with, for example, our Victims' Bill of Rights. When our victims have a right to finality and to know that the case is finally over, when it's resurrected through legislation, is that appropriate? And sometimes that just means we have to be the ones to analyze the constitutionality of those statutes and say it's appropriate that we challenge it. Our victims require it. Our community requires it. Other times it's how do we logistically implement this law? A good example was our reduction of probation terms that has affected every agency and department and office in the criminal justice system. It began with us having to take about 3,000 cases and go through them and check to see whether or not they're currently still eligible to remain on probation or not. That meant we had to take 30 lawyers and divide up 3,000 cases and say, here are your 100 cases from management staff. I'm a little late on mine, but I have my 100 cases I'm working through. So does Dave and so does Jeff. But that's an example of how we have to absorb the changes in the legislature. And we have to do it without a slowdown in crime or with an increase in different kinds of crime, the pandemic has brought an unfortunate increase in violence within the home because everybody's been sheltering, everyone's been at home. That has increased child abuse, that has increased domestic violence, that has increased elder abuse. So crime hasn't slowed down. It may have changed, but we still have our basic core functions to do, and we are doing that. But the new guy has come in and said, in your spare time, we're also going to create a few new units, and we're going to go talk in public a little bit more and reach out to the community. But the goal is that these intertwine and that our educational efforts will result in some prevention, some education, and our innovative efforts will do the same. But our post-conviction unit is that landing spot for all of the changes in legislation that require us to go through and analyze how we're going to implement these things. And how are we going to get these cases in front of the courts? How are we going to work with the defense bar? And how are we going to get these things done? And Under Sheriff Wu stated it perfectly. You can't measure whether or not it's working because the next piece of legislation that changes it is already on the books before you can even do it. So we are excited for it. It is much needed. We need to do these things. There are a few other things on here that I've mentioned the Citizens Academy on our accomplishments, the Placer Protect Presents series. We've our collaborative advocacy organization for our elder abuse awareness has launched a video series that has launched on social media and is providing services related to the 211, all sorts of services that are available to our elder population. So it's absolutely fantastic, and we are excited to do even more. The Citizens Academy I talked about, I mentioned Trident. We have had one of the things we have been blessed with is wonderful collaboration and assistance from other county departments. I can't say enough about Todd, Becky, and Amanda providing assistance on a new administration navigating the budget process and what we wanted to do. With regard to our Trident, we've had a lot of assistance from Andy Sisk and Nicole Howard at the auditor's office, helping us make sure how things are running appropriately, and if not, how do we change them to make them appropriate? And as there have been a few headlines, but not much. The Trident task force has really been focusing on the fentanyl epidemic in our society, in our community, and in the last several months have had a number of incredibly large seizures, 20, 30, 40,000 fentanyl pills, many of them just absolutely lethal doses. And as you've seen, we are sort of using that on the enforcement side. We're using our educational and outreach component. We collaborated with all of our justice partners and Health and Human Services to put out a fentanyl video where each agency and each department and each office sort of spoke about the dangers of it to try and get the message out. The lawyer's gone overtime. So through those efforts, we're hoping to see some actual prevention and some education to this growing issue. Okay, emerging issues and our priorities. I'll jump to the outreach and education. I'm sort of spent the bulk of my time talking about that and how excited we are for it. We will continue to do that. That has been a priority from the day this new administration took office, and we will continue to do that. And we look forward to collaborating with our justice partners and community partners to continue to get the message out about the good work that our county is doing. The body-worn camera program, where obviously we'll have further discussions on it, but I did just sort of want to broach the subject briefly. Just as a reminder, we service every law enforcement agency in the county, from large to small. Every piece of body-worn camera footage comes to our office as one part of evidence, and now requires us to have to disclose and discover as part of the criminal process. And with SB 1421, we are now the custodians of some of that footage, and we have public disclosure obligations with some of that footage as well. It will increase our demands and workloads incredibly. We've anticipated what our needs were going to be. We are continuing to work with our other justice partners to find the most efficient and seamless way to handle the volume of footage. But just by way of example, an encounter, let's say a fairly what would normally not be a long prolonged duration in a domestic violence case, if you have 3 or 4 deputies or officers responding, each wearing body camera footage, an encounter that lasts an hour or two now has potentially 10 to 15 hours of body cam footage. That needs to be watched. That has to be gone through. We might have to redact. We have to turn that raw footage into presentable evidence in trial. We have to store it. We have to be responsible for it. So I wanted to address it because I think, as we had mentioned in the presentation that Under Sheriff Wu had mentioned that occurred earlier this year, I think it's expected. I think it's necessary. We're committed to helping find a way to get it done however we can. But wanted to address at least briefly the impacts it'll have on our office. But it's sort of a welcomed burden that we need to do, and we will help support that effort in any way we can. And as I mentioned, our legislative changes, we're getting hit right and left with things that change. We are not opposed to reform, but we need to make sure they are measured and sensible reforms. Everyone wants to improve the criminal justice system, provide treatment for those who need it, and accountability, a healthy dose of accountability for those who deserve it. And figuring out how the laws do that presents challenges. So that segues into, and I'll try and pick up the pace here, into our supplemental requests. This year, we, prior to this administration assuming office, we had purchased a paperless case management system. It had not been implemented, so we had and we're paying for two systems, and that wasn't sustainable. And we wanted to move to that paperless case management system, so we spent several weeks of making sure every single person in the office got trained on it. And then on a Friday afternoon, we literally played taps over the intercom and we shut down the old system and said, that's it. We are cold turkey going to the new one. So we are adjusting to it. In the midst of that, we went from 2 IT specialists to 1. And our IT specialist, removing the second one is like saying, well, I've got a left hand, so I might as well just cut off my right hand. We have never needed an IT specialist more now than we ever have to manage transitioning to this system. The IT specialist has worked incredibly well, and we are so appreciative of Jarrett Thiessen and his office. He has provided incredible support to us when we have needed it. We have even added extra help for about $50,000 a year to get someone who's part-time to assist in basically triaging needs, but it takes somebody who is in-house and who really understands our evidentiary needs in the courtroom and our support needs in the office. So that is one thing that we have added as a supplemental request. We have had conversations with IT. They will continue to support, but they understand what our needs are. And Jason Dunn, our IT specialist, is accruing overtime. I think I'd put it up on this one. 239 hours between and January 1st, 2021. And he's willing to do it, but it's just not sustainable. He is a godsend, but he's only one. On him, we would. So that's our goal. The second supplemental request sort of relates back to those legislative needs that we have. This is a new DDA for our post-conviction unit. As I said, everything we do new comes from taking away from something we've been doing traditionally in the past. And you can't do these things. And I've listed just a random sampling of things that require retroactively going back through cases and anticipating a lot more work and litigation and research going forward on new cases. And you can't do this when you have a felony caseload of 35 cases and you've got trial call tomorrow and you've got to file your trial motions and give an opening statement and contact your victims and witnesses. It just can't be done. We need a dedicated person for this, and we are going to have a probably by the end of the year or two, we'll have at least one, if not two people full-time working on some of these things, depending on what the legislature gives us. Just as an example, the Racial Justice Act that is being implemented and I will assume will pass this year, make it completely retroactive, allows for an entire litigation about how the DA's office is charging their cases, whether or not they are doing it fairly, and it requires a statistical analysis and litigation about the process of the DA's office and how they select who and when to file charges. Is fair and equitable, and that's even before we start the trial. This could be done on a case that was prosecuted 10 years ago, and now we have to go and create this information to be able to defend our conviction and make expanded to anyone serving a sentence more than 15 years. That means anyone we've sent to prison who is still alive and currently serving a sentence over 15 years is entitled to discovery that we have to provide them. So there are legislative measures like this that just put so many demands on someone that it has to be a full-time position. We've also added in that unit the ability to do a conviction review. This is something providing that service should it be. We have Innocence Project cases where they say, you need to take a look at this. And previously, we haven't had an outlet to be able to do that. If it's righteous conviction, which the overwhelming majority are, then we have to have the resources to be able to defend that conviction. And we need to be able to say we gave it a thorough review. And that. All right, our capital expenditures, as Amanda mentioned, there are two vehicles. What we have tried to do with our accuracy and budgeting, I liked that term that Under Sheriff Wu out. We have tried to do that. There were things traditionally we didn't include in our budget. We used other alternative restricted funds for. We're trying to be a little bit more forthright about what our ongoing annual needs are. And what we use every year, we're going to put in our budget. And we have started the conversation about the county vehicle replacement program. Frankly, I just recently heard about it. I don't know enough about it, but we are going to have those conversations to see if that's something that will fit for our office. But in the meantime, we do have a need similar to the sheriff's office where the lobby reconfiguration, if you're familiar with our building at the Santucci Justice Center, it's that 2-story building with sort of an unrestricted lobby. And you can go right upstairs and be in the internal hallways of the DA's office. And we have employees coming in and out. We've added a door to try and provide some restriction upstairs so that you can't be hanging right outside the administrative suites of our office to be able to sort of address the public's needs as they walk in. Oftentimes the DA's office people go all the way upstairs only to realize we're not the assessor's office or something like that. And we have to sort of redirect, and that's someone behind glass. Here we would have probably a receptionist and a DA investigator sort of monitoring the lobby to be able to direct folks. And peaceful protest, it safely directs it. People, we support their right to protest if they choose to, but once they are in the interior halls of our building, it complicates. Space of giant empty rolling racks where we used to keep our paper files. Our lawyers now go to court with their laptop. So we have this large area filled with these dinosaur pieces of equipment that we don't need. What we could use is a training space, a dedicated training area that accommodates our needs to provide our specialized training that we are obviously doing so much of so frequently. This would prevent us from having to use other places or other areas, and could reduce the amount of off-site training that sometimes we have to pay for if we can do it in our own training space, either streaming it or just disciplinary interview center. Should there be space down below in our office, the ultimate goal long-term would be to remove where our children that are victims of crime, special needs, people who are forensically interviewed. Currently, they have to come into the interior of the district attorney's office. It's where our investigators are. It's where our lawyers are, our advocates, our support staff, where we're working on other cases. The MDIC is to reduce the amount of stress and trauma that someone who has potentially already experienced, to remove them from the inner DA operations to take over that area. It would be more, it would just be a little more seamless for those families to come in and out without having to come deep inside the DA's office for that. So that's sort of our on the horizon long term. Should it be a possibility? All right, on overtime, I've talked way too much, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what our needs are based on kind of what we've done over this year, what we hope to do over the next year. I'm happy to answer any questions either now or obviously at any time. And I think the things we are most proud of our offices are increased communication with our fellow departments. I think most people in other departments know that if they need something from the district attorney's office, they just have to pick up the phone and call. So if there's any questions, I will pause. Otherwise, I will get the heck out of here because I know you have a long day ahead of you.
Thanks, Morgan. Bonnie.
Thank you, Morgan, and thank you for responding when I have called and asked questions. I very much appreciate that. And really appreciate the work that you and your team have done within the department, especially during a challenging year. Quick question for you about the body worn camera program. I know we're looking to get different departments working together, right? City of Roseville, the deputy sheriffs. And I don't think I was really aware how much your office has to do, right? Because that's evidence for potential cases. Would it make sense to have that program overseen or come underneath the DA's office versus the sheriff's office? I mean, obviously you need lots of IT people. Just trying to look at like, where's the best place to land that function so that it can be run most efficiently.
Yeah, that's a excellent question and very difficult to answer because each department, each municipality is going to go with whatever technology best suits them and their needs. Some are using technology that, synergizes with, I hate that word, but synergizes with their in-car camera system. It's difficult. I mean, ultimately we receive all of the footage. So in a sense, we will sort of be the umbrella that takes it all. I mean, we will cover all of it, but regardless of the system that is used by each agency, we will effectively have to handle by necessity all the footage and be able to convert it into, because all of the defense bar isn't going to have each program available to run their footage. So if they don't have it, we'll be the ones that will have to convert it into a readable or viewable footage for the defense and for the courts. So in terms of whether or not there has to be one agency that sort of oversees it, I don't know. I'd have to give that a little bit more thought. But we're certainly willing to explore the easiest and most efficient way. But I know we will have a number of different systems. I mean, just throughout the agencies that are currently operating body worn cameras already have a few different systems. So we're already handling the idea that, okay, well, if the sheriff's office and Roseville Police Department have different systems, okay, we can handle that. So whether or not that, I hate to tell other departments how they need to handle their footage, as long as it's seamless in its transition to us and our transition to the defense bar, we can make it work. So I know that's a very soft lawyer answer, but that's a long way of saying I need to think about that one a little bit more, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. And also just thank you for the efforts on the fentanyl issue. I think that's a topic that is very clear. Our community has to continue to tackle, whether that's information, obviously prosecution. It's horrible.
I appreciate that. I think
So thank you for the work that you and your team are doing. And I know that, we as a county have to do more as far as informing and public education and letting, especially our young people, know what's happening.
I appreciate that. And just so everyone's aware that the video that started as an idea came to reality within about 72 hours. And that was only because every law enforcement agency and Health and Human Services said, absolutely, let's do it. And it just kind of reinforces the notion that if we do this together, and it's going to take a combination of all of that, enforcement, awareness, education, prevention, all of it, we can accomplish great things. So I appreciate that comment.
Thanks, Morgan. See no other questions, but congratulations on your first year, and look forward to everything I've heard from your office is great. So look forward to many more great years.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to make the same kind of comment, and I really appreciate the community outreach, the Citizens Academy. I think the more we can inform our public of what the DA's office is doing, it just makes for a better understanding of our criminal justice system to all. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank
Appreciate
you.
your leadership on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice to see you all. Thank you.
Next, we have Marshall Hopper, Probation.
Okay, last for the public safety departments, we have probation. Again, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst, County Executive Office. Here I'm joined today with our Chief Probation Officer, Marshall Hopper, and with him, the Probation's Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager, Chris Ardham. So probation is also comprised of one cost center, but has multiple programs. Within probation, there's adult court services, adult pretrial services, adult community supervision, adult alternative sentencing, and the Placer Reentry Program, also referred to as PrEP, which we've all heard lots about. Great things there. And then they also have the juvenile delinquency and crime prevention, juvenile court, juvenile detention and treatment, juvenile services, supervision services. For the probation department fiscal 21 adopted budget, their operating expenses were $33.6 million. Capital expenses were $100,000. And revenues came in at 13.9 million, and the probation's general fund contribution was $19.8 million. They also were balanced, so there was no use of additional general fund to balance their department. As it stands right now for fiscal year 21-22 department requested budget, the probation department has operating expenses of $33.9 million. Capital expenses, which will be discussed, of 45,000, revenues of 13.9 million, and a general fund contribution of $20 million. Again, they are balanced as of this year. There are requests for the probation department, and their adopted budget from last year and going into 21-22 remains flat with 149 positions. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Probation Officer Marshall Hopper.
Well, good morning. I was told I get double the time of the sheriff and DA, so for the next 2 hours, you can just go over my.
At least.
Okay, all right. No, I think I might get us back on schedule a little bit. Once again, I'm Marshall Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm here with Chris Ardem, as Amanda mentioned. First off, I'd like to thank your board for your support over the years and helping us get to where we are today, and also our CEO's office for their support and tremendous support over the years, as really becoming a department that is cutting edge and able to do things that other counties can't. I'd also like to thank our staff at our department. We all know it's been a difficult year. Our staff never stopped working. They continued to show up, continued to go out in the field and see high-risk people, and continued to direct individuals to programs and services that they drastically needed. So I thank them for that. As Amanda mentioned, we're here today with a budget request. I think our budget request falls in line with your strategic framework and your critical success factors as outlined. Our request revolves around sustainable criminal justice services, decreasing victimization, and also adapting to the changes in our justice system. We've heard both of our public safety partners talk about changing systems and what's going on out there. And I think it's important that we continue to focus on that. Now, I've been a probation officer for almost 30 years. And people have asked me, well, what does probation do? And I still struggle with the conversation. So it doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about, but we do a lot of everything. And I came across this puzzle. And this puzzle talks about our justice system and how it is all linked together and intertwined. And this is how our system works. As you can see with this puzzle, probation touches almost every aspect of our criminal justice system. We have probation officers working with pretrial individuals. Those individuals are pending court, housed in our jail, or released in our community. We do assessments on all of those cases. We also work in all of our courtrooms and make recommendations to the court on sentencing recommendations based on those assessments. We also run our alternative sentencing programs, and we provide community supervision for all those individuals that are granted probation. And of course, we do run our Placer reentry program, which was approved by your board, and thank you for that. The community thanks you. And one other thing that I think is important to note about our accomplishments and how the system works is, unlike different pieces of the justice system, when somebody is placed on probation or supervision, they remain with us for years, sometimes several years, depending on the grant of probation and how long it is. Now, I know that we passed out our business summary, and that's our 2019-20 business summary, and it provides some data about what's going on in our department. You will see some adjustments within that trend because, again, we did have a pandemic involved in the middle of this. I did have to scale down operations, focus on high-risk offenders, and switch the priorities a little bit as we were trying to be safe out there in the community. So you will notice some of that. But I think there's a few key thoughts and points to go over regarding accomplishments and going back to our puzzle. So as I go over a few of these, information is on there, but think about our puzzle and what probation really does. We completed over 3,100 reports for the court over the last year. Those are pre-sentence investigation reports with recommendations for sentencing, help guiding the judges to make appropriate decisions. We also did pre-plea reports, which are also helping the court system make decisions regarding the sentencing and where the case will go. We do custody credit reports. So every individual that has jail time, we determine the custody credits for the jail, when people get out of jail and when they need to serve their sentence and how much time they need to serve. We also, of course, do our juvenile disposition reports for all of our juvenile cases. In fact, some people don't know, going back to my thought about what probation does, every single juvenile referral in the county comes to the probation department to filter it out, whether it goes to the DA's office or not. We divert hundreds of cases and kids that are more serious that we refer to the DA's office for criminal. And we also, back going to Prop 63, I think is what it was, we do hundreds of firearms investigation reports. Individuals that come before the court sends us a investigation report. We determine whether they have any firearms in their possession, register to them, report back to the court, and in some cases we go out and search for those firearms. Also, I think it's also important to remember, going back to my puzzle here, we have probation officers assigned to almost every courtroom in Placer County. We have individual probation officers working in the arraignment courts, domestic violence court, mental health, DUI, veterans court, drug court, homeless court, and also our juvenile court. Our probation officers are there to support the court, help with the sentencing process, do those credits memos, make those recommendations, provide risk assessments to the judges and the prosecution so we can make the best and appropriate sentencing recommendations possible. Now, I will note, I mentioned our pretrial services program. We are up to over 600 people on that program. These are people that are pending court for various reasons, placed on pretrial services by the judge. Without this program, many of those people would potentially be in our jail, placing stress on our valuable county resources. And we all know what that means, jail beds. We also serve as the county co-correctional administrator responsible for our alternative sentencing programs. And we've been doing that for several years, but it's a critical component of our system and our puzzle piece. Because without our alternative sentencing programs, we would need more jail beds again. We currently have our electronic monitoring program, our SCRAM, secure remote alcohol monitoring. That's the ankle transmitter that detects alcohol through the skin on our individuals on probation. We have drug court, adult work release, and again, our PrEP program. Without these programs, I estimate that we would need approximately 75 to 100 additional jail beds every day. And last year, we also completed 3,200 risk assessments. Those are the assessments that we use to guide and dictate what supervision level they'll be on, what programs they need to go to, and make our appropriate decisions. And currently, we have over 3,600 people under our supervision authority. Those are cases on formal probation, individuals released from prison under parole realignment, and also the juvenile cases that come before us. Now, I also think it's important to recognize where we are in the community, because I believe that teamwork gets the best results. That's why I have stationed probation officers throughout the county at each law enforcement agency, and they all have office space there. And if they don't, they work directly to there's a couple of smaller agencies, but we have probation officers working with our sheriff's department, Roseville PD, Auburn PD, Lincoln PD, our crime suppression unit in Roseville, and also our SIU Special Investigations team. Because together, partnerships make safer communities. Now, going into our emerging issues and upcoming priorities, I kind of took a simple approach to maintain a dynamic response organization and adjusting and adapting to what's going on. One of the examples I have to making some adjustments this year, implementation and development of our adult work release mobile crew, which I'm pretty excited about. This is going to be a probation officer that's going to be working out in the community with inmates that are not jail inmates, but participants that are getting jail credit for every 8 hours they work in the community, they get 1 day jail credit. We're going to have a mobile crew approach this time and go out with hopefully a truck and a van and a crew and pick up trash, paint curbs in the DeWitt Center, help clean up homeless camps. We can work with roadways, parks throughout the county, in the cities, and really get out there and do some productive work that really makes a difference. An interesting story, I had an email that went out to my staff, and my staff said to me, I asked, because I said, who wants to volunteer for this group? And one of my staff said, well, I do. And I said, well, why? And he goes, because this is really cool and it's going to make a difference. I want to see something, I want to see some impact. And that's what I think this program is going to do. One, it helps with jail population. Two, helps clean up our community. And also, there are some down the road processes. We've been looking at different agencies and throughout the state that could be expanded to be a pretty significant program with multiple crews running at one time. But we're starting out with cleanup and different crews, and that is actually already in process. We also want to make sure that we're well trained. And I can't help but to think about the Sheriff's Department's building. We also have the same STC training requirements, and we share a training room with them as well. So I would support any additional training room opportunities that would be helpful to us as well, as we are required to do 40 hours of training per year, including use of force and baton training and different kinds of training as well. So that would be very beneficial to us. We also want to keep engaged as we end up with, I guess, changing the justice system. This year, I don't know where to start. We lost all of our fines and fees. We used to collect fines and fees for electronic monitoring, for work release, for EMP, for probation supervision fees. As of the 1st of July, those fees they will be gone. We also have probation term limits, which Morgan spoke to briefly, and we were part of the process of sending those cases to them. Regarding misdemeanor cases are now going to be a maximum term of 1 year, and felony cases a maximum term of 2 years, rather than the 3 and 5 that we previously had. Keep in mind, those are cases, not people. It is very common for us to have one probationer with 5 cases, so we have to get through that and figure out what all that means and figure out how this works and how our justice system adapts to that change. We also have the closure of our Division of Juvenile Justice. Basically, the short version of that is that's like juvenile prison. That's where we would send the worst of the worst. We are very fortunate here in Placer County because we haven't sent that many there, an average of 1 a year, maybe 2 a year. I think over the last 10 years, we've maybe sent 8 or 9. So it's kind of about a year. But we are working on a plan for that. We are adapting to that and what we're going to do with these individuals. That means that our juvenile facility, we will have to house that individual for the duration of their sentence. But we are working with a coalition throughout the state of opportunities. I'm sure many of you are aware of that discussion as well. And lastly, making sure that our technology and infrastructure tools are effective and efficient. We do anticipate looking forward to a new case management system in the near future. Our last system was implemented in 2007, and technology has changed. And so we will be bringing that matter before the board here sometime in the near future. My supplemental requests are simple. I have none. I'll just move on to the next slide. Thank you. I thought you'd like that. And our expenditures, we would like to seek funding to change our AV system in both our Auburn and Roseville offices. They're the original from both time frames when we moved into the buildings. We'd also like to purchase a trailer for that work release project, picking up trash in the community, along with some miscellaneous maintenance tools, weed eaters, that kind of thing, so we can get out there and do our jobs. I'm almost done. This is awesome. Wow. And we'd like to have a handheld radio for that individual, so that person can be safe when they're out there with these participants. So really, that concludes my presentation. I bring to you a balanced budget with no supplemental requests. So any questions?
Was perfect in every way, Marshall.
Well, there you go.
But Bonnie has a question or comment or something.
Thank you, Marshall. First of all, I have noticed your officers out in front of the Roseville Depot, taking care of members, sitting outside, working with community members regularly every week, and stopped and said hello to them. And, that's just in the midst of COVID. they made sure they continued to do their job and went where the residents were to make it easier for those residents to meet with them. So that's really appreciated.
Thank you.
With the mobile work program,
Mhm.
it might be an opportunity to work with code compliance and maybe public works department. I've got a lot of vacant land in West Placer with a lot of trash, and a lot of that's, on people's property, but we've got areas where people just dump trash, and that might be an opportunity to work with code compliance and utilize those as a project.
Well, on the work release concept, the code section does allow for yard cleanup for senior citizens, which we want to get to. It also allows for graffiti cleanup and then various trash cleanup as well. There are a lot of people that are very excited about this, so I'm trying to get the foundation established. We have had conversations with facilities and with parks, and everyone's ready to move, but we need to get the equipment in place, and we also need to get the process of getting the clients, the probationers there. Because unlike the jail, you just walk over to the minimum security and you just grab them because they're waiting for you, right? Ours aren't waiting, so they have to show up. So that's our barrier that we're working on, and we're getting it kind of worked out. But I think it's doing well. We already had maybe, I think it's 2 or 3 days of crews out there cleaning up trash and doing stuff in the community. So it's a progress or a program that's going to really be great, I think.
Jim, then Cindy.
Yeah, thank you, Marshall, for the presentation. I've always been impressed with the prep program and several of the graduations. How has COVID affected your prep program?
Well, initially, the prep program was shut down. They, like everybody else in the world, they converted to Zoom and that type of program, which took a little bit of adjustment. They're still holding classes. They're still seeing people. They're bringing people back now into the office on a limited basis, trying to accommodate social distancing. So we're making our way back, but prep never stopped as well, just for a short period of time until they figured out how they could accommodate the folks on Zoom. So we do have people. We didn't have graduation last year because it was right in the middle of all of it, but I'm hoping that we're going to have one this summer.
And so those people that have graduated from the prep program, are they finding jobs? Are they getting hired?
I don't have the exact details on the jobs. I do know that we send out our newsletters that have a lot of great stories in them. There are people finding jobs. I would imagine from what I've heard, with government assisted funding, some people are struggling whether they want to go get a job or not because their checkbook has more money than it may have had recently. So we have to deal with those kinds of things as well.
All right, thank you.
Cindy.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation
Thank you.
very much, and obviously the supplemental request makes it a lot easier for us. But with that, and I haven't had a chance to read your business summary yet, but what is your case count? How has that fluctuated as far as numbers? You say currently 3,100 people reporting to you.
So what do you mean by case count? What are the average
Well,
caseloads?
Yeah,
Or?
what are the caseloads,
Okay.
and haven't they increased during this time?
Well, based on AB 1950, they're going to be decreasing.
Okay.
I don't know how much, because again, when there's
You've got
cases, we got to
less,
see what that means
yeah.
in people.
Right.
What it does mean is it means we're going to have to do more with less time, get more services faster. But not all the cases are going to 2 years. There's exceptions for DUIs and for domestic violence, and there's a whole variety of crimes that are exceptions that can have longer terms. And again, it'll depend on how our justice system adapts to that. Everyone knows we're a conservative county, and I would assume that we'll still have some people on grants. There we go. But that process is kind of to be determined. I will tell you that I'm monitoring our caseload sizes because of this. And we're looking at what it will take to do more with less, and how much probation officer time it will take, and adjusting the caseloads accordingly. So, we are currently right now, we have a couple positions that we're kind of like just waiting to see how this turns out, because I don't want to hire people and have unnecessary spending. So I'm kind of seeing how this plays out. But AB 1950 is a pretty significant change for probation. But I've been doing this a long time through parole, realignment, and everything else. I believe our system's going to adapt, and we'll still need resources in different ways.
Great. Well, thank you. And I just shout out on the work release program. I know for years our district, when I was
Mhm.
work in my career, worked with your staff to have utilized the work release folks in our
Great.
parks in Tahoe, and really appreciated that. Great program.
Great, thank you.
And I'll just add that Morgan said he didn't like the word synergism, but it's actually one of my favorite words, so you can pass that on. Morgan.
All right, I will.
For us to synergistically get the real value out of criminal justice reform, probation has to be a real solid foundation. And you and your predecessor, Steve, and before that, our interim fellow, who I've forgotten his name,
Fred.
really have, turned around your department and made it a solid foundation for us to build upon. And so again, I want to thank you for that and look forward to great stuff in the future.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marshall. Thanks.
All right. Hopefully we're back on track, maybe.
Better.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Next, we have the assessor.
Assessor Kristen.
Kristen's
Andy's just.
And see Kristen, there she is. Yeah.
Sorry, Kristen. So sorry, Andy.
They look so similar.
Yeah.
I'll start pay.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Adam Wade, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. Here this morning to briefly introduce the Assessor's Department requested budget for fiscal year 21-22. The County Assessor, Kristen Spears, will then share some of the department's accomplishments and emerging issues for the upcoming 21-22 budget year. The Assessor is a general fund cost center. The fiscal year 2021 adopted net county cost compared to the submitted budget for 21-22 is largely flat with no major variances to report for 21-22. Here's the org chart for the department here, and it is my pleasure to introduce your County Assessor, Kristen Spears.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Todd, Karen, it's great to see all of you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding next year's budget. Just in speaking to our org chart for a minute, the assessor's office currently has 79 funded positions, as you heard. 43 of those positions are appraisers licensed by the state to value property for property tax purposes. And as you can see from the org chart, the office is structured with an emphasis on the type of properties: residential, commercial, business property, those types of things. So that really speaks to how our office is structured and the focus behind that, completing those annual and supplemental assessment roles, work of those appraisers and assessment experts. And just to kind of touch on it, in total, there are over 185,000 assessments in the county as of the last roll. So we stay busy regardless of what the real estate market is doing with those 185,000 and growing assessments. So with that, just to speak to some of our accomplishments, maybe like many of the other departments, I feel like a big accomplishment was just March of 2020. And some of you may know that the spring for the assessor's office is very, very busy regardless. But when we went into that COVID environment and we had about 2 weeks to figure out how we were going to get people home and working, that was just a huge challenge. And I really want to take a moment and just recognize the assessor's office managers for their courage and their dedication, the staff for their flexibility, county IT for their support, HR for helping us navigate telecommute agreements. It really took a village. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to say that we delivered an $84 billion assessment roll on July 6th, which is very shortly after it is usually delivered. That we were continuously providing that service outreach. And in this case, in a COVID environment, that really was an accomplishment. We had staff coming in to man our public service counters, NEC soft phones to make sure people were talking to live technicians instead of taking voicemails. So we were kind of working through these processes. And as another piece of it, recognizing that what people really wanted to do was to do business through the website. And so we rolled out e-signature forms so people can actually just go ahead and e-sign, complete a form online, e-sign it, and send it back to us instead of having to complete the form, print it out, do a wet signature, and somehow scan it back. So that's something that we rolled out for some of our most popular forms, and that was definitely well received. And then as well as doing some of those other tasks, we did resolve 757 assessment appeals since July 1st of 2020. And I say that I want to give some thanks there as well, because this is, again, a very interesting environment. So thanks to the Assessment Appeals Division on my team for their commitment to working through the challenging appraisals. But in addition to that, the Assessment Appeal Board members, the clerk, and the property owners all managed to resolve 757 appeals in a virtual hearing environment. So something that didn't happen across the state. It's something that Placer County was able to pull off. So I'm proud of that. Megan, great job. It really was an accomplishment. And for us, that gives us a really of a very low number for us unresolved appeals. And that's something that you never want to get too much of a backlog going on. So 440 unresolved appeals at this point, and the majority were filed in 2020. So they're very current. So that's really a great place to be. And again, took a village, thanks to all, including very patient and the board members as well. So great job. Then looking at some of our emerging issues, going into the next fiscal year, we are going to make some reductions on some of the businesses like hotels, theaters, like restaurants, and these will be temporary value reductions. So what I can tell you is we sent out about 1,000 questionnaires to people so they could analyze what types of value adjustments we needed to make. Great Recession and the prop rate environment, I know that we sent out 1,000 questionnaires to who we were thinking needed to have information out to, solicit information from others. But I also know that we will receive undoubtedly additional assessment appeals in that July to September timeframe with some businesses who will receive their value notice and say, that's too much, I need to talk to the assessor. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. Assessors across the state are anticipating of commercial properties, business owners saying, I had a big problem this year and you need to offer me some temporary adjustments. So just something to know as an issue that's out there, and we're certainly trying to stay on top of it, but there will some of these businesses, property taxes isn't the first thing they think of until they get the notice and then they say, I need to do something. So good for the board members to know that. Another challenge for the assessor's office is I was hearing some of the presentations prior to me and they were talking about legislation. It's always a challenge, legislation. This year, the challenge for us was actually a voter initiative. So it's Prop 19. And so that'll be this year's challenge to implement. It was approved by the voters in November of 2020. And I don't know how familiar all of you are with it. It actually increases the ability for seniors, disabled, and disaster victims to then it imposed additional restrictions on family members owning property and retaining that property's base year value. And so it kind of does a lot in one voter position. And I think the voters were a little surprised at the outcomes. And the unfortunate part of Prop 19 is really that the language did not have the clarity that the assessors across the state need to administer the program equitably. So the challenge for us this year will be working with the Board of Equalization, working with the Assessors Association, and trying to get some legislation situation, because the initiative is actually effective now. So one component went into effect in February and one in April. And so we have people making decisions and trying to, work through these new rules, and we don't have the clarity that we need to kind of provide them with some insight. So that just saying, hey, this COVID was very challenging for us, but we did actually have some positive takeaways from this. And taking some time this year to actually look at, kind of what were those positives. And I think one takeaway for us was better. And so looking at some other opportunities where we can increase that paperless environment for our staff and for the public is going to be a part of the conversation. I think other parts of the conversation will be the hybrid work environment and kind of what's the balance between working in the office and working at home, and what is that sweet spot. We're definitely going to be reviewing some software solutions and may come to you at a later date, looking at ways to increase efficiency and our service to the public through software. And I'm saying that now because I think one of the things that you'll be hearing is there's a lot of growth that's occurring in the county, and Cedra's going to be making a presentation to you later today. That's so I'm looking for solutions as far as, are there software products out there that can help us increase efficiencies? So maybe we don't have to hire as many, additional staff. So those are the kinds of things that I think we're looking at for emerging issues and department priorities. And I don't have any capital expenditures projected for 21-22. So
Thanks, Chris.
yeah.
Can I just say, thank God you did not get repealed, otherwise your supplemental requests would have been huge.
Yeah. I think though this 19 is one of the larger changes that I've seen in my career, and it was unexpected, I think, consequences for some people. So it's a challenge.
I have a quick question, Kristen. Contemplating the vineyards, for example, which is a very large, long-term area that will develop in the county. Do you guys have a perception of, I'm assuming that your workload 10 years after the project, a portion of the project develops, your workload becomes more than it does in the very beginning, because I'm assuming turnovers occur more frequently sometime down the road. Is that accurate? And do you?
I mean, I think that there's the initial new construction aspect of it where we have to jump in there, and we've got construction in progress pieces where whatever the progress is as of January 1st, we need to be out there and get a value on it. So there are initial pieces. There's also just capturing the characteristics of what's actually been being constructed. So there's some initial upfront work that is significant. And then actually as they change, if it's a subdivision and fairly, homogeneous, then you could, those are not as difficult appraisals. So there's definitely initial setup that is time consuming. So yeah, good. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Oh, Cindy.
So hard to get your attention. Thanks, Kristen. I really appreciate the update. Do you have any gauge on the temporary adjustments, what that could look like for these folks? And
it's going to vary very
significantly,
right? And you can see even restaurants, some restaurants
we're able to do a
were
lot.
down the whole time. Some were up and running and had, takeout. And there was discussion at the state level of trying to come up with some uniform adjustments by property type for business property. And then as you go further into this discussion, you realize that it's a very individual thing, and it really is dependent on their story. So I think that's what we found even with the commercial Prop 8 properties previously. So yeah, can't really give a,
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we'll be able to give you a big number and say, this is the number, and we can break it out by business code, but it's still going to be an average, and averages
Right.
in these instances don't always tell the story.
Right. Well,
So-
and it's so impacted different areas of our county, right?
Yes.
Where you couldn't be outdoors
That's
and
right.
dining much.
Yep.
Or, and theaters. I look at our small local theaters and how impacted they've been.
Yeah,
Um,
no, it's
yeah.
significant and
Bars, yeah,
yeah.
without food. That's
Yeah.
been a challenge too.
And I think some of the response rate on the questionnaires is even affected just by the fact that people are busy with other things. And so I
Right.
really am anticipating that even though we're doing
Right.
outreach, I think the moment when they see a value notice is maybe the moment that they're going to raise their hand. So I think we're all kind of bracing on that note. So
Well, thank you.
you're welcome. All right. Thank you.
Next, we have our treasurer tax collector, Janine Windeshausen.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Adam Wade returning here, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. Briefly introducing the Treasurer Tax Collector's Department requested budget for fiscal 21-22. Treasurer Tax Collector Janine Windeshausen will then follow my brief introduction here and go over the department's accomplishments and emerging issues for them for the 21-22 year as well. The Treasurer Tax Collector is also a cost center that resides in the general fund. The 2021 adopted net county costs compared to the submitted budget was again relatively flat with no major variances. You will see that the funded positions at 31 remains the same as adopted as well. And much like the assessor, no supplemental requests or capital to report. And I will now switch to the org chart so you can quickly review it here. And I will introduce your Treasurer Tax Collector, Janine Windeshausen.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, nice to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. It's been a long time since we've had a forum like this for budget, and I really, really appreciate that. There's a handout coming around. A picture is worth 1,000.
Mike died out.
And I'll just speak up in the meantime. In the past, I've tried to grip the sheriff a little bit. He gets to wear the white hat, and the sheriffs get a motto of to serve and protect. And depending upon your perspective, fortunately or unfortunately, we serve and collect in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So want to talk to you a little bit about our accomplishments. Of course, you're aware of the successful tobacco securitization that we completed in December, bringing $6 million in for government center infrastructure projects. And then more recently, your board approved the financing through the Treasurer's Office of 5 fire trucks. And so we financed the portion that the county wanted to finance. Not all of it. The county wanted to put cash down on that. One of the things I want to talk to you about more about that's on page 2 is that so far we have entertained $72 million in cash flow financings to districts. So the demand, we bring those requests for cash flow financing that we call dry period financing to the board for approval. And those requests are about 50% higher than usual. So just briefly, dry period financing, we start out the county, most of the special districts and the school districts start out our fiscal year on July 1. The primary source of revenue, property taxes, are really collected in arrears in December. And then for the second half of the fiscal year, it's even more of a delay because we're almost halfway through the second half, or more than halfway through the second half of the fiscal year when those that money is collected. And as a result, the Treasury provides financing. How that works from a mechanical standpoint is those districts that apply for that financing, they make an estimate of how much they need, and we allow them to overdraw their funds and cover it. So it would be like having overdraft protection, if you will. And for those districts that end up overdrawing, then how that really works is at the end of the month, we calculate everybody's average daily balance. So if you have some negative days in there, that goes into your average. If some days are a negative, some are positive, and then everybody has receives the same amount of interest. So the effect is that those depositors who are overdrafted, they're being charged the same amount of interest that everybody else is receiving. That way, the other depositors are not subsidizing their overdraft. That all makes sense. It nets out. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a moment when we get to some of the tables and graphs that I've brought along. COVID property tax relief penalty. Those amounts have been significant. We have had 3 times the request for penalty cancellations than we typically do. If you actually go to the number is missing. It would be slide 7. There's information on historically the number of penalty cancellations that we receive. And then the other table shows what we received that were specifically made under a COVID request. And so of the 1,000 that we received, we have only denied 32. And some of those circumstances are really, they were pre-COVID. They were like 2 years ago, and they were hoping to maybe find some relief through COVID. And under the laws and tools available to us, we couldn't do that. But we utilized the Treasure Tax Collectors Association, worked with the governor's office, and the state treasurer's office and the state controller's office to provide additional relief, and we're able to get an executive order out of the governor's office, particularly for those whose interpretation of the penalty cancellation laws weren't allowing them to do that for COVID. That really wasn't the case here. So I think we were able to provide timely. There was one newspaper report that said, we wouldn't be able to handle the situation and with the volume of requests. And we were able to respond to every request within 4 days or less. So what that meant is either they received an approval, a denial, or a request for additional information. So we were pretty pleased with our ability to be nimble on that. Just by way of heads up, we're going to be coming to the board with some assistance related to the unsecured property tax. So unsecured is business property, boats, and airplanes, and that is on a different timetable than the secured or real property taxes. Those bills go out in late July, early August. And if they remain delinquent after additional noticing about the delinquency, we file liens. So then later, if they come to pay and we find that they are eligible for cancellation of penalties, there's some additional fees having to do with recording the liens. And we'd like to be able to waive those fees, but we can't do that without the board's support. So that's something that we're going to be coming to you about and working with the recorder's office on that. During COVID, we didn't really have any interruption in service, even though our counter was closed because of the shelter-in-place ordinances. If somebody wasn't aware, they came into the office, we still served them. And we were in a very good position to be nimble with our phone system, and we've been converting folks to laptops for quite some time. And because of the critical functions in our office, if we're not working, people potentially don't get paid, critical workers don't get paid, teachers don't get paid, et cetera. And so we devised a system where half the office was in and half the office was out, and we provided so that there wasn't any cross-contamination between the two, so we would have redundancy in case we had an outbreak in the office. I wanted to also give you on page 3 a little update on the BOLD program. We worked intensively with CMFA, California Municipal Finance Authority, to create template documents. We've had situations where documents were really held up, where one department maybe had them for a couple months, another department didn't even know they were available to review, that type of thing. So we have streamlined those documents into templates, and now we are able to turn around those documents. Our goal is 7 business days or less. So that's a really quick turnaround time, and it means that it's giving the developers more time to review those documents as well. So we're really pleased with the streamlining of the documents related to land development through that program. So some of those are the rate and method of apportionment. In other words, the additional taxes to pay for to pay the debt service on infrastructure bonds that the developers are asking for, and also the acquisition agreements, which are the agreements under which the developers get reimbursed from the bond proceeds for the infrastructure that they turn over to the county and put into, for example, the county's publicly maintained mileage system or sewer system or water systems. The other thing that we're working on is infrastructure finance district. So we've been doing a lot of the back work on that, fiscal analysis, draft financing. And so we're going to be coming to the board, working with the CEO's office to come to the board for some key decisions before we can move forward. So we'll be working with you in follow-up on that. And that is to provide financing for infrastructure if your board so chooses to go that route for major backbone infrastructure west of the Sunset, west of Highway 65 in that Sunset and adjacent project areas. So one of the things that we're going to be coming to the board soon on is a refinancing of an existing community facilities district in the Dry Creek area. We believe that that financing will create savings of about $350 a year per residential property owner there. Continued work on the infrastructure financing district. And then in recent weeks, we've been contacted by the Riolo Vineyards representatives that they're ready to move forward on bonds. And so we're starting to work on that. So we've kicked that off. And that district is already formed. The board has taken the majority of actions on that. So it might be some time before the board actually sees anything with related to the issuance of bonds. So, but we have kicked that off and are moving forward in that area. We also are working with Facility Services and the CEO on financing for the construction of the HHS building. So we're waiting information from them on their projected spend outs and timing of their need for funding. Through the BOLD program in the last year, we've approved one project and 6 projects are pending where we have provided approval and CMFA is working with the developer to bring bonds forward. We've had a lot of activity on and demand for electronic funds transfer, ACH and wire transfers. And that seems like, you know, it has the word electronic. So of course it must be more efficient, but not so much in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office because every one of those wires has to be individually handled, almost like a hand-typed check. And our office has found 2 cases of fraud where departments have submitted requests for wire transfer under fraudulent circumstances, unbeknownst to the department or the employees involved. But we independently verify all wire transfers. So in one example, a department said, we have a vendor who now wants to be paid electronically and they have a pending invoice. Utilize these wire instructions. We independently locate the contact information for the company. We call them to verify. No, we still want to be paid by check, and those are not our banking instructions. So there have been some real horror stories with related to imposter credentials. So we are staffing up to meet that demand because we understand that people want to move money electronically, but there needs to be the recognition that there's additional workload related to that. On the first graph that I want to show you, we are now dispersing more money out of the Treasury than we are taking in last fiscal year and this fiscal year. And there's plenty of money in the Treasury, so that part is not a concern. When we're done with this tax collection cycle December 10th, we'll have over $2 billion on deposit in the Treasury. But what that means is to meet these circumstances, and if you flip to the next page, you'll see what's happening, particularly related to schools. Historically, we receive money in every month from the state of California that the schools then turn around and use for payroll. And that outflow has been more than the money that the schools are receiving. So what that means is that we have had to adjust and maintain higher levels of liquidity in the Treasury in order to meet these withdrawal demands, which means when you're more liquid, your interest rate is going to be lower. Unfortunately, that affects all depositors, but the schools have about 50 to 60% of the money on deposit in the Treasury at any one time belongs to school districts and is under the control of school boards. But we still have to, that's our primary responsibility, is to meet the withdrawal demands of all of our depositors. Uh-oh, are you beeping me, Megan? Censoring? Am I being censored? I already went over the COVID information with you. Just a little information by way of fiscal and economic. The total secured, which is the real estate property taxes, exceeded $1 billion, the amount that we collect for the first time last fiscal year. So we have reached that threshold and we are collecting over $1 billion annually. And remember, that money is going to, we're collecting that on behalf of cities, school districts, special districts, and the county. But that's a new milestone. Unpaid parcels, we have not seen the levels of delinquencies on secured in particular since the Great Recession. Still lower than what we saw at the peak of the Great Recession, but we're seeing higher levels. To the extent those are related to COVID and we are waiving those penalties, under the teeter plan, the county gets the penalty. Before teeter, that penalty amount that we collected was dispersed to the cities and the school districts. Post teeter, the county gets that for carrying the delinquency because we are dispersing the money to the school districts and the cities, whether we receive it or not. So because of the amount of penalty waivers, we may not be seeing the penalty revenue that we might otherwise expect. The next page is another view. It has to do with the number of unpaid parcels. Or excuse me, the percentage of parcels that are unpaid. And then the delinquency rate on page 11 has to do with the amount of money that is late. And then the last page shows the unsecured, and that's for the boats and planes. And with that, I just want to thank the board because everything we do is thanks to your understanding, your thoughtfulness, and ultimately your approval. And I really appreciate that support throughout the year. With that, I will take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Janine. Funny.
Thank you, Janine. Appreciate the update. Maybe it's a question for Todd, but for those penalties that we will likely need to waive, can those funds come from some of the COVID relief dollars?
Those are not, we don't budget for those. So that's money that comes in over and above, and it's part of the teeter process. So to the extent you get that money, it ends up being a windfall at some point in future years. So let's
Just goes into the general fund.
yes. So let's maybe talk about teeter and make sure that, especially with some board members that are newer. Under the old property tax system, pre-teeter, we collect money all the time. So there's supplemental bills that come in all year. And every month, we'll just say monthly, everything that we collected, we would send out. So if parcels paid in, for example, Bonnie, the city of Roseville, then we would pay out some of that money for the city of Roseville's share, some of it for Roseville School District share, some would go to the county. And we would only disperse what we collected. And if we collected penalties, all of those local taxing authorities would get their percentage share of the penalty. Under the teeter plan, we look at the total tax charge and say, how does that apportion out if there were 0 delinquencies? And we apportion it out as if there are, and I say we, it's the auditor that does this. So he'll correct me if I'm wrong here, but we collect it, we apportion out 100% of what their charge is. We call it the charge, whether we receive it or not. And the county carries that delinquency. Under the teeter plan laws, the county must maintain a reserve to cover shortfalls. That reserve is the amount of that reserve is legislatively mandated. Since the county is carrying that delinquency and we're not apportioning the penalty out to all the local taxing authorities, when the penalty is received, it comes to the county. It goes into that account we call the tax loss reserve account to make sure that shortfalls are backfilled in the basic tax charge. When that tax loss reserve account becomes overfunded, if you will, in other words, beyond what's necessary to cover delinquencies, then the excess is shed off into the general fund and it becomes, for lack of better words, a windfall to the general fund. So it's typically not budgeted. It's like, it's a windfall. So when I say that you might not be receiving it, it means that windfall might not be as large as it typically is. Remains to be seen. So hopefully that's a quick and dirty teeter 101, if you will.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, the stimulus dollars, they're still trying to finalize out the, I guess what items are available for expenditure. What we do know is that revenue loss is one opportunity to reuse those dollars. And so, as we look at sales tax loss and some of these other areas, we may be able to utilize those dollars to backfill things that may have been shorted during this COVID pandemic. So maybe not necessarily on this, because I think Janine actually stated it pretty well about teeter, kind of the unique dynamic. That ends up just being a cash flow situation. We try and not use that for ongoing purposes and say, as she said, more of a windfall, which probably is tied to one-time related items. So.
The win-win of teeter is that the school districts, the cities, the fire districts, they get 100%. They don't have to carry delinquencies through economic cycles. The win for the county is that in exchange for carrying the delinquency, the county receives the penalty when it comes in.
I see no other questions, but thanks again, Janine.
You're welcome.
Great presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Next, we now do have Andy Siskar, not Kristen Spears, our auditor-controller. Sorry, Andy, again.
All right, I guess there's a button right there. All right, good morning. Chair Wygant, members of your board, my name is Chad Finstermacher, Management Analyst at the County Executive Office, here to introduce the Auditor-Controller Departmental Budget. See this one right there. The Auditor-Controller is comprised of 2 cost centers, the general funded Auditor-Controller budget, and then the internal service fund, the Workday Support Organization. Expenses are being fairly held flat year over year compared to the prior year for the general funded budget, with the exception of one position that is being moved from this budget to the internal service fund, the Workday Support Org. So as you can see, there's an increase of 14 to 15 positions there. Outside of that, everything else is staying relatively flat year over year. Here's a global view of the Auditor-Controller from an organizational standpoint. And with that said, I'd like to introduce to you the Placer County Auditor-Controller.
I'm going to move to the fun stuff and get away from the org chart. Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Karen, Todd. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I remember the days of meeting in conference room A, so they'll definitely have more elbow room in here too. And obviously we can have a few more people listening. So again, thank you for the opportunity to talk about our department and some of our accomplishments. And And I'm not going to belabor bullet point number one because I just presented to the board on January 26th, the proud accomplishment of receiving the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for 19 consecutive years. We anticipate receiving it for 20 years when we get that notice later this year. But really, this is all part of fiscal management. And really, we strive to do this because it reflects positively, especially with our credit rating agencies. And it ties into one of the board's initiatives, which is prudent and comprehensive financial planning. The second item there really coincided with our implementation of Workday, but it was something that was in the makings for years. And we needed an MOU that was in place with all of our special districts, our joint powers authorities, PCOE, Sierra College, to ensure there was a level playing field and there was consistency. Our office provides a vast array of services to a number of these entities, and it was time that we memorialize all of those services in agreement. Most of them were all receptive to it. I did get some pushback from some. There are our own 1099s, and that's okay if they want to do that. We think we can do it better for $1,000, but if they want to do it on their own, God bless them. And then JPA, we are in the midst of unraveling Pioneer Community Energy in terms of the treasurer and the auditor not being part of that JPA, so they no longer will need the services of the auditor-controller effective July 1 going forward. Please keep in mind that when we talk about MOUs, this excludes anything that's in statute. So there are charges that we do make to the entities that are on the property tax roll. If you want to put a parcel tax direct charge, there's a form for doing that. When redevelopment agencies dissolved, there was a provision in code that allowed us to charge admin costs. For the most part, it's all really related to the area of property taxes. And Janine nailed everything that she said, by the way, on the Teeter plan. Workday post-implementation efforts. Again, what a proud accomplishment. As I stated last year when I presented to the board, our goal was to provide a high level of customer service to our end users. And I think we've accomplished that goal very successfully. We seamlessly transitioned into a remote workforce environment because of Workday. That enabled us to do that. We had departments that told us we don't want to estimate time. When you estimate time, it requires retroactivity, whether it's corrections in the general ledger or, more importantly, retroactive payments to employees that are getting paid on a biweekly basis. So we were ready for this. Open enrollment, 100% participation from county employees. So credit to Kate Sampson and her team for a job well done. And then paychecks. We needed to make sure people got paid every 2 weeks. And the good news is 99.8% of our employees are on direct deposit. Still, there was 25 paychecks we had to hand out during the pandemic. Eventually, we did mail some of those out. But again, we worked directly with county departments to make sure that there was a seamless transition. We even went so far to help our elected clerk recorder to make sure that the poll workers got those payments sent to them when he was ramping up for the presidential election in 2020. All of this was made possible due to what I call workflows in the Workday system, which allowed us to be paperless. And all of this ties into the strategic initiative, Innovative Integrated County Services. And so again, thank you to HR, Kate Sampson. Thank you to Jarrett Thiessen, our CIO. Thank you to the two amigos in CEO's office, Todd Leopold and Daniel Chatney, for your support. But ultimately, it was the board that had the wisdom and foresight to implement a system. Who knew we were going to have a pandemic, but thankfully we implemented on time, under budget, and we had the system in place ready for our users. So before I move on, any questions about the accomplishments? So the relentless demanding workload is demanding to keep up with all the countywide initiatives, grants, laws and regulations, and of course, accounting standards. And I won't talk about all the 65 new accounting standards that have been implemented since 2002. This doesn't even include changes to auditing standards, which has had an impact, and which is why we formed the audit committee way back in 2007. We've had to deal with laws and regulations as a result of COVID. Some of them we've worked in partnership with the HR department. Just recently, SB 95, mandatory leave. Prior to that, it was the CARES Act, and some of the leave plans were adopted with that. And so again, working collaboratively with HR and our Workday support team, we were able to make, I think, again, a seamless transition for our employees to make sure that they were getting paid under the right leave plans. Grants. probably don't talk about grants enough. I'm always focused on the CAFR and our financial to the county. We get about 80, 90 million federal grants a year, and that number has grown because of the CARES Act funding, because of the new emergency rental assistance program. All of those programs require resources to get the work done. Just as an example, with the ERAP program, we have to create 1,000 vendors. We have to change our integration that comes in from the HAPPY program, which is a housing assistance payment program that interfaces in and cuts those checks and warrants. More importantly, there's more red tape involved with all these grants that come with it. So more subrecipient monitoring, especially when we're giving out dollars to entities like Sierra Business Council, the Roseville Housing Authority. It requires oversight. And I'm proud to say we're a low-risk auditee from a single audit standpoint. Again, this is the red tape, but it's very possible we could trigger into that high-risk auditee status, and all I'm doing as the auditor-controller is to get us to avoid being in that status. But it requires the departments to have the resources to get the job done and make sure that we are complying with those laws and regulations, especially in areas like eligibility, which is a key compliance requirement. We already know that the CARES Act funding has been deemed high risk by the federal government, so our auditors must look at the CARES Act program for fiscal 2021. Then just countywide initiatives, and I'm just going to rattle off a few. The Placer Fairgrounds Joint Venture, Placer Conservation Authority, Housing Trust Placer, Project Home Key, round 1, and now I hear round 2. Some of this deals with Mercy House, Main Street, Seven Pines Motel. I can go on with TAUs, TBIDs, TOT rebates. These are all things that still need to be evaluated, and it's all at my level to be evaluated. I have to understand how to account for these transactions, and more importantly, how to report them in our financial statements so we can ensure we continue to keep receiving that certificates of excellence in financial reporting. The second bullet point, the supporting accounting and fiscal needs of county departments, special districts, and JPAs. We're constantly working with our departments. We're seeing that many departments have key vacancies that maybe are not being filled timely in the area of fiscal analysis. Training is needed by our departments. With the implementation of Workday, more training is needed. So we got to get out and do that. I just rolled out some training to my staff. Part 1 of it, I will be rolling that out to county users here in the next couple of months. And then there'll be a part 2, which is more intermediate type accounting, which is probably more geared to my office, but there are some departments that I know that could benefit from that. I know Morgan mentioned some of the work we've been doing at his office, and 118 staff. I want to put in a supplemental request for Morgan to have an accountant. He has 118 positions, no accountants. He really needs an accountant. You'll see that recommendation coming in one of my recent audit reports that you'll be receiving soon. The last point I'll make is, and I've got away from the buzzwords of succession planning and cross-training. I'm focusing on recruiting, developing, and retaining our county employees. And I remember being at the ground 2018, and 2018 was one of those memorable years for Andy. But I remember talking and how proud I was getting ready for the implementation of Workday. But I knew what was coming with the implementation of the system. We needed employees that had accounting, analytical, and technical skills to be able to handle what was coming in this new system called Workday. We were going to need analysts. We were going to need report writers. We need a higher level of knowledge of the system itself. As a county, I think we need to be ready to think outside the box when it comes to the organizational structure, the related job descriptions, the pay, and the benefits that are associated with all that, especially as we move to a telework, maybe hybrid working environment. I'm happy to tell you I recently signed 2 free agents, one coming from the state and one from the city of Sunnyvale. And I could tell you I had to pay a little more for the free agent from Sunnyvale, but as general manager, I stayed under my salary cap. The other thing that we need to do is we need to get more of a presence out at Sac State and Sierra College. I've mentioned to the board before, I was going to the Farm League. The Farm League is where the high school students reside. And I tried that endeavor. I participated in the programs, went to 2 high school events, but that's not where we need to be. We need to have a stronger presence at the colleges, specifically Sierra College and CSU Sacramento, which eventually we're going to have a CSU in Placer County. So I, as one of the lead scouts from my department attended the recent Meet the Firms event, which was held in the fall at Sac State. It's the Beta Alpha Psi fraternity, which is the accounting fraternity at Sac State. I attended as part of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So the focus in the breakout sessions I was involved in with the students was more from an auditing standpoint, but really we need to be there as Placer County. Our presence needs to be felt because not only could I use accountants, but I know other departments could use good, strong accountants. And so we need to get out there. So I'm going to be working closely with HR and CEO to make sure that CSU feels our presence. Last, I'll talk just about our staffing mix. Back in 2000, did a little history check, we had 40 allocated filled positions in the Auditor-Controller's office. Today, we still have 40 allocated positions in the Auditor-Controller's office. How are we getting it done when we had to implement 65 new accounting standards, as one example? Well, we've transitioned our staff into a higher level focused because of what is needed. So back in 2000, we had 10 account clerks. We now have 5 account clerks. We had 8 accountants. We now have 6 accountants. We have 5 senior accountants. We still have 5 senior accountants. We had 9 accounting techs. We now have 7 accounting techs. So what this illustrates, you're probably going, what happened? Well, we've morphed into more of requiring a skill set that requires more management and supervisory analysis. And that is the direction that our office has been going. When vacancies happen, we are refilling at higher levels. And we appreciate the support of the CEO, HR, and the board as we move forward in that endeavor. Last, I'll talk about just the generational gaps. And I think it's been a long time since the board's heard discussions about the baby boomers. But let me tell you, they're still out there. We still have baby boomers. In my office, of my 52 allocated positions, 27% are still baby boomers, which means they could retire at any point in time. But we need to start thinking about the Gen Xers. We haven't heard about the Gen Xers. Gen Xers were born between 1965 and 1980. Andy's a Gen Xer. I could leave next year. I'm not going to. I'm not going to retire. I'm not ready yet. But if I look at just my staffing mix, that's 58% of my workforce is a baby boomer or a Gen Xer. So we need to be prepared for that transition when the time comes. So my goal going forward is to ensure that our staff, once we recruit them, that they're properly developed, we do adequate cross-training. And cross-training is so important because it adds another layer of quality control. It helps when someone has to go on a leave of absence unexpectedly, and you've got somebody internally that can fill the void. We need to retain our employees, which ultimately supports succession planning in the big picture. At the end of the day, I want to make sure I mold a team of champions in my office. I'm going to work closely with the CEO to ensure that we continue to deliver that high level of customer service that is now expected from our users. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. I don't see any questions. Now we do see one. Cindy.
Gosh, I have to jump in there. You know, it was really more a comment. Who would have thought that today's presentations, the DA and the auditor would have been competing for the humor award? But I think you won so far.
Oh.
So, yeah. No, great
Thank you.
job. Incredible work. I know we have a lot to be thankful for in all of our department heads, but I really appreciate the great work, and that Workday program is amazing. So
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate the support.
Bonnie, then Jim.
And I do appreciate sort of the history or the understanding, the education on the fact that when we have grants, or say we get $12 million from the state for COVID relief for rental assistance, and we've got $6 million that has to go out, that you actually have to help process these payments. And I hadn't really thought about the additional work on your team because of this. So I just really appreciate that information, really understanding that, and the fact that you guys have been able to continue our county getting the checks out, making sure that you're auditing and making sure that those dollars are going where they need to go. We're grateful for those additional funds coming in. Our community is very grateful. But that does mean a lot of extra work on all of you. And so it's just helpful to understand. So thank you. And thanks for the great work on Workday. It really has allowed us to run through this process seamlessly, and I do appreciate the baseball analogies. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Jim?
Yeah, Andy, I appreciate you reaching out and understanding the need for highly skilled employees that are coming online, reaching out to Sac State and kind of building a farm team, if you will, for as the next group of employees come in.
Yes.
Baseball analogies.
Yes.
Suzanne?
I just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to working with you on the audit committee. All of this is wonderful and it's very overwhelming. So I'm doing my best to keep up with you. Thank you.
I'll try to slow down with my accounting terminology.
And I'll just add my thanks, Andy. Your backbone work is always solid. And I just a thought struck me this morning that we probably come up with a few more wild and crazy ideas than a lot of boards with things like TAUs and the PCCP, et cetera.
Keeps me on my
And
toes.
I've never had any hesitation or worry that you couldn't handle the spillover that that we provide for you. But it sure makes for a much more entrepreneurial county in total. So thanks.
You're welcome. Good. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good rest of the day.
Next, we have Kate Sampson and Human Resources. And I think the very first time ever we had a presentation from essentially new department. Is that correct? Human Resources first budget presentation, specifically its budget unit. So.
Thank you, Andy. You really knocked it out of the park. All right, so
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate it.
next up, Human Resources. Next up, Human Resources, led by Kate Sampson. The Human Resources Department has two, I'm sorry, I'm off my game for a second. So the Human Resources has 3 cost centers in the general fund and then 1 internal service fund that manages the employee benefits and a few self-insurance funds, as you can see, the workers' compensation, state unemployment, and dental and vision. Of 8 new positions that are being moved from the employee benefits to the general funded cost centers that they have there. We have the employee benefits internal service fund. Again, those costs are also being held flat, except for the move of those positions out of that internal service fund and over to the general fund. You can take a look at the organizational chart. And with that, I'd like to introduce to you the Director of Human Resources, Ms. Kate Simpson.
Jack job. All right, that's it. No more sports analogies. Good morning, Chair and members of your board. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you a little bit about what Human Resources has been up to this fiscal year. I know we've all heard more than our fair share about COVID-19, but I really cannot underestimate for you the tremendous impact it has had on the HR department and its work. My team has offered just a tremendous effort to the organization in navigating numerous pieces of emergency legislation, supporting safe workplaces by coordinating on every potential and actual COVID case in the county, and doing all that on top of their standard duties. So this is about our partners in the Auditor-controller's office, assisting with Workday, undergirding these efforts, as well as, of course, the CEO's office. And I would just like to highlight for you, you have a really thoughtful and dedicated management team in this county. And we have been in contact as we've all tried to overcome whatever obstacles this year has thrown to us. So just want to appreciate the amount of effort that's gone into just trying to do the right thing and continue services for county citizens. So it's been a very busy year. There's a few highlights here on the screen for you. Most of them are COVID related, including policy and business process development to support our response. We've implemented a variety of alternative recruitment, testing, and pre-employment methodologies to keep those new hires flowing into the county and do it in a safe and productive manner. One interesting element this year is we did have the 2020 election happening at the same time as our COVID response. We onboarded nearly 500 extra help employees this year to support both of those efforts, which is a lot of people to process, as it turns out. So that was a fun adventure. The coordination of the clerk recorder, those requirements with us.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure. Absolutely.
Is that more than typical because of COVID? Were there more employees that you had to bring on for temporary help?
Absolutely. A lot of those were like contact tracers in the beginning of the pandemic, if you'll recall that. I want to say about 400 of them were related to elections.
Thank you.
And by the way, there were an additional amount of folks supporting elections because of some concerns about, being present in polling places due to COVID concerns. So we had to go find new people rather than some of our, return assistants who have helped us previously in other elections. And then, of course, we supported and did our best to improve the remote workforce experience, as many of our county employees were not always on site in the office throughout the year. That includes actually our first ever remote recognition retreat held in December. We look forward to seeing many of you at our annual employee picnic that we were not able to hold as we usually do in September. And so we had a lot of fun holding an event that included keynote speakers from around the strategies for stress management, and really just celebrating our critical employees who were continuing to provide essential services. So that was a lot of fun and a different take than we normally get to have with our employee experience efforts. As feels like on a weekly basis, new regulations head our way that we are required to meet. And we're really focused on transitioning to recovery to find our new normal after this past year. Additionally, we hope to get back to more of our traditional workload, which includes a comprehensive evaluation of our current benefit offerings, including our health insurance plans. We will be facilitating labor relations. A big year coming up, working with our partners at the Placer Public Employees Organization in negotiating their next contract. We also plan to expand our strategic partnerships with educational institutions to improve those school to career pathways. We've made a lot of headways building partnerships with some of the local high schools and school districts, and just some students to learn what is the county, what do we do, what sorts of career opportunities are available here. And as you heard a little bit about, we'll be expanding that to some of our higher education to make sure that Placer is on those professionals' minds as they're graduating or even potentially going on to advanced degrees. And lastly, we do intend to increase our utilization of technology so that we can be more successful working remotely than having stacks of paper on our desks. And thanks to the IT department for being able to facilitate the mass migration of staff to remote offices in this last year. They've just done a tremendous job. But we intend to continue to those resources. For us, that's a continued focus on Workday and making it even more productive for us, as well as implementing items like a leave case management system, which is employees who might be out on medical leaves or have other accommodations, which will improve our current processes. So, status quo budget request. I don't have any more exciting news with you, and I'm hopeful that I'll help make up a bit of time on your schedule this morning, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kate. Any questions, comments? Sydney?
Sorry, I just have to thank you. I can't agree more that we have such a dedicated team throughout our county. But HR had to have been impacted more than any other department as far as answering so many challenging questions as it related to employees' health and well-being and work environment and just everything you dealt with. So thank you, Kate.
Oh,
and
it's
your
all
team.
thanks to my team. Appreciate that. They've
Really
just put in a
incredible.
lot of hours and a lot of effort.
Absolutely, and I can understand. Thank you.
And I'll just add that obviously you've been working with the board more closely this year on some information needs that we have had, and just always so responsive, and your analyses are just, for me, really solid. So I appreciate doing that all the while you're dealing with all these other challenges. So thank you.
My pleasure.
And I much enjoy the new model in health or in human services as what we had before. So I see no other comments, questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have information technology. Jarrett, please. Excuse me, please.
All right. Good morning still. Chad Fenstermacher, Management Analyst with the Placer County Executive Office, here to introduce the Information Technology Departmental budgets. IT is comprised of two separate cost centers, both funded separately, the Information Technology and the Countywide Radio Project. Sound a little like a broken record, but their costs and budget for next year are primarily flat from the prior year in both the IT and in the Countywide Radio. Same with positions. Positions are also being held. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here, but we do have great technology, and he'll be able to visit us virtually.
Incredible.
Hey, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I'm Jarrett Thiessen, Placer County CIO, here to present the IT department budget. There in person, but I am under the weather, as you can probably hear. So thank you for allowing me to present virtually. I want to start by thanking our IT department staff who perform the outstanding work that county departments benefit from every day. They're truly a talented group of individuals. Also want to thank the board, CEO, and county departments for supporting and working collectively with the IT department. I've been with the county for about 6 years, and I can truly say that I've seen a change in the relationship between departments and the IT organization over that time. That change has taken a long time to occur. You know, it doesn't happen overnight, and it will continue to occur in the future. And I believe, you know, it's a direct result of the change in the IT organization. So just kudos to our department. Also want to thank Chad and Daniel. They've done a great job with the budget, working with them, and Melissa Spack and her team, IT department, for pulling our budget together. It is always a heavy lift, but it's always a fun time of year. The last jump into the slides is that we finished 4th in the nation this past year in the Digital County Survey for counties. And that's awarded by the Center of Digital Government. And last week, we just did our submission for the 2021 survey, and we're hoping for a top 3 outcome in this coming year. So on slide 80, just talking about the, if you can back up one, talking about the org chart, you know, this the various programs of the IT department. The one I want to focus on just real quick is business relationship management. So we recognize that there's a need and a benefit office to the business relationship management program, and it's led by Hillary Courtney. And the vision for the program is to have frequent communication with departments and understand their needs and help guide them through changes in technology. So the BRM team will work with departments to create technology roadmaps that align with county CSFs. But more importantly, we want the BRM to be the voice for the departments within the IT departments, of what their needs are and making sure that those are being met. Slide 81. So for accomplishments, man, I could have listed, you know, 20 different accomplishments over the last year, but I chose these 5 to focus on. You've heard many departments already talk remote enablement for employees. It's been a little over a year since we shifted the majority of county staff to remote work. I'd say we moved about 70% of county staff to remote sites basically overnight. And it was all the great work that occurred prior to the pandemic that allowed us to do that really seamlessly. Workday being one, you know, Microsoft 365 being another. In preparation for those 2 projects, we did a huge uplift of our network and our firewalls. And, you know, those changes were really what enabled us to make, you know, that transition seamless. We deployed Teams, Zoom, and VPN clients to all workstations basically overnight. We increased our remote access licensing And we trained our departments on e-signature solution, on our own e-signature solution. We developed user guides, instructions on how to set up and use our telecommuting tools, and we also created some instructional videos within a matter of days of the start of the pandemic. So I want to just think back to that meeting we had in OES, department head meeting, when Todd said, hey, we're going out on remote work. And I knew we had the infrastructure in place, and I knew we were, rated to support 2,000 users concurrently on VPN. But I've never done that in my 20, 25 years of working in IT. We've never had that many users in any organization that I've worked for at one time. So I will admit that I was very nervous going into that. But as we monitored, the progress of adding people day after day, I could see that our network and our security infrastructure was performing, exactly as it was rated and as we had planned. So it was a great relief. How much talent we have in our department and how their work, matters to the county. And now we're in a great position to support that new normal or the hybrid work environment going forward. Enterprise GIS architecture. In December, your board approved our enterprise license. Previous to that, GIS capabilities exist in departments only. But now county IT, basically supports the entire enterprise, and we still in a hub and spoke model, basically. So the portal is central in IT, but those departments that do have GIS embedded capabilities, they can still do their thing. And now we can seamlessly share data from department to department. More importantly than that, we now have, resources within the IT staff, and they can benefit from GIS capabilities. We also implemented a new automation workflow for digitization of county forms. We were actually looking for the tool even before the pandemic to provide a way to quickly and easily automate paper and PDF forms to allow electronic submission of data from citizens. We wanted an enterprise workflow solution that departments could use themselves applications. So we found and purchased an enterprise license. I don't want to say what the application is. I'm happy to share that with all of you, but I'm always security minded. I don't want to tell others, hey, we're using this application, and then they can go, maybe research a way to infiltrate that application. So I'll keep that to myself for now. But we did use it to create the Placer Eats and Drinks application, the emergency rental assistant application, and outbreak reporting form, just as 3 examples. We currently working with CEDRA, HHS, HR, clerk of the board, CEO, DPW, probation, and sheriff to automate existing. We have many forms that are currently in development, and we're working on a communication strategy to bring that capabilities to the other departments that have not begun to participate yet. Next, near and dear to all of you, is the board agenda management system with live video streaming. So our accomplishment to execute a contract with PrimeGov to automate our agenda management process and convert our live streaming service onto that platform. So, we'll basically have one unified solution for both functions. The IT department worked collaboratively with CEO, clerk of the board, and county departments to select PrimeGov agenda management application for the future. PrimeGov provides a native out-of-the-box integration with Zoom and YouTube, which are a couple of probably around the summertime, which I think have been our public meeting space. To bring you our national cybersecurity review results, and I'll explain what that is in a second, but this was a great opportunity. So before I go into what that is, I want to thank our security team. We've got one of the best security teams in the state. I can say that without a doubt. They're led by Deborah Curtis and her team of analysts, Ron, Tanya, Tim, and Lucas. They're the team that basically works Homeland Security grants. So it's an effective way to measure basically what our capabilities are against national standards, which is kind of the standard that all California counties have adopted. Next slide, please. There we go. So there are 5 functions that we measure our current capabilities and maturity against. So identify is basically what are the assets and users that we're trying to protect. Protect is, like your basically your firewalls and your antivirus out that we don't want into our network. Detect is, pretty straightforward. When there's a malicious actor on our network or malicious code, how quickly can we detect that? And then how quickly can we respond to it? And if there is an outbreak, what are our processes to recover? So those are the 5 areas that we're measured against. Next slide, please. And this shows, so we've participated for 4 years now, and you can see how our scores have increased over time. So our recommended minimum maturity level for each of these 5 areas is a score of 5. We're almost there. We're in striking distance right now, and we have a plan of attack together to get us to all 5. And I believe we will be the first California county to reach, the minimum maturity level in all 5 categories. And I'm hoping we do it at this time next year. When we submit our 2021 survey. But this has been a great tool. As we submit each one of those, we knew we weren't going to go in 2017 straight to where we're at in 2020. So Deborah and I sit down and we say, okay, what are the areas where we're lacking? And, what is our strategy to improve in a specific area from year over year? So, the big jump, I'd say between 18 and 19 was, the board approving our countywide security policies. That was a big area that we're lacking. How to get from 2020 to 2021, we're going to be performing early summer a comprehensive disaster recovery test. We've always tested the components, but we haven't done a full end-to-end test. So that's going to be one of the areas. And we're going to be adding behavioral analytics. And that's basically like when a user, typically works from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and all of a sudden on a Saturday morning at 3 a.m., they're downloading huge amounts of data, it'll alert us. And that's pretty much the last area of detect that we're lacking, and that should get us to a maturity level of 5. So Deborah and her team have done a great job, and we're looking forward to continuing to be a leader within the state. Next slide, please. So these are kind of the areas that are leading to the first 2 bullets here. So currently we're utilizing Microsoft's cloud infrastructure as our disaster recovery site, and as we're going to be testing that new process here in early summer. But the vision is going to be to use that environment as our production environment for servers and storage in the future. So we're kind of been ramping that up to get to that point. To do that, we need to complete that test, but we also need work on our existing network infrastructure. So we've been working with a consulting firm to really look at, what is it going to take from. And so that leads basically to bullet number 1. So we're going to see an increase in our telecommunications charges to really beef up that connect our data center to Microsoft Azure. And the second one, we have to build the security around that. And just the security from moving, security. That is basically an increase. So that's year over year. The workflow automation that I talked about on the previous slide, that's going to be an ongoing increase, and continue to expand the countywide radio network in the Tahoe area. We do have they are up and functional right now, and we have begun testing. We are working on a site across the lake, and then we're going to be doing some additional predictive mapping and identify maybe a couple of lower lake sites. Once we have those done, we'll be doing some additional network. Next slide, please. So we have no supplemental requests. Next slide. Our capital expenditures. You typically don't see too many of these from an IT perspective anymore. These are all basically network or radio. So we've been, Dieter and Rich and the telecom team have been doing our switch upgrade across the county for the past few years. They're just about done with that. And the next project that they'll be working on is the router replacement. So that's our first one. Our NEC phone system was at end of life. I think it was at about 10 years. So we put in funds for year 2 of a system upgrade for our capital expenditures. So we've got some network testing equipment in the budget, and then same thing on the radio side for our battery, light on a vendor to this point, and they've done basically 2 battery checks per year. And what we found is, between those two, if we needed, to fail over to, occasionally there was a bad cell in there, so twice a year was not frequent enough. So instead of increasing that contract, we decided to purchase a battery tester of our own. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks for staying home. One thing
You
COVID has
bet.
taught us is that we should, if we're not, and I think it's a significant change, if we're not feeling quite up to speed, rather than gut it out, come to work. Staying home, particularly with technology, works really well. And for the great work you did providing that we could operate under the best circumstances with COVID. For me, I was just astounded as to how effective overall. There are certain things I think we'll take away and build on, and then certain things are kind of a compromise, like you not being here today, but under the circumstances, a good choice. But I think that technological education will serve us well going forward. So any other comments or questions from board members? I see none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So just for expectations, I would, next is County Counsel's office, and then after that, I would adjourn for lunch, and unless somebody can't stand it anymore, we just have to adjourn right now, or the others. You want to stick here till 3 o'clock before we do that too? We'll stick with my plan. Karen.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. My name is Barbara McAllister, and I'm a management analyst in the CEO's office. And I'm here to provide a brief overview of County Counsel's requested budget for fiscal year 21-22. So shown here are the various programs within the cost center. And the County Counsel Cost Center is located in the general fund. For fiscal year 21-22, the requested net county cost is just slightly higher than that of 2021 due to a decrease in 87 cost plan revenue. The funded positions have been held flat at 26, and the department has no supplemental requests. And shown here is an organizational chart for the department. And with that, I will hand the presentation off to County Counsel. Accomplishments and emerging issues for the upcoming 21-22 budget year.
Good afternoon, Karen Schwab. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing that I'm right before lunch, so I'm going to speed it up, okay? So on our org chart, what you don't see is we do have among supervising, we also have a senior county counsel position, which is for those attorneys that have achieved a level of higher knowledge than our line deputies. Currently, we have 22 positions filled. We have 2 vacancies with attorneys. Not a good situation. We are soon to have on Friday a vacancy among support staff because one of our wonderful support staff has had the audacity to decide to retire. So that's one of our challenges. I think, a lot of people ask, what exactly does county counsel do besides say no? I like to think, and this is my 3rd year doing this position, is that we don't say no as much as, maybe not that way, but this way. Is something that is legally sustainable. I think the best quote I found last night on this is this one. To me, a lawyer is basically the person that knows the rules of the country. We're all throwing the dice, playing the game, moving our pieces around the board. But if there's a problem, the lawyer is the only person who has read. So what I like to think of county counsel is doing is, being able to shape, being the person. If we're in the forefront, that's not a good thing. What we want to do is these board goals, department priorities, and have it brought to the board in a legally adequate and coherent policy or program. So our best achievements, when I looked at them, are the ones where little or nothing was said. And top of my list was the Placer County Conservation Plan. Behind the scenes, we spent countless hours on 3 ordinances, including a brand new chapter of the code, chapter 19, and 5 resolutions. This didn't include the countless hours we spent on the EIR, EIS, ensuring that it was legally adequate and could withstand a legal challenge should that occur, and the countless hours on the findings, the overrides, the board report. That's what we do behind the scenes so that when it comes to the board, hopefully it's a nice, solid package for the board to consider. I think the best accomplishment here is we didn't have a lawsuit challenging this. The second, I think, is our successful defense of the Placer Government Center Master Plan. Now, in this instance, the same amount of work happened behind the scenes, ensuring the EIR was legally adequate. We spent an extraordinary amount of time fashioning alternatives for that particular EIR. And guess what? We didn't get sued, but we won. And one of the issues in the lawsuit was adequacy of alternatives. So I like to think that we think ahead, we think of the what ifs, and yeah, we think of the dark what ifs. But the reason we think of the dark what ifs is to try and either avoid them or defend against them. The other thing that we've done this year, and we've seen quite a little bit of activity, complex Tahoe issues, and the one that stands out perhaps the best is bringing forward the shore zone ordinance that completely revamped that program and brought it in, it made it modern, something that's long been needed. The other one is the recent T-bid. Now, T-bid, you may wonder, well, what did council were put out timely, that we had everything so that you could have a smooth hearing to be able to consider adoption of that program. And we think that that did occur, which to us is a success. Other things that we dealt with is identifying legal frameworks to implement housing infrastructure and finance programs and policies. To that end, it was our office actually negotiated the new North Lake Tahoe Resort Association agreement that actually was the precursor to the T-bid and now folds in together. We also helped with the negotiation of buying the Tahoe Hotel for HHS, the negotiation of the MOU between Placer County and Sac State regarding the Placer Ranch Sac State campus, assistance with the Charter Review Committee, major revisions to the has-veg abatement that came to the board, preparation of the limited term property tax increment agreement, adoption of the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program, the Placer Demo Project, amendments to the parking ordinance, and Hidden Falls, which, by the way, I would note, we didn't get a lawsuit. Then, because I don't like thinking that our office was defined by COVID, but COVID did play obviously a role. And in that role, I have to say that there's not one attorney in my office that went to law school to deal with legal questions on a pandemic. And yet, I have to say that everybody in my office, both attorneys and support staff, stepped up and didn't shirk away from the questions, the challenges, and yes, working in-house. Although most of my attorneys are still teleworking, I had staff that was willing to come into the office because we still had to file paperwork, who came into the office knowing that there was the potential of getting COVID. So I just want to say on the record that I can't appreciate my staff and the work they did, sometimes 7 days a week, answering the questions that came up that nobody has had to deal with, and working through the issues with COVID. So what did we do with COVID? Well, we had 5 urgency ordinances. 5 urgency ordinances that we brought forward to the board to deal with various issues, from TOT collection to fee collection to the retail outdoor loosening of those regulations. As well as, I like to say, we started the fiscal year with a bang by being the real killjoys of bringing the alcohol ban extension on the Truckee River. We also did prepare the resolution that allowed this board to terminate its local health emergency and still collect its CARES funding. I have to say, on a sad note, that there was a spike in child protective services. I have 4 attorneys who work in this unit. They took on challenges that were unbelievable, from questions of how do you do home inspection when you're in a shutdown? How do you prepare and appear in court when the court is shut down? There was a spike in abuse cases, sadly true. And that seems to hold the case now, although I have to say that as they work through it, they've actually found systems between HHS and our office in teamwork of finding ways to actually do this work remotely and still have an effect on protecting the children. So emerging issues. You know, I've been a land use environmental law attorney for 30 years now. Hard to believe, but I started at 8. What I can tell you about Placer is that Placer in the last couple of years has now moved from planning and adoption of projects to implementation. And that a number of challenges because this county the large projects. Those large projects are all approved now, but the goal is, and the challenge is implementing them. And that leads to actually the third item I have, which is it requires our department to have a far knowledge of finance mechanisms, infrastructure, construction, fee programs. All of this goes into the implementation. COVID aftermath. Sadly, COVID continues to be a challenge for our juvenile dependency adult protective services group. There has been an extraordinary number of increases in indigent burials, of deaths in the congregate care, assisted living care, where the estates are left out with. Older people who have died and the estates need to be taken care of. This is the aftermath that our office is actually seeing, and it is seeing still a lot of the child protective services. The abuse continues and trying to on a better ground. So we do still see the after effects. But I have to say that we also have seen some good things with COVID, believe it or not, and that is I never thought telecommuting would work for attorneys, and yet thanks to IT and their great support and the fact that we had laptops, we have survived with telecommute. We'll eventually be bringing our attorneys back in the office full time, but with some telecommuting policies. And the other challenge that we're seeing in our departmental priorities is we're seeing an ironic shift. And, you know, I guess karma really is, you know what, because I have no problem poaching attorneys from the Bay Area by the fact that there's a better lifestyle up here, a far more affordable lifestyle. Now what we're seeing is Bay Area firms poaching attorneys up here by saying you can telecommute and still have a Bay Area salary. So in our latest recruitment, instead of getting approximately 35 to 40 applications for a litigator, which is a fairly common and usually garners a lot of applications, we got 10. So like you've heard from other departments, we're facing a real challenge in being able to attract the best and the brightest. We are going to continue, though, to look for areas of succession planning, including a proposed change to our allocations or perhaps adding a particular allocations to allow our very senior attorneys to stay versus being lured off to a private law firm or another county. And we're going to be doing a lot more cross-training because if anything, this process just taught me knowing something about every department allows us to interchange and answer those questions quickly. So with that, I want to thank you for allowing me to serve the board. And I'm open for any questions, but I know you want to have lunch, so I'm just going to step away before the red light starts.
Too late? Yeah. Cindy has a question.
You can answer from over there. Well, I wanted to thank you obviously for all the support, but also you failed to mention a couple of key factors that I know you worked on with me, which was short-term rental, code enforcement, all of those issues, which were very trying, and your wisdom and your research on what other jurisdictions were doing was just incredible, your staff. And then the VMT issue where we get to talk with the Attorney General about why we're different in parts
Right.
of Placer County.
Right.
So thank you for those efforts.
Thank you.
And
And-
that's just, go ahead, Bonnie.
And I know that our board has asked quite a lot of you and your team in this last year with COVID-related issues and asking you to file amicus briefs on different things. And you've really had to delve in and do a lot of extra work. And I certainly appreciate it. I'm sure my colleagues appreciate it as well. So thank you, Karen.
Yeah, just
Thank
ditto
you.
that and echoing your comments. I've always thought counsel, either private sector or public sector, mostly they should be used proactively to prevent you from getting into trouble in the first place. You do a great job of that. You're very responsive to all of our inquiries, and you're willing to tell us when you think our ideas are a little bit too much insane. But if they're acceptably insane, you give us a good pathway for going forward without getting into that trouble. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now adjourn for lunch. It's 12:20, so 1 o'clock, be back at 1. Does that sound good for everybody?
Sorry, Rob.
Good job. I think one good overview and then just kind of budget. Kind of take over things.
Where's my name? Everybody else has a name on their microphone except for me.
Shante first, thanks.
It didn't,
Test 1, 2. Test 1 2 2 2. Test 1 2.
with the County Executive Office. And I have returned to briefly discuss the County Executive Office's requested budget for fiscal year 21-22. So listed here are the various cost centers that are housed within the CEO department. And this is how those cost centers fit into the organizational chart. Supervisors, clerk of the board, economic development, procurement, revenue services, emergency services, and public information office. There is a net, which is the result of shifting allocations across departments. And there are no supplemental requests for these budgets. The Fire Protection Fund budget has a decrease in operating expenditures due to the removal of one-time expenses, and revenues are basically flat. And again, there are no supplemental requests for this budget either. So internal service fund cost centers include risk management, document solution, and food services. There are no major variances to report. And the use of fund balance in fiscal year 21-22 is planned to bring operating reserves down to the targeted level. And the gain of 1 FTE is due to the movement of 1 allocation out of CEO admin and into risk management. Non-departmental general fund budgets include contingencies, community and agency support, criminal justice other, and general fund contributions to various funds. And the increase in revenues that you see here are primarily attributed to an increase in property tax revenues. And then some other non-departmental, non-general fund cost centers are shown here. Pretty much similar to last year, although you will see a decrease in the top one, criminal justice CEO, due to the removal of one-time capital expenses. And like I said, otherwise no major variances to report and no supplemental requests for these budgets. And then finally, there's Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund. And as you can see, revenue from TOT is being held flat and expenses are about the same as prior year. And this is the list of active projects for this cost center for this fund. And with that, I will hand it over to Todd Leopold, County Executive Officer, who will discuss the department's accomplishments and emerging issues for the upcoming budget year.
All right, thanks, Barbara. So obviously you're seeing the CO's office, and I think when we talk about it, we talk about our group, but as you can tell, this is a pretty diverse and kind of broad group of divisions and groups providing really administrative support throughout the organization. So I'm going to touch on a couple of the things that we've done over this last year. I could probably have a number of these slides, but you heard some really good dialogue this morning about departments and the things that have gone on. And I could touch on COVID, but I will tell you things you talk about unprecedented. This is last year has been unprecedented. And I think we've moved through it about as gracefully as we could possibly do it. And that's just a testament to departments. And I know as many of them spoke to you here before and will probably this afternoon as well. Basically, the strategy I propose is let's give a general framework of how we deal with COVID from a managerial standpoint, but give the flexibility of the departments about how they do it most effectively in their department, both about service delivery and about how they handle some of the staffing components. And I know that can lead to some people feeling like they'd like a little more structure, but at the end of the day, I think the flexibility was integral for us. I will tell you, I look across the state, we kind of ramped down for a little bit, but we came back up much quicker than most every other organization. In fact, there's still some counties that are really locked down in many instances. So we've been able to maintain a service and continue that even through the pandemic. And I always look at the silver lining, and I tell you the things here. One is we're able to utilize technology to such a tremendous benefit that's going to far exceed this pandemic. And Jared and his team were really instrumental in kind of bringing up an organization that was, we weren't sure how the infrastructure was going to support it on the network side. And it worked fabulously. And so that was there. The other areas around economic development, the collaboration with our municipal partners, I don't think we could be doing that and expediting that sort of kind of collaboration if we didn't have something like a pandemic to do that. It kind of forced us to do some things together. Online services, I did want to speak on this one. So within the CEO's office, there's a couple things going on. One is RevQ. This is our revenue services new system that we're bringing online. This is the collection system that hasn't been updated for a long time. RevQ is our current vendor that we have, but it's a fully new version that is going to give them a lot more capabilities, both from a collection standpoint as well as the tracking administrative point. The other piece is PrimeGov, and that's a system that has been in the works for a while. This is really going to help from a Board of Supervisors standpoint. You're going to be able to get information. We can print it off for you, but we can also look at it online. It'll have some good capabilities. I think I will tell you from the back end, the department are going to see structure around submitting items. When they have an idea or a thought and process, they will be able to bring that forward to you all. And it's going to be really systematically identified to put information in from an electronic standpoint. Approvals will be handled electronically, and we'll get through a process much more streamlined. So we're going to be running some parallels right now with PrimeGov, and you'll be seeing that going live here, I believe in June. Is that right, Megan? Maybe May. Okay. So we got some good work going on there. I will tell you the other system that's going to be in the works is upgrading our assessor appeal system, one that we're running on a pretty antiquated access database right now, and we need to get that up to speed. So that's kind of the next phase. So a lot of work on the clerk to the board area, and then revenue services. We had a Placer grant, shares grants. Those were really instrumental, and obviously our community and nonprofits supported that. That was a great project. And then obviously T-bid just came to resolution in March, but that was the culmination of a lot of work over the last number of years to get to that. Conversations with community partners. And as was kind of noted in another presentation before, the opportunity to engage citizens and residents, we did that through our online services. And I think, whether we are fully back in the board meeting or not, I think the Zoom and those sort of technologies have been instrumental to get people to have engagement. And we're probably going to do that and look at ways to enhance that through our Macs and some of the other outreach efforts that we're doing. And that's all somewhat attributed to the pandemic and the opportunity to really think differently about how we engage our residents. We're also doing obviously SU and the Placer Center infrastructure. We're doing a lot of planning and design work going on right now. And then we did complete the charter review group, and that actually and really led that effort to try and get some good outcomes for our 5-year charter review process that took place. Jump to the next slide here. So let's talk a little bit about what we're looking at in terms of, I'm hoping there are accomplishments, but I think there are things that we're looking on in 2021 and 2022, kind of an integration of our fire and wildfire management. We are bringing forward, we took a position in the CEO's office and reclassified it to a forestry management coordinator. Carrie Timmer is going to become, I believe Timmer is her last name. She's going to be coming on here in mid-April, and she's going to be really providing that coordinated effort, not only about things like French Meadows, but we're really talking about a more holistic effort around forestry management, not only the county, the assets that we own in terms of lands, parks, open space areas, but we're also looking at the National Forest Service, working in partnership with CAL FIRE about identifying ways to mitigate fire risk. And she's just a wealth of talent. We have some really a strong pool of applicants, and so we were able to attract a really quality candidate I think is going to take and move it really to the next level. Homeless action plan. I know this has been an effort of Supervisor Gore. I know you've been instrumental in wanting to move this forward, and the pandemic kind of put that on the side burner a little bit, but we're coming back full steam on this one, and actually in partnership with the cities, which really has been done in a little more isolation up to this point. You'll probably hear a little bit about this when we get to HHS and Rob's presentation. Redistricting is another one that's going to be obviously a big bulleted effort that we're going to do through the remainder of this year. COVID recovery continues to be in check, and then obviously the community engagement. And I'd like to spend some time talking with you all about doing a county-wide survey. I know we have talked about doing a little more isolated surveys, and we do it in a little more issue-specific basis right now. We can use our PIO's office, but we haven't ever really done a county-wide survey, or haven't done one in a number of years, I should say. I think that would be a good indicator of kind of where we stand, what's a baseline for us moving forward as we talk about metrics. And counties are a little unique because people that would be filling out the survey also live in their municipalities. And so when we talk about transportation, we need to be clear. Are you talking about your infrastructure, or are you talking about the county's infrastructure? And so I'd like to maybe spend a little more time talking about that. A good way to get some outreach and some feedback. Renewal of our TOT tax measure is coming up 2022 up in Tahoe. That needs to be renewed. So we're going to be discussing that through the remainder of this year, potentially bringing something on board in November of that. We're getting funding. And as Daniel attested to, the stimulus dollars, I don't think in your lifetimes, and I probably now in my lifetime, will we ever see an amount of money coming through the feds to the local governments like it is now. And so I think we need to be really methodical about that. So as soon as we get some guidance, we have some general parameters, but I think we get a little more feedback from our federal and state partners. We're going to come back and speak to you all about what's the strategy and approach, what's the best utilization of those dollars that we can use for the greatest benefit to move forward with development and activity and really growth in the county. Again, I mentioned on the automated agenda process and AB innovations, we're going to be continue that effort. This is kind of something similar. So I want to talk about another function that we have that is really integral to us, and this is our Office of Emergency Services. As I let you know, unfortunately, Holly Powers, who's really been a solid assistant OES director, is going to be leaving us come the end of April, and we're going to be bringing on David Atkinson, who's been with the county for quite some time. He's had a lot of efforts with COVID, helped us out when Holly was out for a little bit. And so he'll be kind of keeping the ball rolling on OES. But we've done a lot of work in this space. Planning is an integral part of OES. And Holly her staff have really taken the lead in making sure we get some of our plans that really have been outdated and should be updated on a continual basis. Her efforts in coordination with fire and coordination with our sheriff's office has been well-deserved, and I think something to really build on. And as we get in the summer times, we have these PSPS shutoffs. That is going to be something we're going to have to deal with again, most likely. And as we sit in the first part of April at 85 degrees, most likely we're going to be dealing with heat coming this summer. Grant management is another area. As we get a lot of federal and state dollars, we want to be really strategic about what we're asking for, managing and administering those. Let me talk a little about fire. That rolls up under the COs, although they are a function that is kind of a work. In the last, I guess, Jim, how long has it been? Maybe we've been at this going on 3 years on an ad hoc committee. But we've had some really good work. I think in the last year has probably been really good efforts around service delivery and the fiscal effort. And I look at it and say, how do we make a fire service that's fiscally solvent and provides a high level of service? And I think there's a lot of strategies continue to put in place, but I think we have the foundation to have some good dialogue with those residents in that specific Placer fire area. And we also did some work on the fire marshal, and that was really in partnership with CAL FIRE, and Chief Estes was instrumental in bringing on and supporting a fire marshal to assist us with those efforts. Kind of Loss Prevention Bureau is what we're calling it, and it's housed within our CEDRA department. So there's a lot of integration between on here. But I'll tell you, we're doing it within the current capacity of the funding that we have and the staffing availability. So no request coming out of the CO's office through any of these divisions for 21-22. There are a couple capital expenditure items. Document solutions, there are basically our print shop, do a lot of graphic design work. We're trying to house all of the services in terms of printing and documents running through that department. I think the opportunity for cost efficiencies all comes down to volume. And so we've really made a concerted effort of everybody trying to utilize them as much as possible. There's some various equipment within that $60,000 request that are just continual upgrades in that arena. And then our food service equipment, these are services for the jail and the food service vendor there. So that's housed and they're needing just some replacement of some equipment there. As far as fire goes, we did have a budgeted lease payment. So your board supported the addition of some 5 new fire pieces of equipment, vehicles, and we're doing a lease. And we're also doing a payment back to the Treasury. So the treasurer actually ended up doing a financing of that, and we're paying them back, Janine and the Treasury, over a number of years. So doing some work about getting of our vehicles had extended their useful life. And I think we need to get back on a replacement plan. It's not replacing everything at once because we'll be in the exact same boat we were in before. We want to stagger that replacement, and it's really in partnership and understanding of what are the most critical needs we have. And we can put those vehicles back into service into the state fire system, the lease or the capital replacement. So I think a good starting point, we're going to build on that with the fire service. And revenue services speaks to this. We're probably and operational by the end of the year. So we got a little work going on there, but that system will be in place. Talked a little about the fire service. As I mentioned, 8 new pieces of fire engine equipment. However, 5 of those were this year. The other 3 we purchased a couple of years previously. And I think a good starting point for us to kind of continue to get on a good replacement. Chief Estes is, I believe, oh, there he is. Thanks for being here. If you have any question about fire specifically, I'd love to have Chief Estes or myself. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments?
I guess I'm the punching bag today, asking the questions. On a legislative front, do we think there's any hope that we'll be able to continue kind of the Brown Act exemptions for virtual meetings with the public and that sort of, I just think we've had greater participation and availability, especially in a county with so many remote areas. So I hope we could continue that. And is there an effort on our part to support any continuation of that past pandemic?
I think this is a great legislative piece that we need to advocate for. I will tell you, I don't think we're unique. I think there's a lot of counties that have said this has actually worked and probably provided more input than we've gotten before. And so I would be remiss to say if we're not actively doing that, we should encourage it. I know as the state starts saying we're going to be coming back on, most of these things will be probably in play at that time. It really hasn't come up as a discussion legislatively yet, but I think that should be a platform that we support.
Well, yeah, and it could require more costs for, say, MAC meetings and town halls and those sorts of public engagement, but it's something I'd certainly support because I do think it's been working really well and getting more people to attend and provide input for all of us. And then the second part was on the potentially $2 trillion infrastructure act and what we can do there legislatively as well to make sure we're securing and ranking our high priority projects and advocating wherever we can for our infrastructure beyond. I mean, 77 million sounds like a lot, or 78 million, but as we all know, it's not very much. And so anything we can do to advocate for those broader projects with our partners in the region.
Yeah, I think there's, you kind of said it well. We have a pot of money the county has, but there is a lot of other federal dollars at play. And, as we talked about earmarks and, the advocacy and support, obviously we reached out to our legislative delegation. It's, some more lukewarm than others, but I think we'd be remiss to ask for those dollars. And between Jane and Joel, I think they're really keeping a pulse on that, and that's why honestly having Holland and Knight serve as our federal lobbyists, they are actively ensuring that the timeframes that we need to submit and make submittals are there. I think we also need to make sure we have projects that are basically shovel ready. And that's the other piece that, between Ken and his group, but as I've even heard from folks up in Tahoe a week and a half ago, they even were saying, Todd, we have projects that we could start right away in terms of sewer and water. How do we do that? So I think that should be a concerted effort across the board, because we're going to have some special districts asking and inquiring about how to get funding too.
Great. Well, we definitely have partners in the state of Nevada that might be more amenable to pushing for those requests. We're talking transportation on I-80 and
Correct.
rail service, those sorts of things. So keep that in mind.
Can I just add to that as well? So I think last year, Mike Lucan, PCTPA, and SACOG actually did sort of a regional approach of infrastructure projects and worked with local jurisdictions to prioritize those. So it seemed like they did all this work and then nothing happened, because they did it for the former administration. Well, now this has happened, and they've got a list of projects from local jurisdictions ready to go that they can use to advocate with our federal partners and on a regional behalf, which I think will position us for some additional dollars, which is really good.
We've said it before, but be bold, right? I
Yeah.
mean, this is probably the once in a lifetime amount of funding that could potentially be available for our constituents' benefit, looking out 20, 30, 40 years. So
I think the more focused we are, the more homework we've done, and the more partners we have, whatever reticence there might be out there to relate to the whole earmark question, the more we have our act together, I think the stronger that will lobby for us.
Yep.
All this extra stuff could be by way of earmarks in light of the current political stage we're on.
Okay.
Well, doesn't look like there's anything else, but I just want to personally thank you for the great work you did in a COVID year. It was remarkably seamless, I think, in terms of the delivery of all of our services countywide, and there was a lot that happened behind the scenes to make that work as well as it did. It's actually kind of astounding to me looking back and seeing how well the county performed and being able to do things like beat every other county in the state is related to be able to transition our monies into helping our business community. And I think we're so well positioned economically now going forward. But that was just personally thank you for all that you did to bring that together.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the whole team.
Yep. This is a lot behind the scenes, that's for sure. All right, wonderful.
Great. It was a general question. You had a great opportunity. Child support services, right? Yep. Laura. Well, Joel first.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, Todd, Karen, members of your board. Joel Joyce, the County Executive Office. I'll start today with child support services. And on the following slide, I really want to highlight bullets 2 and 3 for your board. Child support services is a fairly unique department within the county. Basically, we as a county and you as a board control their expenditure authority. However, the revenues fully fund their operations, and the revenues. So with that, with the challenging past 12 months, child support was not immune to the state cuts that were implemented back in last summer, about 10%. So that proved to be a challenge this year, and child support is certainly meeting that challenge. I want to highlight here two big numbers. One, you see the general fund contribution of $50,000 both last year and going forward this year. The board allowed this contribution probably 3 or 4 years ago now as a backstop for child support services to fully utilize all the revenues that they receive from the state. Previously, child support services, you get nervous when you're within $50,000 to $100,000 of matching your total revenue. And so they were a little slow towards the end of the fiscal year in spending up to their allotment. So this backstop, which child support services has yet to utilize, was put in for them to spend their last dollar that they receive from the state. Other than that, everything else has remained fairly flat, funded positions at 47 and 0 supplemental requests. So with that, I'll turn it over to one of our newest department heads, Laura, here to go over the department.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Chair Wygant and members of the board. This is in fact my first in-person presentation before all of you. We also have via Zoom, I'm told, Jeff Thompson, who's our Administrative and Fiscal Services Officer. So Jeff is there kind of like a lifeline in case I need him, but hopefully I won't. I began the position as Director of Child Support Services almost 11 months ago to the day. And so that means, yes, I took a new job in a new state during a pandemic. So some may question my sanity. But I'm here to report to you today that I am incredibly grateful that I was given this opportunity and really glad that I said yes when Todd called to make that offer. Because what I have found over the past 11 months is that Placer County really is the best place to live, work, and to play. Let's see if I can be successful here. Oh. Okay. So the past 11 months have really been a remarkable experience for me. Let's move this down just a little bit. And that in large part is due to the support that I have received, that my department has received from all of you as the board, from CEO certainly, from other departments, but also from other county child support offices in California. And also my team. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my team as I stand here today. I'm going to talk in a little bit about that second bullet point, the fact that they ranked #1 in the federal performance measures in the state of California this past federal fiscal year. And I can take no credit for that. I have a remarkable team of people and really just want to acknowledge their flexibility, their hard work, as their new director, because not only were they working in a pandemic and shifting to telework, but they also got a new director in the middle of that change. Socks off every day. They come to work, whether that it's at home or in the in-office environment, and they are just working their hearts out to implement this program and to serve children and families in California. Turning our attention to the slides, you may wonder, why do I have telework up there as an accomplishment? Everybody did that right in 2020. But I wanted to tell you that before I came here, before I came to Placer County and to California, the consensus throughout the country in the child support program was that we could not do this remotely. There was a lot of talk and discussion in the national child support program from state to state that it just couldn't be done. It's not who we were. We needed to be in the office. We needed to have access to our systems. We have IRS regulations that govern how we safeguard our data. And we were told, and the conversation was, it can't be done. And we did it. And I want to tell you, before I even came here, so again, I can take no credit for it, the team here in Placer County did an amazing job. And thank you all for your support as the board. They had your support, CEO support, IT support, and it's really remarkable when we move on to the next bullet to see not only did they do it successfully in terms of being able to continue to serve our customers, but they knocked those federal performance measures out of the ballpark and really did an incredible job. And so I wanted to just touch on those federal performance measures related to bullet #1. There are 5 federal performance measures that the feds use to gauge the success of a child support program. And in federal fiscal year 2019, that was the first year that the Placer County Department of Child Support Services ranked #1 in the state of California. That year, we tied for first. So we shared that first place, a little begrudgingly, I think, with San Luis Obispo. That was federal fiscal year 2019. For this past federal fiscal year that ended September 30th of 2020, we firmly took hold of that first place ranking. And so we did not share that with anyone. We took first place in those federal performance measures in the state of California, and I'm super proud of them. Again, I will say I take no credit for it. It really is my team and the work that they did to serve our children and families. So our caseload, our current caseload up there is 6,600 cases. That is a little bit of a decline. Our numbers at the end of the federal fiscal year, so 622. And we've seen this decline throughout the state, but also throughout the country. I did pull some historical data, and it looks like our numbers were closer to about 7,000 the federal fiscal year before. Back all the way to federal fiscal year 2015, our caseload was about 8,500. So we are seeing that decline, but again, it's not specific just to Placer County. This is something that we see across the board statewide and also nationwide. There are lots of reasons. There's a lot of debate that we could have depending on who you ask about what is the root cause of this declining caseload. But and we can talk about that if Cindy has a question at the end of the presentation, as has been the trend today. We can talk about some of those competing arguments. But I really want to highlight for you today that despite that declining caseload and that trend that we see across the state, the good news is that we are continuing to serve individuals who come to us for assistance, who need that child support established or collected. And that nationwide and also in California and in Placer County, we're actually doing a better job. Those federal performance measures have increased, not just for us in Placer County, but nationwide, we're seeing this upward trend that the programs are performing better and better every year. So that's the good news. Our collections, as the PowerPoint says, increased to $29.1 million in federal fiscal year 2020. That's up from, without looking at my notes, I want to say about 20. And that last point I know is what you really want to hear about. That's our return on investment. That's the cost effectiveness. So cost effectiveness is one of those 5 federal performance measures. And that tells you that for this past federal fiscal year, the Child Support Department brought in $4.29 for every dollar that was expended on the program. That's also an increase. So from last federal fiscal year, we were a little over $4, but we weren't quite at that $4 and almost 30 cents. I want to just touch before I move on to those performance measures. I haven't talked about all of them, but they are important. And I think if you ask that question across the country and even across the statewide group of directors, you might get a different response. You might hear, oh, it's just data, it's just numbers. They can be manipulated. It's just a number, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal to me, and it's a big deal to our department. And I would say it should be a big deal for the county, and that you all should be proud that you have a department that ranked #1 in those federal performance measures. They're important for a few reasons. One, yes, it's true. Federal dollars are tied to them. There are incentive payments. There are also penalties that attach to the states based upon that performance at the federal level in those performance measures. So that's one reason why it's important. The other is that it's not just that monetary piece, right? That's the mechanism that the federal government uses to evaluate the success of a child support program. But my reason for it being important is that there's a family behind every one of those measures. Those measures are all fractions. They all look at something that we are doing. And when I say we, I mean my team who are on the front lines doing this work. They're a reflection of the work that we're doing to make sure that families and children are supported. And that's why it matters. So when I talk a lot about the federal performance measures, I know some members of my team before have said, boy, she always talks about the numbers. And that's not just here in Placer. I've heard that before in my career, before I had the honor of moving here. And what I've always said, and you can probably hear it in my voice because I really feel strongly about this, Yes, the federal performance measures are a fraction. They're a measurement. But please don't lose sight of the fact that there is a child behind that measurement. Behind that fraction, there's a child and there's a family in need of support. And it's our mission, it's our job to make sure we're doing our best to bring that money in to take care of that family. So I'm very proud of that second bullet on that slide of my team's performance throughout this year. That being said, the year wasn't without its challenges, as Joel mentioned, and I apologize. I think I've got a little bit of a typo here on this slide. The statewide allocation decrease was about 10%, as Joel mentioned. So it wasn't just in the counties experienced a decrease at the beginning of last state fiscal year, July 1st. Our decrease in Placer County for my department was about 5%. Despite that, we implemented telework. They did it successfully. They continue to do it today. And they knocked it out of the park, serving those families and those children, ranking #1 in the federal performance measures. But thank goodness, we don't have to contemplate another cut this year. The good news is, I talked with the state's expectation is that our funding will be restored to those levels prior to the decreases we saw. So that's very good news. We have a bullet up there too about our reallocation process. Because we are funded through the state and the feds, we do have an opportunity throughout the year. The state gives us several opportunities actually to request additional funding if we need it through the reallocation process. We try really hard, and Jeff and his team deserve a lot of kudos for tracking our budget so carefully, making sure that we're able to do the work, but that we are really good stewards of those public funds, those taxpayer funds. But the process is available there to us should we need to avail ourselves of it as the year goes by. So for priorities, I have just 2 little bullet points there, but there's a lot to say about them. The first one is the continuation of teleworking. That is something that really I see as such a critical benefit to my team. They have proven to me that they are capable not only of doing this well, but doing it exceptionally well because they're performing now in a telework environment better than they ever did before. They're taking care of our customers. Our doors are not shut. I should mention that. We do have some in-service counter hours so people from the public can come in, but we also are trying to take care of a number of customers in different unique ways without requiring them to come in that door to our Sunset location or to our Tahoe location in Carnelian Bay. And part of that is just recognizing the reality of the pandemic, the comfort level that some of our customers may not have. They might not want to come into our office. They may want to email their caseworker or call their caseworker. And again, it's been wildly successful, I think more so than anybody in the child support world could have ever imagined. And so it's my intention to continue that. And I really see it as an important benefit for my team. A lot of my team loves telework, and they've proven they can do it successfully. And so to the extent, I've told Todd several times, to the extent that they can do that successfully, take care of our customers, still serve our customers well, but have that opportunity to work from home, we want to continue that and provide that as an opportunity for them. And then the last one, I'm out of time. I'm almost done, I promise I'm wrapping it up. Collaboration. This is my buzzword. I think those who were on the strategic planning session that we had with Todd and the department heads know I got super excited that day talking about integrated service delivery within the county because this is so important and it's where my heart really is. And so when we talk about collaboration for child support, that means collaborating with other departments within the county. It means collaborating with our community partners. It also means collaborating with other child support offices throughout the state. And this is a lot of the work that I've been focusing on personally over the past 11 months and making sure that that culture is there within our department so that everybody on the team knows that this is a priority and that this is how we want to move forward, how we want to work together going forward. So I just want to highlight a couple of the things that we're doing. I actually just today have been talking with folks at HHS Children's Systems of Care. Sorry, Rob, I've been talking to your people while you were here. But we're talking about planting a pinwheel garden at the Sunset location next week for Child Abuse Prevention Month. So that's super exciting. I've been trying to reach out to those folks too with adult systems of care and human services. They've been incredibly receptive and supportive, welcoming of me as a new director here in Placer. And so we're talking about ways that we can really work together to better serve our mutual customers and the citizens of Placer County. I would be completely remiss if I didn't mention Mary George, our wonderful director of libraries. I know she's here somewhere, but I'm not going to look behind me to see if she's back out there. Mary has been wonderful and really supportive of me as well as a new director. And we have really exciting news that the libraries are actually going to partner with Child Support for Child Support Awareness Month. And we are continuing to talk together to figure out how the libraries can be that exciting partner for child support so that we can do those fun, innovative ways of reaching out to kids and to the parents in our communities. I have so many other ways that I could talk about collaboration. I will tell you my department, for right now we have 42 people. So we have 47 funded positions, but 5 of those positions are currently vacant. So we have 42 people, and we donated 42 Easter baskets to Kids First just a few weeks ago. And that's just, I know, look at the look on your face. Megan's like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's the kind of work that is so important, I think, not just to serve the community, but to also rally my team together. It builds such team camaraderie and helps to build that sense of purposefulness and meaningfulness when they're able to not only do their work really, really well, as we've seen, but to have really tangible ways to participate and to help their community. My staff also are collaborating with other county child support departments this week. Susan Dunlap, my program manager, is helping to interview child support specialists for the Eastern Sierra Child Support Office. And then at the end of this month, I again just found out today, Jeff Thompson, our administrative and fiscal officer, is going down to Solano County, and he will be helping Solano Child Support Office interview for their new fiscal officer. So this collaboration is immensely important. I think it's the way of our future, and I'm really excited to be a part of it, to help lead that effort, and to be here in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to mention, sorry, I got so excited, you guys, about collaboration. There are no supplemental requests, and there are no capital expenditures. So that's why I spent so much time talking about collaboration.
I would just say she's exceptional. Hopefully you guys have seen this. I look at it and I say, we need people with passion. And if you don't get passion out of her and what she does, I don't know, you're missing something. But
Thank you, Todd.
She's just an example of really strong department directors. You've seen that this morning. You're going to see it this afternoon. But to have a passion for this community and the kids and these families. And I'm just so thankful you took the job because you've just been.
Thank you so much, Todd.
Asset.
I'm thrilled to be here.
And you're from Wyoming, correct?
Yes and no. So I came here from Wyoming. I spent 6 years in Wyoming as their kind of the equivalent of the director of their child support offices. I had 5 offices that I managed in Wyoming, but I'm actually initially from Kansas City. So I was born and raised in Leavenworth, Kansas, a prison town. I assure you I was not born in one of those prisons, but I did grow up near many of them. And then spent about the first 10 years of my career working as a child support attorney in the state of Kansas.
Well, you picked the best county in the state of California, that's for sure. But
I am absolutely sure of that.
List of places to fish in Wyoming that are your favorites.
I know nothing about fly fishing, so I can neither confirm nor deny, but I can confirm I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah. Thanks. Cindy.
I did have a question. I almost am embarrassed to ask another question, but Laura, first off, yes, tremendous passion and what an accomplishment for you and your team. And
thank you.
It takes great leaders to keep that team spirit going, especially amidst a pandemic. The collections this year, have you seen a diminishment because of COVID and unemployment or employment
We actually have
impacts?
not. They have increased. So they did increase almost $2 million over the prior federal fiscal year. And there are a number of reasons for that. One of them, I think the most important thing for me to say is the effort of my team, because despite the pandemic, despite teleworking, they still worked harder than they ever had before to collect that money. There were additional, like the stimulus payments. There were additional, I would say, revenue sources that came in. And so because we are federally funded through the states, right, there's a federal framework that governs how we can enforce an obligation. And so there are certain tools that are available to the federal child support program as administered at the state and county level that allow us to intercept payments that, say, an average collections attorney would not be able to avail themselves of. And so some of those stimulus payments, I think, did help boost our collections. I will tell you, though, the most important thing, and I know Susan Dunlap, my program manager, if she were on the call today and able to tell you, she would say for Placer, what's really made us successful is not necessarily the existence of those one-time or 2 or 3 time stimulus payments and the ability to sometimes attach them, but the focus on building relationships with customers is so critically important. And if you were to have asked me about the declining caseload, and how do we move forward from that, my answer would be the same. It's really about that attention and that interaction that we have with each customer, that opportunity to build a relationship with them, to understand their situation, because no 2 child support cases are the same. No 2 individuals are exactly the same, and no 2 families are the same. And so the work that Placer has done was done well before I got here. And it's the work that they did based on a stratification model so that they could really focus and zone in on certain types of actions and certain phases in the case's life of a child support case. But primarily it was based upon that premise that it matters how you treat your customers. It matters how you interact with them. And I think that's the bottom line for me of why the department does so well. And then that becomes a priority for me as director and a priority for the leadership team, because I also firmly believe how we treat our employees is how they treat our customers.
Thank you.
See no other questions, but thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Health and Human Services and Dr. Rob, there he is, hiding from me.
Good morning, Chair. Joel Joyce, County Executive Office. Here today with Health and Human Services, county's largest department by total expenditures as well as total staff. Here's Dr. Oldham and all his fancy, well-deserved titles. So a few years ago, the board rolled HHS into a separate fund. It used to be within the general fund. The board did roll it into a separate fund. What you see on the bottom here, the Housing Authority and the IHSS Public Authority. The Housing Authority is rolled up into the larger HHS fund, and the IHHS Public Authority Fund is a separate fund, and we'll review these numbers in the following slide. These numbers tell a story, and I want to go back to kind of ending of the Great Recession in 2012, 2013. At the time, I wasn't here, and I've really seen this since I became around 5 or 6 years ago. But the board at the time, the county executive office, really challenged HHS to do better with less. Revenues weren't keeping up with the expenditure growth coming out of the Great Recession. As everyone here knows, HHS's needs go up in a crisis while revenues tend to fall. And so I really want to commend HHS, Dr. Oldham, previous directors, Jeff Brown, their staff. They've met these challenges over the last 6, 7, 8 years. The operating expenses, and it's highlighted by a key fact here. The operating expenses you see, say for 2021 of $233 million and the general fund contribution of $42 million, that's about an 82-18% split. When I first became HHS's analyst, that was closer to 80-20. And coming out of the recession, it was closer to 78-22. So that 4%, while it may not seem like a large percentage, it's millions and millions of dollars that HHS has saved this county by leveraging that general fund dollar into vital services for our community. And that's a key point. And I will say, seeing HHS departments throughout the state, they're in the Hall of Fame for leveraging those dollars. So focusing on 21, 22, the capital expenditures, which won't be highlighted in a later slide, this just around $500,000 is really related to the tenant improvements for the Tahoe, I think it's the Tahoe Pines Motel that was acquired with Project Home Key funds, as well as some other permanent supportive housing tenant improvements, just all cobbled together just to get to about $500,000. The one supplemental request that you see here for just shy of $2 million is related to a bunch of smaller items cobbled together. This is related to cost drivers and year-over-year growth. Now, HHS, while they do leverage quite a bit of money, they're not immune to inflation and cost increases. While it's not at the level you would typically see for a Health and Human Services department, you do see some cost drivers there. I want to say year-over-year cost increases for HHS total about $11 million. And they are asking for just shy of $2 million. And that includes salary and benefits, a homeless program cost that you see increasing, as well as some one-time phenomenons. And then farther down below, the funded positions, you'll see a difference of 4 going back from last year to the department requested this year. The board did approve an additional 4 positions within the children's system of care back in, I believe, February or March during the Q2 budget amendments. And this was positions that CSOC had originally asked for during last budget cycle that were put on hold, but they were fully funded through a state program, mandated state program. And HHS is requesting 8 additional positions as a supplemental request, I will say with 0 cost. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Oldham.
Great, thank you, Joel. All right, I'll try to work this. Oh, nice to see everyone in person. All right.
Do you have a preferred title?
Rob is good. Yeah.
Just thought I'd check.
Yeah. I'm just Rob or Dad or hey you. I have lots of different titles at home, but at work we're just Rob.
Great first name, though. I'll have to.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think it's appropriate. The next slide here is our org chart. And so, yeah, it's been a really challenging year obviously for the whole county, for the state, for the country, but particularly for HHS. But to the extent that we've risen to those challenges, it's because of all the people kind of represented by this org chart. I know, Laura spoke very nicely about her passion and coming here, but I'm also I came back, so I really knew what I was getting, including during a pandemic, so you can question my sanity as well. And again, that happens quite frequently at home and other places. But really, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The reason I left a great job with Sutter Health and came back is the people here, but the people we serve, the communities that we serve, but particularly in the folks here at HHS. For org chart, we're divided up into different divisions. So each of these divisions could be departments in and of the size, the scope, the level of expertise. And I think during the pandemic, we're starting to see some of that. Typically Health and Human Services, we're happy to stay, kind of in the shadows. But in the pandemic, you've seen some people who really rose to the occasion and would have shined quite a bit. So that's what, when I worked here before, what I would see on a regular basis in public health, but throughout the department. So each of these divisions has its own discipline and sort of its own way of thinking. And so sometimes it's, people say, is it like herding cats? Maybe, but we've got some really good cats, right? So these are really cool. Each of these divisions has its own disciplines. And even within the divisions, programs that are very specific and people who have tons of experience. And you think about someone like Kathy Denton, who is retiring here next week in adult system of care, who's been working in Mental Health Services Act and housing and homeless programs for 20 years. And so just the amount of expertise that comes and I can tell they're lots and lots of people like that throughout the department. And I'm just really proud. And I learn something new about these programs every day. So you'll ask me questions, and often I'll go ask somebody else and get the answers. And so it's really just a privilege to work in this environment. I really value the relationships. I value the learning. The breadth of HHS really keeps us on our toes. So always learning. And so I won't always have the answer to your question, but usually I can figure out someone who does and know the expert. And I'll say, in addition to these divisions, so we have 755 employees represented by these in these divisions, plus all the extra help employees that we brought on during the pandemic. So thank you. I know Kate talked about that this year in the HR update. So, but then we also have a lot of vendors, contractors who we work with who provide a lot of the critical services. But really, all these, both employees and vendors, are united in a singular mission to build a healthier Placer together. So it's kind of cool to see that big of a ship, but all kind of going at least in the same direction and the same mission. I just say, in addition to our department, I'm really appreciate, and including putting this budget together, the support from this board, not just in the budget, but during the pandemic, but in all my years with the county, but CEO's office, so Todd and your team, the budget process, Daniel and Joel, and coming together. And then I have to say special thanks to Vicki Grenier, who's here with me today, and she'll answer all the tough questions that come up right around the budget. But she's our acting director of administrative services, and her team have really worked really hard in putting this budget together with our division directors and managers and other staff who, in the midst of their really busy, pandemic response and other things they have going on, were able to pull together, I think, a very solid budget. So thank you. And then thanks to all of the other departments. I'm looking around and seeing a lot of friends and colleagues and department heads who've really helped out throughout this pandemic. So thank you for all of my colleagues. And I'm sure there's others who I'm neglecting, but at any rate. Just as far as our accomplishments for the last year, certainly at the top of the list, our whole department pandemic response. So I've tried to, at your board, highlight the not just the work of public health, but really how all of our divisions and programs have helped out in this pandemic response. And then some other big, the bullet item, obviously, around housing and homelessness. Expanding our options in the last year. Actually, this has been an effort really over the last decade plus, where we've taken on some tough challenges, and looking at supervisor homes and others that we've really worked in trying to address homelessness, tried to expand our housing options. And when we get to what's ahead, a lot more work to go in this. But I think we've had a strong year in expanding our housing options. We launched 211 actually back in July, and thank goodness we did, right? So it's been very helpful during the pandemic. I may get some alerts while we're sitting here of vaccine appointments opening up through our 211 system. So that's been really helpful and helped us connect more easily with our community during a pandemic. But I think is something that we're really seeing the value of this even after the pandemic, and continuing to connect with the community. Implementation of child welfare reform. And I'm actually hoping in the next year we'll get before the board and have Twyla Abrahamson and others kind of talk about this huge challenge, because it is. And the more I learned just being away for a year and coming back and hearing about all the different things that are required for child welfare reform, it's been quite a significant accomplishment. And our staff have really risen to the occasion on this. Along with that, and I think we're hearing about some of the impacts of the pandemic, of other things in society that have resulted in increasing need for behavioral health services. But we didn't miss a beat in our both children's system of care and adult system of care that offer behavioral health services, and have actually expanded a lot of those behavioral health services in the last year. And along with that, actually expanded our there's been expanded eligibility. As Joel was saying, we're counter-cyclical. So when the economy goes down and things go bad, eligibility for a lot of our services, our programs goes up. So amidst all of this, we've expanded eligibility for a lot of our human assistance programs. So emerging issues, what's ahead? Well, sustaining this pandemic response, and I'll say not just the pandemic response. Hopefully, we'll be kind of wrapping this up in the next year, but also our goal is to create a department-wide emergency management response across HHS and working with other departments, and appreciate working with OES on this so that we have a really robust response, whatever the emergency come up, but using COVID, both the response, but also the recovery. So I think that's another real focus of this year is looking at the recovery. And again, that's going to have a lot of impact on not just our public health programs, but across the department. I mentioned the escalating impacts of child welfare reform. We're seeing, when we talk about fiscal impacts, more of those where the state has, but sometimes as things come down, mandates without funding, but also closing down, for instance, different placement options where children were going, in residential facilities, even out of state. And so the number of options continues to wane and requires us to think differently and pushing us to do more. So it's an ongoing challenge in that area. I mentioned before the escalating challenges with housing and homelessness. I know we'll be updating the board again. We did at the last week and again next week about some of the ideas of what else we can do, particularly at the government center, to get a better handle on the homeless services. Along with that, whole person care. So one of the programs serving with a target population of people experiencing homelessness, I think has been very successful in getting close to 200 people housed, but it's transitioning. It was actually supposed to transition last year, but because of the pandemic, they delayed implementation of this Cal AIM, which is the advancing and innovating Medi-Cal, and really trying to take California Medicaid system, Medi-Cal, and have it be more oriented towards population health and better outcomes as opposed to just, individual patient care. So for instance, in our behavioral health system, mainly for Medi-Cal, we get paid based off of the number of minutes of service that we document. And so it's even worse, some of the other medical professions get paid, the old fee for service model. With us, it's even a little bit worse than that. We get paid by the number of minutes we spend with the patient, including the documentation time. So it's a lot of reforms going on in the behavioral health system of having more population level outcomes. And actually whole person care was the state's dipping its toe into that new future where getting paid for performance and paid based on outcomes as opposed to just the number of services, the minutes of services delivered. So the idea is that much of our Medicaid system will transition to that type of, I think, a much more efficient performance-based payment system. And so whole person care will be one of the first programs to move into that new Cal AIM model. Along with that, in the coming year, we hope to do a pilot at Kirby Hills, creating a behavioral health crisis center. I've spoken more about that, which I think will address some of these challenges that we're seeing with increased behavior sustained, increased Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWork caseloads. So department priority, obviously continuing our COVID HHS response, continuing to work in the areas of prioritizing homelessness and housing and kind of innovations there, addressing suicide and overdose deaths. And so I actually just on a call at lunch where we're planning for having actually our opioid coalition is meeting later this week. And then we're having an evening presentation and panel around the increased fentanyl deaths, but also we're seeing an opportunity to get more involved in suicide prevention and awareness and mental health awareness. So I think a lot more that we can be doing in those areas. And again, kind of taking a population, I think we do a great job in delivering individual services, but advertising those services and taking a population approach where we're really doing health promotion and more community outreach about the services that we deliver. Again, I mentioned the Kirby Hills Behavioral Health Crisis Center pilot for this year. The transition over to to CalSAWS from CalWIN. So these are two different. CalSAWS is the newer statewide automated welfare system. And so it's going to require a huge amount of heavy lift and kind of transitioning all of these social services computer systems over from the old system CalWIN to the new system of CalSAWS. And then what we're hoping to do in the next year is really having a formalized, some of you know, I've worked with our fabulous public information assistant, Katie Combs Pritchard. And so helping to create really the first department-wide communications plan for Health and Human Services, and really working with our countywide PIO team in developing this, and having a plan for community HHS-wide communications and community outreach. And then finally, really refining our HHS strategic plan under the leadership of our now Assistant Director for HHS, Raul Martinez. Back 3 years ago, we did our first Health and Human Services strategic plan in many, many years. And so the good news is much of that work and getting community input on our HHS strategic plan was just done 3 years ago. And so we're really looking forward to refining that in the coming year, aligning it with the critical success factors from the board, and actually taking lessons learned from COVID and other challenges and applying those to our strategic plan. So with that, I'll just end by saying some of our accomplishments are definitely aligned with the board's critical success factors. The collaborative HHS response, we've been collaborating probably more in the last, just the 6 months that I've been here. I'm on many of these calls with you, with board members, but with mayors and with cities and with economic development. And so I think that obviously that aligns with the critical success factor of strategic relationships and community engagement. And then how do we sustain that kind of outside of the pandemic, where some of these other issues like housing or suicide prevention, that we can continue to do that level of engagement across the county with a wide array of stakeholders. I mentioned expanding our homeless housing options, aligned with our critical success factor around collaborative health and human services. In fact, I know in the strategic planning at the county level, really calling that out and saying we want to have a plan addressing homelessness that involves the city. So really appreciate the board's leadership on that, and think it's we're ready to go. HHS is definitely aligned with that. And then finally, the accomplishment around new funding support these high priority issues, aligned with the critical success factor of a prudent, all-inclusive financial plan. We'll continue to do this. And by the way, these numbers that you see, I appreciate Joel's presentation. We anticipate there'll be more funding coming down, right? When we look at federal stimulus and state dollars. And so a lot still to come, and we couldn't really budget for that. And similarly, we want to budget for, things that are one time, really taking those outside of the budget. So anyway, we expect more revenues to be coming down, but we don't know exactly what those look like yet. And so Joel kind of spoke to this, our 8 supplemental request positions. And just, I mentioned before the transition to CalSAWS, the statewide automated welfare system. So 4 of those positions that you see in human services really related to that position, to that transition. 1 position there in the housing authority related to increased workload in the rental assistance program and housing voucher program. 1 or admin clerk position in veteran services, also related to workload, caseload growth. And then finally, an environmental health clerk position related to increased workload as well. And then finally, just around the additional general fund, and Joel really already spoke to this. So that number, right now it's about 1/6 of the total budget that's currently supported by general fund. And so the cost drivers, the 11.7 million of these new cost drivers that include salaries and benefits, internal service fund increases, the increase in child welfare costs, homeless services, et cetera. Those total up to 11.7 million. So 1/6 of that is how we got to the 1.945 number. And no capital expenditures, and I think that's it. So happy to take any questions, and Vicki can help out too. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So one, welcome back to Placer County. I think this is where you belong. I think you're my 4th HHS director with whom I have worked. And the first was Ray Mers, who I understand was the brainchild behind the Placer model of HHS, which was to focus on early intervention in the family unit, but there were so many rules and regulations that precluded all that. So Ray and then everybody that followed him, I think, tried to take that model to a much higher level, and I think you're the perfect person to continue that. So I'm really glad you're back here, Rob.
Oh, thank you. Good
And
to be
look
back.
forward to working with you as we go forward. But with that, I'll open it up to other questions or comments if there are any. I see none. Cindy, of course.
I did have a question. The reason I don't have a question, Rob, is you've been so collaborative throughout this whole process. I don't know how many times I've had questions. We've all had questions trying to understand what the tiers meant, what the caseload, what all the factors were, what the vaccine doses were, whatever it was. And in addition to all that, delivering those services and the efforts of your team out at the grounds to get doses in arms and to be ranked where we are as a county right now is a big credit to you and your team. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I just want to say I really appreciate the level of engagement from the board around this. And so, yeah, sometimes we're figuring these questions out together, right? But yeah, no. Well, I mean, this is how things don't fester when we kind of learn. And I mentioned what motivates me, and one of the I tell my team is learning new things. And so one of the best ways, I get a question, and yes, I'm happy to say I don't know the answer, but getting those questions, and often you're connected to real people. And so I'm a physician largely at heart. And so I miss, what do you miss the most about the job is kind of that patient care thing. And like kind of I get to hang out with great people in our HHS department, but serving the public, I'm not on the front lines as much as sometimes I want to be, but you are, and you have constituents who are calling you. And so I really appreciate that level of engagement, because we have the model, but sometimes the model doesn't quite fit what's happening on the ground. So be able to get that immediate feedback is much appreciated. So thank you.
And to add to that, the collaboration piece has been so important, and the willingness just to make sure that we inform people this last year has really gone a long way as we've interacted with our local electeds, with residents who contact us, et cetera. And then just your team collaborating about how to get things done effectively and efficiently. We're just really pleased that you're here, and thank you very much. It makes our jobs a lot easier when people contact us and we can get them the answers that they need.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Just finish with it. I mentioned to my colleagues, it was at our board meeting last, I can't remember the strict, but anyway, you and Todd and I have talked about bringing back something that hopefully reaches out more to our city partners. HHS is one of our countywide services, so we are the provider, whether the cities want us to be or not, to their citizens as well as the citizens of the unincorporated part of the county. But particularly picking up on one of the things Bonnie was wanting to work on last year, but the homeless question and just generally trying to reach out more and get greater collaboration as it relates to all of the services that we do provide and the better communication. So the last thing I'll just say is I appreciate hearing about our involvement and interaction with you, but with this particular board, if you didn't like it, we wouldn't care anyway. We're going to still pass to you. So thanks. Great
My
job.
pleasure. Thank you.
Glad you're back.
Thanks. Good to be back. Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Ronco and our Department of Clerk, Recorder, Elections.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. I'm Vanessa Lieberman, a management analyst in your CEO's office. I have the pleasure today to be joined by Mr. Ryan Ronco, our county clerk, recorder, and registrar of voters. On Zoom, I believe we have Assistant Registrar Recorder Stephen I, Assistant County Clerk Lisa Kramer, and Admin and Fiscal Officer Sandy Lewicka. Funds funded with our recorder fees and the transfer tax. As Joel said it best, these numbers absolutely do tell us county costs from our adopted budget in 2021 of 2.1 million with a requested net county cost of 3.3. But it's important to mention, and I know Ryan will mention this in his presentation, but that $1 million increase is definitely a result of what's been happening this last year. And I think today has really been about pivoting and adapting and the resiliency of all of our departments. There is a supplemental request of a net of $916,000, and it is net because those recording fees and trust funds paid for approximately half of their supplemental requests. Their funded positions held flat at 52 from the prior year. And I am happy to turn this presentation over to Mr. Ryan Ronco. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Good day, Chair Wygant, members of the board, CEO Leopold, Counsel Schwab, Clerk Wood, Daniel, last name unpronounceable. I'm not even going to try, Daniel. I am Ryan Ronco, your Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters, and Commissioner of Civil Marriages and microfilm supervisor. So just so that my title is longer than Dr. Rob's, that's all that. It really is a pleasure to be with you in person today. I do remember those conference room A meetings as well. And I was laughing because I can imagine that the newbies like Dr. Rob and Laura Van Buskirk are going to say someday, oh, I remember those Spring Hill Suites days, but whatever. So here we are. And as we mentioned, with me virtually is my management team, but also with me in spirit are the 48 other staffers of the Clerk Recorder Elections Office. I'm so incredibly proud of these amazing people who, despite the pandemic, never stopped coming into the office to provide services to the people of Placer County, which is why it is first among our list of accomplishments. And I've somehow been entrusted with this clicker. I'm sorry to the good people of Bowman and Ophir. When I press this, I'm probably changing your TV stations as well. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Hey, there we go. This is the current face of the office, but they are the heartbeat of our Clerk Recorder Elections Office. They had the same concerns over COVID that we all did, everybody did, but as essential workers, they have followed safety procedures and they've come in to provide the necessary services for the people of our county and sometimes outside of our county. And in fact, because of our COVID protocols, to stay at home when you're sick, the staff in the office have almost continuously been asked to do more with fewer people and with fewer resources. The second bullet on our list of accomplishments you'll see was conducting a successful November 3rd, 2020 presidential general election. Because the governor and the state legislature's response to COVID, we had to dramatically change the way we conduct elections in November. In fact, I often describe it in the analogy of driving down the freeway and having to change a tire on your car at the same time, except for we had to change all 4 tires and the spare. And it really wasn't a car, it was a rocket ship. So we did all of that successfully. We had to implement some major changes, obviously, like voter service centers and like universal vote by mail, just a few months before the election, with no certainty as where COVID was going to be when we got to November. However, despite all of these temporary changes and some permanent changes, we were able to serve our 272,000 registered voters, which grew nearly 10% between the primary and the general election. And we had our highest voter turnout ever at 88.3% with that. That was the 4th highest turnout in the state. We're number 4. We're number 4. Sorry. We're number 4. But, we were behind pretty awesome counties as well. The last accomplishment I'm going to highlight on this slide is staying on top of the work in the Clerk Recorder's office. Despite the pandemic, the number of documents recorded has rarely been higher than it is today. The number of documents we have recorded year to date is up 60%. And 2020 is not a COVID blip by any means. We are up 89% over 2019. We are up over 80%. We are only 7,000 off of our peak recording year of 2003. Plus, after a brief hiatus, we were able to offer safe wedding ceremonies, passport application appointments, and other services for our public. This is, of course, happening at a time where we have had more people out of the office than ever before. So I'm going to shift to the emerging issues and departmental priorities slide. Constantly including legislation and executive orders that were passed as late as July and August that needed to be implemented on the fly for the November election. The legislature continues to suggest significant, and depending on that change, we may need to come back before your board for a supplemental budget request to implement those changes. Secondly, there is a real possibility that we will need to conduct a special election later this year for a statewide gubernatorial recall election. It's impossible to say at this juncture when the election will happen exactly, but all deadlines extend to their maximum. The election will occur sometime in late November or early December. We have also been contacted by a few jurisdictions wishing to hold special elections sometime this year, and our CEO mentioned about the special election that we probably need to conduct up in the Tahoe area as well for the TOT or renewal. Because these elections, we will be back in front of you for a supplemental budget request. And while it's not on this slide because of space concerns, we would be remiss to not once CEDRA or the state's Citizens Redistricting Committee finishes drawing new district lines, it's my office that needs to take that data and not only create new voting districts, but we also have to go behind and remove the lines that used to be there and stitch those precincts back together when necessary. So it's a lot of work, a lot of proofing, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that we have all those lines in place so that we're ready to go for the June 2022 primary election. However, because of the delay of collecting census data and getting it to the states, the state and county are facing some huge issues with processing that data and having it ready for candidates when candidate filing begins. In a normal year, of course, we would have our state data sometime around the end of March. This year, it's projected to get to us sometime between mid-August and the end of September. So that overlap is so severe that it's somewhere between possible and likely that the state, which has already moved the primary election in 2022 from March to June, will be looking to move the election once again from June to probably as late as July 12th to be able to compensate for this delay in getting the data to the from the feds, processing it, and then getting that data to the counties. I understand that. So our next slide discusses our supplemental budget requests. As you can see, we're asking for $30,000 for servers that are at end of life. We're asking for $350,000 for new ballot openers and sorters that will help manage our vote by mail process. Placer County is currently at 80% of our voters who request permanent vote by mail ballot status, but it certainly appears the state's going to continue to require counties to send vote by mail ballots to all voters. When that happened in November, we had just under 95% of our voters that used that vote by mail ballot to be able to vote. Only about 5% of our voters came into the polling places. While I don't think we'll continue to see those numbers as high or as low as you want, depending on how you want to see those numbers, as that, I do expect that vote by mail voting will increase, especially if we go to this universal vote by mail in every election. We're also asking for $500,000 to be set aside for future investments in voting equipment. This is something your board has supported in the past, and it helps to spread the pain of paying for a new voting system or some similar new elections mandate over time instead of us as a surprise and come up with the money all at once. And finally, we're asking for $36,000 for department SUV. We have a continual need for an all-weather vehicle, and it's not always easy to get a vehicle appropriate for Tahoe weather from the motor pool when we need it. So those are our supplemental requests. Our final slide discusses our projected capital expenditures. I've already covered bullet points 1 and 2, so I'll bypass those. The third bullet discusses our desire to look into improved map cabinet storage for all the maps that we have to file here in Placer County. The fourth bullet memorializes our desire to possibly purchase a new data management and cashiering system for the clerk recorder's side of the house. Neither the third nor the fourth bullets would require any general fund revenue. Those would be paid out of recorder's trust funds. In closing, I'd like to thank your board for your support for our office over the last years, and of course the last 12 months especially. It's been a trying time, as you've heard from all of the people that have spoken in front of you today. But we knew we could count on you to support our mission and our important work. I'd also like to thank Todd and the CEO staff, Karen and the county counsel's office, and my fellow department heads for their and their staffs for their help this last year. I don't believe there was a single county department that didn't provide us with some type of assistance this last November election. I wish I could take the time to go into talking about each and every department and how they helped us. I'm not going to do that to try to get back on time. but it's an amazing display of how Placer County truly is the best place to work and live. And instead, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to you guys and to them. With that, I'm going to stop and see if anybody wants to join Supervisor Gustafson in any questions.
You're a step ahead of me again.
Thank you for the laugh.
Just gonna ask Cindy what questions she had.
Wait, Jim's over here. He pushed his button.
Jim.
Thank you, Ryan, for this presentation and your leadership with your department.
You're welcome.
It was some time ago, 2 or 3 months ago, I had the opportunity to come down to your Atherton warehouse. And I don't know if any of you have been down there, but the amount of election equipment that you see in one place, I had no idea. It's like, wow, no wonder you're busy that time of year.
Yeah, no
So,
kidding.
with
Thank
all
you.
the rental trucks and everything. So I appreciate that. And I have a better understanding of the challenge you have for elections. And then towards the end of last month, I got a call from title company that was kind of panicky about having everything recorded by the end of the month. So I want to thank you for stepping up and making that happen. They were very grateful. So thank you.
You're quite welcome. To your first point, it actually surprised the heck out of me to see all that equipment under one roof as well. It is a lot of equipment, and it's amazing how much that goes into an election. We always describe it as we're extreme party planners. You know, we have all of these things that have to support the big party from my, 272 of my closest friends, right? So we have all this stuff. So it's great. And I'm glad that you could come down. I know many of you have. If any of you haven't, you're certainly welcome. I would love to have you. And to your second point, absolutely. I'm glad that they reached out to you so that we could get that message and that we could be able to take care of that problem. It's our title companies are our partners. They are, as we like to joke, they are guests, not pests, and we wanted to be able to serve them. So we were very, very happy to be able to do that. So thank you for letting us know.
Thanks, Ryan. Up without any questions. So
You're quite welcome. My pleasure, as always, with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
next we have our library, Mary George. We have to take a 5-minute break? I mean, it's like mandatory? So we're taking a 5-minute break.
Taking a moment.
Ryan, you owe me a cup of coffee.
You and me both.
Not to be charming. We're funny.
I don't think I was either.
Following you is a nightmare.
Yeah. And it's a scary one.
I don't think so. It's, oh, geez. 15 Texas. Oh, they're all from Greg, etc. There's a bunch of stuff to catch up on. What do we?
I didn't get a chance to ask Karen about that.
Yeah.
Can't remember tomorrow.
Meeting at Jessup or meeting at
That's with Jessup and. It got canceled. No, Ed. Well, we have maybe a little bit of time after. Is it with Todd that we update? Is that the D2 update?
By Mary George, our Director of Library Services, and joining us via Zoom is Assistant Director Sophie Bruno and Administrative and Fiscal Officer Kelly Heikela. I believe it's hard to see from here. To start, our library is its own fund, and it has 5 system-wide programs, which you see on your screen, of community services, library collection services, library public services, literacy services, and the administrative overhead. I do graphic on this slide. This graphic was developed by our library staff and is a marketing tool for the library's virtual program. They've been using this graphic and theme since last fall to promote the programming and using this as a means of connection with the library. For 2021, we have a balance. For 21-22, have the same. I do want to mention that the library fund receives a flat and annual contribution of the 1.869 million. The remaining, about 75% of their total fund, is made up of property tax revenues, and then just miscellaneous fees and supplemental taxes. The department has $100,000 planned for capital expenses, and their funded positions have held flat at 49 year over year. And now I will turn over the presentation to our department head, Mary George.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. I'm Mary George, your Director of Library Services. I would like to wish you all of the library staff, all of the library users, and all of the library supporters a very happy National Library Week. And I was just reading before I came in here that the governor has declared it California Library Week as well, in recognition of all the wonderful things that the 1,100 California public libraries have done in the state of California. So it's a wonderful opportunity to be here in this week. As I reflect on a year like no other, I'm so grateful for the people who share their talents with the Placer County Library in service to our communities. Thank you for your opportunity to sing their praises and discuss the challenges that lie ahead as we present the library budget. So this is the library's org chart. This is probably the 24th org chart that we've developed in the library department in my tenure. We look at this very, very often, and this is a wonderful opportunity for me to discuss 49 allocated staff, 3 divisions, library administration, fiscal administration, and the materials management division. Library administration is the management leadership team. It's made up of myself, our assistant director, the library services manager, and the administrative fiscal officer. We also have an executive leadership team, which we call the ELT. That is the management team plus 3 senior librarians in charge of the Auburn Library, the Rockland Library, and the literacy program, and the materials management division, including mobile services and outreach. ELT empowers staff and paves the way for programs and initiatives that serve our customers. I like to say we move things out of the way and we help get things done. We encourage leadership from any position, and ideas move up through the chain of command for ELT to discuss, resolve, and implement. Major policies and initiatives are approved by the executive leadership team and then discussed and adopted by the Library Advisory Board as needed. This is also a great opportunity to affirm some of our organizational values for you. Library divisions are successful because responsibility and authority are married. They're properly aligned and supported by all of us. Equity is important to us, and a workload is distributed appropriately to maximize resources and efficiency and to meet the demands of the department in the service to our community. We continually strive for an organization, I guess I need to remember to breathe, for an organization that promotes individual growth, career development, and opportunities for career advancement. We provide training and cross-training for succession planning, always looking for the best place for staff to flourish and positively affect our communities. We continue to work closely with HR to ensure that our job duties align with the job classifications. We encourage and nurture, strengthen a system-wide perspective. Staff are increasingly identifying with their job classification rather than the location where they're assigned. And this helps allow for staffing flexibility, especially in a small team like the library. I love this slide. It basically shows the library specialists and the librarians, and we've captured perfectly each one of their personalities in this slide. So one of the virtual programming, overnight staff became experts at producing high quality videos and using Facebook Live to connect to library families virtually. For the adult crowd, we offered a very successful virtual book club. And for preschoolers, we began with what we called snippets or connection videos. I basically told the staff when we shut down our libraries, look, I don't need you to reproduce a virtual story time. What I need you to do is make very small videos to families to ensure them that you're okay and to tell them that we miss them. So they videoed themselves picking out an outfit in their closet, making a pancake, singing, reading a story, reciting a poem, anything to do something quickly to let the folks know that we were okay and that we missed them. virtual summer reading program in an all-format. 230,000 minutes were read, and to celebrate, the librarians had cold water poured over them, had pies in the face, and all of it was on social media to delight and entertain. We built on our successes of the virtual summer reading program to develop the STAR Challenge, which is on the slide here. STAR is an acronym for Story, Tip, Activity, and Rhyme. It began as a 10-week and it sought to reconnect us with the Storytime crowd. We just wrapped up our STAR Zoo, which was a winter 10-week activity with rhymes, stories, activities that had to do with animals. And today we are beginning our story projects for spring, stories with a takeaway craft. And the virtual book club selections are selected through June. Another one with a staff full of servants who have no one to serve. Public library counter service is very different than what you would imagine, other county departments to be. It's more dynamic, and the engineering controls like plexiglass, quarantining items, social distancing are almost completely. Our staff continually found ways to adapt to the demands placed on them during the extremely difficult time. And they were able to do so in 7 very different library buildings throughout the state, colors, which is why you saw various service models offered, including curbside, walk-up tabling, walk-through for patron use of self-service options, and in-person browsing, all to meet our differing community needs. As we initiated each model, ensured engineering controls were in place, including wiping high-touch surfaces, use of radios and laptops, adding plexiglass where needed, and quarantining return materials. We were not alone in this journey. We relied heavily on the expertise in other county departments like HR risk, IT, telecom, HHS, with particular thanks to Dr. Oldham, Mike Romero, and Dr. Sisson. Facilities, document solutions, and of course, our wonderful CEO staff. Thank you for being our support and our partners. The photo on this slide is of the Auburn Library team in the summer of 2020. It shows many of the COVID-related safety protocols we put in place to assist our customers. Distancing, masks, signage, safety vests. Not shown, however, 100-degree plus weather and unhealthy air quality due to smoke from fires. Through it all, staff did an excellent job adapting to these different models and adjusting their work daily to improve service while highlighting safety. Forced a delay regarding meeting the completion dates of the strategic plan objectives. We have come back with renewed energy and focus. We recognize that meeting our goals will guide the Placer County Library where it needs to go. The flexible, community-driven service the library provides means that even when a curveball is thrown at us by the pandemic, we will still be able to adjust and serve Placer citizens, build strong partnerships, and align our future successes with your board's goals and objectives, supporting your own strategic planning efforts. An immediate move to online applications, purchasing more electronic resources, and adding databases to the library's website to support online learning became our charge as we closed the library doors and shifted to virtual services. This slide highlights our emerging issue and our department priorities are one and the same. The most important thing for us to do is to reopen our libraries and reignite our services. Engineering controls, renewing the community use for our patrons, welcoming back our volunteers and Friends of the Library activities, as we restart our mobile services and our outreach and our literacy programs. And then we have to redesign and re-implement all of our in-person programming, but we're ready and we're excited to get going. We also need to complete some projects that we started in fiscal year 2020 2021, and we're poised to do that as well. Slide that I've been wanting to do my entire career as a library director. We have no supplemental requests. Don't get too used to it. I think we're in a transition year, but back to Vanessa.
Thank you, Mary.
But let's talk about their which lives in the facilities budget. So that's why. But Mary asked me to kind of go over and do some sound bites to these bullet points that you see in front of you. The first one was the Auburn Library Children's Courtyard shade structure. A couple of years ago, the very large shade tree in their courtyard fell down due to storm damage. And since then, we've been trying to figure out ways to provide shade to that courtyard. And Facilities is currently installing a shade structure and additional seating to the children's courtyard, which should be complete sometime this related to automated materials handling, which is AMH. In FY20, your board approved a supplemental request to install AMH at the Rockland Library location. AMH is the #1 goal of library strategic plan that Mary mentioned in a previous slide. And this is based on offering innovative solutions to meet community needs. And this also aligns with our BOS critical success factors. The estimated completion for this project is fall of 2021. The next is a new renovation request that has been programmed in the facility CIP renovation project list. And this is to construct 2 new Auburn Library quiet study rooms. The current quiet room is no longer accessible due to an increased need for a secure locked workspace for employees. And in the future, the fireplace room is what it's loving will be a future site of AMH for the Auburn Library. Which leads me to my next bullet point is in the FY 22-23 renovation requests, we have programmed some planning money to look at this new AMH room at our Auburn Library and scope that out. Which also leads me to my next bullet, the Auburn Library interior redesign plans. These are all related and they're all very good things. Completed an Auburn Library interior redesign study, and that was in FY 2019. And this study is being implemented with those moves of the quiet room, but also, talking about the implementation of AMH at the Auburn Library. There are many other suggested efficiencies in this study, and they're currently being discussed between these team. And the last is Beach Library. It is programmed in future years in that same facility CIP. This facility is definitely in need of renovation. We might actually start kind of piecing out some of these projects, but this was initially scoped to talk about it in its entirety. However, since we initially scoped this or discussed it in program, or do we explore other opportunities in the basin to relocate library services? So with that, I will give it back over to Mary. Questions? Okay. To close out our presentation. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say thank you to Vanessa. Vanessa, we are so lucky to have your expertise and professionalism on our team. We're thankful every day for you. You did a wonderful job telling our story too. This quote is by author Neil Gaiman. A book is a dream that you hold in your hand. It's on the wall in the children's department of the Auburn Library. It's powerful, and so are your libraries. Struggling with how to reopen libraries and serve library users has been difficult, and it's not unique to the Placer County Library. Each California library is struggling with their own set of opportunities and challenges. Some people equate the library to a community living room. I've heard Supervisor Holmes say that. A place where people gather to connect and share, dare I say dream. I know folks will gather inside and outside our libraries again soon. Until then, your library teams are dreaming of what community looks like in the meantime and how we can help serve all of our citizens. Dreams are sometimes foggy and they're definitely disorienting, but can be a window into a new way of doing things, maybe even a better way. So thank you for your support of our libraries. Thank you to my team. They're wonderful people and they do a wonderful job. And I'm proud to be your county librarian and happy to do my best to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Mary. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. Thanks for your leadership over these years. You've done a tremendous job. This pandemic opens up avenues to find new ways to provide library services, and I see that you're looking to move to that direction. I just want to thank you for ways that you, during this pandemic, were able to provide services to residents for their much-needed library services. And particularly the walk-up table I'm there all the time, and it's just great to see people lining up, just glad to get their hands on a book. And I've used that several times myself. So thank you for your innovative leadership and trying to keep services to our residents. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'll just say what my grandfather would say to me, my pleasure, treasure.
Bonnie?
Well, Supervisor Holmes said most of it, so thank you, Mary. I have to go find those videos with staff getting hit in the face with knives. I could probably use a good laugh. So, I think it's great that they were able to be creative and engage the community in that way. So certainly appreciate that. One of the things that I think about as we think about just making sure that we provide library services is I noticed you had some staff out sick the last week or two, which I hope they get well quickly. But it does, that means we have to close a couple of library or the library or what have you. And so I think that as we think about being creative and thinking about how we best provide this service, which you've captured so well, right? People need libraries. We want our libraries. They serve a huge need in our community. Is there an opportunity to look at, do we regionalize with the Truckee area and some of the library services on that side of the county to make it more efficient and effective so we don't have to close down libraries, especially in springtime or kids in spring break type of thing. So just, I think it's one of those conversations to be had in the future. But hopefully your staff will get well soon. But I do think it makes me think about how do we make sure we keep providing the great services that you and your team already provide.
See no other questions, comments. Great presentation, Mary. Great work during a tough year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Next is the Ag Department, Josh Hunsinger.
Hello again, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Vanessa Lieberman, Management Analyst. I am joined today by Josh Hunsinger, Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. And joining us via Zoom is Deputy Agricultural Commissioner Sealer Corey Larson. Our Ag Department is comprised of 3 cost centers you see on your screen, which is Agriculture, Weights and Measures, Farm Advisor, and the Fish and Game Commission. We have slides. The first cost center is General Fund. Well, they're all General Fund, please. But as you can see, year over year comparison is held relatively flat. Some of the reasons for the increase for their requested budget of the 1.6 million net cost is due to increased 87 costs. Their funded positions were held flat from the prior year at 16. The Farm Advisor budget has also held relatively flat. It has gone up a little bit for expenses and professional and special services between all 5 of their programs that are within this cost center. And they have 3 positions that have been held flat from prior year. And the same story for their Fish and Game, although their net county cost has gone down just a little bit, and that's because of a decrease in 87 to this cost center. And now I will turn over the presentation to Department Head Josh Hunsinger. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. And good afternoon, Chair Wygant, Board, CEO Leopold, Council Schwab. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon, and I'll try to keep my comments brief, but just to give you a quick update on what our department is up to and some of the priorities we're focusing on this year. The COVID impacts have been significant in my department, but in a, we've adapted to them a little bit differently than some of the other departments. Early on last year, probably around exactly a year ago, the Secretary of Food and Ag declared that the Agricultural Commissioner's staff in support of agriculture and our food supply were essential workers. So we really have not done any virtual remote work. So our staff has been in the office pretty much continuously from that point. We have altered our seating arrangements within the office, and my field staff is we've gone to a model where, the truck is your office because we are so field oriented. We did explore how much work we could do from a more remote work from home situation, but it really wasn't practical when we looked at it. And so I really do want to commend my staff for being flexible, but at the same time, even, when they did have some concerns over, their own safety, we were able to talk through those, work out some safety measures and protocols to keep them safe and keep them working and support our community and our regulatory responsibilities. So, we'll keep working on that. Our core regulatory programs of agriculture, agricultural regulation, pest prevention, those kinds of things have continued to be a strong workload, as has our pesticide regulatory programs and our weights and measures consumer protection programs. And then we are looking at a few additional things, which I'll highlight in a second. As far as new emerging issues, really Western Placer County is the big one, and just it's kind of a combination of things all happening in the same geography right now. As you're well aware, that Western Placer, the residential, the housing growth down there has been really rapid. That is button right up against agriculture, and that creates kind of what we call that agricultural urban interface, which can create a variety of kind of land use conflict challenges. I know, Bonnie, we've had a few propane cannons going off to scare geese out of some farming fields that have kept people up at night lately that we've been working on. But then coupled with that, in that same vicinity, we've gone from, over the last 5 years, believe it or not, we've gone from about 900 acres of orchard crops down in the valley portion of the county to about 9,000. So we've had about a tenfold increase in the amount of almond and walnut trees in the county. And that's really created a different dynamic to what was traditionally either rice or pasture for cattle has really changed a lot. And that's from within our pesticide regulatory program. That's really created a pretty significant additional workload. So kind of keeping the people in the houses safe and keeping the orchards safe and the rice and all of them in the mix together has been a challenge. And so that's something we're working on. Let me go to our next slide, which is our organizational chart. And so this kind of highlights all of the different things under the ag department umbrella. So really in the center there, we have our core regulatory programs, as I mentioned, of pesticide use enforcement, agricultural enforcement, wildlife services. I should mention, I do have 3 staff that their mission is to, and their job is to help the public and other municipalities and even county departments work through their kind of what we call human wildlife conflicts to prevent property damage, and in some case, even human health and safety issues. And then our consumer protection weights and measures programs. So that's kind of the core mission. That's the bulk of what we spend our time on. But then we do have our agricultural marketing program, which is kind of has goals of economic development and ag land open space preservation. Keep the farmers making money. They're going to keep farming. They're going to preserve open space and keep that land in our tax base. And then the land use planning function, which I want to highlight a little bit in a second. And then the new one, which I'm really honored to be a part of, is the regional health forest health coordinator, and that's something I'm really excited to be partnering with the CEO's office on, something that is a real significant priority for the county, and looking forward to being a part of that as well. So let's see here. So to go to some of the department's accomplishments over the last year, as I mentioned, we did a number of things to adapt to the COVID-19 situation, and one of them was our ag marketing program. Big part of that program is typically events-based, so farm-to-table dinners,
farm and barn tour, a lot of in-person events. And it was like, okay, what are we going to do? We can't have any of those. And so we've really shifted to a lot more online stuff. There's been we did a farm to table dinner partnership with Josephine's restaurant in Auburn, to where people could come pick up their dinner rather than an in-person sit down type of situation. And, that's something we were able to adapt to and keep the ag marketing program chugging along. What's really exciting is that one of the kind of silver linings of the pandemic, if you will, is people really became aware early on when we had some of those shortages at our grocery stores. People had a real awakening as to their food source and the reliability of that food source. And the farmers markets in the county have been wildly successful over the last year. I mean, more than they've ever had as far as customer traffic. And so it's been kind of one of those silver linings. You wish that wasn't the reason for it, but we'll take it. Additionally, I really want to highlight, and this goes to kind of the land use element of my involvement and my workload, is the department's support of the county's wine industry task force. And this is just a really cool thing I wanted to highlight. And it's a multidisciplinary team. It's staff from CEDRA, from Department of Public Works, Environmental Health, CAL FIRE, and the Agriculture Department. And what we found is that when these new wineries would come in and submit an application to the planning department, they'd enter into what I would call regulatory ping pong, where they'd get bounced around between a lot of different departments. And it was a real struggle for them because they're typically very small businesses, kind of mom and pops. They don't have consultants to help them navigate through that regulatory process. And so over the last probably 5 or 6 years, we've come together and really built a team of people that various departments that have built some subject matter expertise, to the point where we get together in kind of a unified front, discuss the project, and then so there's really a lot more alignment, a lot more cohesiveness in the answers and the way that we work through those project applications to get them to the finish line. And I think that really is a great example of kind of the fulfillment of some of the board's priorities around economic development, land use planning, and innovation. So I really want to highlight that wine industry task force, a great example of county departments working together. Additionally, I'm really pleased that I think that was about a month ago, we brought the UC Cooperative Extension Agreement to your board for final approval. And that was a while in the making, and it was kind of shocking that we had been hosting UC for decades and decades and decades and had no formal agreement. That just some people that showed up in our offices. So it was great to bring that to conclusion. So, and get that. My involvement in some of the administrative support of their operations, I hope has been a benefit to them and increased ability to do a good job in their work and the vital services that they bring to the county. As far as emerging issues, we're narrowing in on completion of a new beekeeping ordinance. I hope to have an action item to the Planning Commission really soon. As I've mentioned to, I think, most of you at various points, beekeeping nuisance complaints are far and away. I'm hoping to have some rules around that, and so some parameters to give people to say this is okay, this is not. That will require somewhat of a workload, and so we're really examining right now kind of what that will require to implement. I believe we can do it with our existing staff, but I know we've been talking about this next issue since 2019, but industrial hemp continues to be something that's out there, but I don't think is quite ready for prime time. The states about a year ago to USDA federal level for approval. There's still no federal approval, and so that's kind of, I think, that federal approval will be the point at which I want to bring something back to your board just to really talk about what that would mean to allow some industrial hemp production in Placer County. So stay tuned for more on that at some point in the future. One positive is that the federal regulatory structure for hemp was in a little bit of a point of flux, and the presidential administration changed over from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. There was some chance that a regulatory plan the Trump administration had initiated, and so that will help that federal timeline kind of continue to move forward a little more quickly. one significant thing we're tracking that should hopefully come to conclusion in the next month or so is one of the governor's budget proposals is to increase the amount of mill assessment on pesticide sales. And this is kind of a little bit down in the weeds as far as administrative things in my world, but for every time a pesticide product is sold in mill assessment on those materials, and it's actually quite a bit of money adds up to statewide. And so the governor's proposal would nearly double that assessment and result in some pretty significant new revenues to be used for regulatory purposes. A quarter of that total revenue is designated for additional enforcement resources for agricultural commissioners' offices. And so while we don't have anything proposed in this budget, because it's really up to the legislature at this point as far as the governor's proposal and what they do with that, they could pare it down or fail to pass it or adopt it as proposed. We don't really know yet, but we're tracking that very closely, and that could mean some new enforcement expectations and potentially new funding, which may potentially require new staff. So we're really just keeping an eye on that at this point. And then last but certainly not least is the regional forest health coordinator. And as I mentioned, I'm really excited to work with the CEO's office to take on this project. I think there's some really innovative and tremendous work that's already being done in Placer County. Really excited about the partnership aspect of it and all the different federal and state non-governmental partners that are involved with Placer County in the issue of forest health. I'm really excited about the innovation that's already occurred in creating a model of collaboration and really getting work done on the ground. And my hope is that we would continue to increase that partnership, increase that innovation, and create a model for fire-safe communities that will be held up nationally as a model of the way to get things done. So with that, we don't have any supplemental requests this year, but we do have a couple of capital projects that are going on. The first is, and this is actually the third year of funding on a building renovation. We had it's not one-time funding, it's three-time funding. We had some revenues that occurred over a 3-year period. This coming fiscal year will be the third year. And so we've been dedicating those revenues to the renovation of building 301. So our current shop space, we shared a wall with the old coroner's office. And if you're familiar with that building, it's, as you may be aware, that wasn't one of our stellar facilities there at the DeWitt campus. And so I think I'm just as anxious as the sheriff was to vacate that building. And so we've identified building 301 as a much better facility that's worth putting some investment into. So we're doing some improvements to that building prior to moving into it. It's about a $250,000 total cost to do those renovations and get us into that building. And so this year's budget of $100,000 is kind of the third piece of that and should get us moved in sometime. We're hoping in around August or so. And I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Facility Services for all the work they've done in kind of partnering with us to get that building to where we need it. And then lastly, we do have a proposal for $32,000 for a new truck, 4-wheel drive truck for our noxious weed eradication program. We've been using long-term loaner vehicle and did have a grant opportunity come up, which we were awarded that will fully fund that vehicle. And so looking forward to that as well. So with that, thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Josh. Bonnie.
Thank you, Josh. Just a quick question. The Regional Forest Health Coordinator, now is that the Brett Story replacement position? And will that position now report up to your department? How is that going to work?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That is the case. Okay. All right.
I think it's obviously in coordination with the CEO's office, but as we've been talking about, the coordination and effort between the agriculture, the logging industry, all those areas, Josh's group already deals with. And so it makes perfect sense that there's some synergy between those two. So that, the day-to-day administration, that support Wells and the CEO's office about, hey, what are the key areas we want to focus on? And obviously Public Works is integral to that too, but.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to that that I think, we're looking to expand this new position. As Todd mentioned, Carrie Timmer is the new person that's going to be taking that job at the BMA. Really beyond some of that Middle Fork project type of work, and kind of bring it to this side of I-80 as I'm thinking of it, and not just up there out the window, but also on this side of the county as well, and really to expand upon the good work that Brett's doing.
Jim?
Yeah, I've been out at the government center lately, and there's some missing buildings.
Yeah.
Thankfully. My question is, building 301, is that across the way from your, where your office is?
Yeah, so if you're familiar with where the homeless shelter is, Jim?
It's Mid-Placer Emergency Shelter.
Excuse me, I knew I wouldn't get the official name right, so sorry about that. But yeah, it's the building on the very corner of E Avenue and 3rd Street. So it's the one down there on the corner. It's the one our clerk recorder was looking at moving into at one point and decided to purchase elsewhere.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cindy?
I just wanted to thank you for all the hard work in keeping services going throughout COVID, all of our departments that kept services going to our public. Pretty outstanding efforts.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
I'll just add on to the thanks. Great year and great presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
All right.
Good. Next, we have Public Works, Ken Grimm.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Vanessa Lieberman. I am joined today by Ken Grimm, our Director of Public Works and our Road Commissioner. Joining us via Zoom are Deputy Directors Peter Kratz, Will Gardner, Kevin Bell, Admin and Fiscal Operations Manager Becky Correa, and Parks Administrator Andy Fisher. So as you can see, our Public Works Department has a multitude of cost centers and funds. So we're going to just kind of hit them at the 20,000 foot level. So our general fund is comprised of Parks and Grounds maintenance, stormwater administration. We've got the road fund, capital funds, fleet, many CSAs living within all of those funds and departments. Oh, there we go. So in an effort to just kind of scale back time and be sensitive to the time Ken needs for the presentation, I'm only going to touch on those funds that present a net county cost for the most part, and just kind of breeze through the ones that are balanced or have just additional revenues over expenses. So the first one being the general fund. DPW had an aggregate adopted budget of $3.2 million in net county costs from the prior year. Their requested net county costs for this coming fiscal year is $2 million. I'd like to note that the reduction in the net county cost is due to more efficiency with parks billing via A87 for this next fiscal year. And their positions held flat at 38. Eastern Regional Landfill, we're good, we're balanced. The Environmental Utilities Fund, I will just note that the parentheses does mean that they have not expended all of their revenues, so they are still in the black. Oh, and there is a supplemental request for a position, but it's fully funded via the EU fund. TART looks good, PCT. And if you have questions, please stop me. I can slow down and we can talk about any of the slides. I will stop here on road fund, although it is balanced. I would like to mention that they receive a flat annual general fund contribution of the $3.7 million, and that is needed in order to be eligible for SB1 state funding. EU Capital Fund, and then I will stop here at the Parks and Grounds Capital Improvement Fund. They are balanced at the they're not balanced. They have a $435,000 net county cost, but they also have $1.2 million in supplemental requests that Ken will talk about in the later part of the presentation. And now I will turn it over to our department.
CT fund?
Placer County Transit.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, acronyms. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm. I'm with the Department of Public Works. And so we want to talk a little bit about Public Works today. Here's our organization chart really broken into 4 different areas. We have our transportation / floodplain management group. Then we have our parks group, our environmental utilities business line, and then a business line composed of basically transit, fleet, and administration this upcoming year. And so 2020, I think you've heard already, and we all aware it was the year of COVID, physical distancing, masking up, as well as remote working. But a lot of our people couldn't remote work. We have potholes don't get filled remotely. Parks don't stay open on Zoom. So for those first couple weeks, off work. But as soon as we got through that 2-week period, our operational people throughout the organization have been working full-time at work, although with enhanced protocols, making lots of changes about how we go about doing that work. But your board just recently, last month, approved and certified an EIR for the Hidden Falls expansion project, opening up about 1,500 acres for public recreation, new public recreation area within the county. It's going to expand the park and trail network by approximately 30 miles of trail eventually. Our first is going to be the Twilight Ride parking improvement project. Quite in the middle there, you can see the green little leader there on the photo on the slide. In 2020, we did approximately 600 acres on county-owned property of fuel load reduction throughout the county on various parcels. We intend to do about that same amount this upcoming year. We do that through a variety of mechanisms. You can see we have mechanical thinning and clearing. We see the goats on the right. Both of them working together do all the work that's necessary to be done out there. Hidden Falls Regional Park is probably about half that 600 acres. So a substantial part of that has been being done for a long time. The bottom photo shows an example, because a lot of times we get people wondering, what is this fuel load reduction? What does the property look like afterwards? We're not clear cutting areas. This shows how we thin areas, we get rid of the understory, trying to get rid of the ladder fuels that can turn a smaller fire into perhaps a catastrophic fire. Campground, there's been a lot of work being done. Todd Valley Park, Serene Lakes. In this upcoming year, we have several parcels in the Tahoe area that need some work being done on them, as well as a large parcel in Granite Bay in the Los Lagos area. On the transportation side, Malerga Road Bridge, definitely complete. I think we just paved last week. There's still some cleanup work that needs to be done. $30 million project to widen the bridge, because this is a growing area. It was a small 2-lane bridge going for eventually going to 6 lanes, but we'll be striped to 4 lanes right now because that's the size and the width of the road, both north and south of the bridge location. Also important, not just widening it, we're raising it and lengthening the bridge also to get it out of the floodplain. You can kind of see that photo in the middle upper side there. It goes underwater quite often. In fact, if you look just beyond that telephone pole that's center stage there in the photo, you'll barely see something picking up. That's the guardrail. Also, you can see in this photo to the right, big component of this project was pedestrian and bicycle connections, getting people both across the creek as well as underneath the bridge, because the Dry Creek Park is immediately off on the southeast kind of quadrant there, allowing people from the various communities to go safely from the vehicles. So it's not just a sidewalk, there's actually a physical divider there to make sure people can cross Dry Creek safely. Forest management project, multi-partnership, federal, state, private interests involved in helping clean up and making sure to provide for a healthy forest and reduce wildfire of material at a cost of $3.4 million to be done. I believe we're in like the 3rd year of a 5-year program. This is one of the projects that will be transitioning over to the Ag Commission office with the new position as our employee is retiring here. Structure that we have. We finished up the Auburn Ravine project here in North Auburn, $4.9 million project, rehabilitating an old, about approximately 1 mile of a pressurized force main. In addition to service for North Auburn, it's actually going to restore some of the capacity that we haven't had in a long time in North Auburn, because with that dilapidated pipe. We couldn't fully pressurize it without maybe something popping out. And so now that it's brand new, we'll be able to fully pressurize it again. Sampling of some of the things we did this past year. What are we going to be doing for our citizens this year? So first, we have our Parks and Trails Master Plan, started actually in 2016. We've had over 50 public meetings, 3,500 survey respondents to our survey we sent out years ago. 60 organizations were represented in the various focus groups that we had set up during that. Trying to create a vision for parks and recreation in the county for the next 20 plus years. Focusing on some of the key principles of flexibility, recognizing we have different portions of the county, different communities that have different wants and needs. Making sure we're leveraging the resource we have, that it's not just going to be us who deliver these projects, and creating those partnerships that make those things happen. We'll be coming to your board probably within the next few months. We have a public forum occurring, I believe, later this month to kind of reintroduce the plan. It had kind of went a little dormant as we were working through the Hidden Falls project because that was so upfront in everybody's mind. But now that we're beyond that, we're going to bring that back to your board for your consideration. We do also continue our bridge replacement program. We have a host of bridges in this county that are beyond their design life, need to be repaired. Some of them are very narrow, some of them get flooded out, some of them are just, I don't want to say ready to fall down, but if we don't do something about them, we'll eventually have to be closed. And so we're trying to take care of them before that actually happens. Two of them, Crosby Harold Road at Doty Ravine, as well as Dowd Road at Raccoon Creek, are two projects this year. Technically, they're already under construction. You can sign to see here, we've been doing the tree removal. A lot of times we have to do for environmental reasons, get the trees out of there so that there's no nesting habitat where we get nesting birds when we want to construct and then we cannot construct. So we try to take those down beforehand. But another high priority project is the Watt Avenue. Much like the Willarga Road Bridge, needs to be raised, widened, a $50+ million project. Very high priority project. We're hoping that by 2024, we'll be ready to break ground on that project. So it's still a few years out. It is in the Highway Bridge Program, so we will be getting at least 88% of the project, or the bridge costs anyway, will be reimbursed by the federal government. Interesting project, a little something different. Yankee Jim's Road at North Fork of the American River, if you've ever been down there, a beautiful location, not very easy to get to. And under the pandemic, actually got inundated with people who come down to this piece of the river to recreate. It is a Federal Highway Administration pilot project. We are one of the few agencies that are looking to use construction manager as general contractor delivery method to deliver that project, which is different than your typical design, or excuse me, different than your usual where you design it, then you go out and bid it, and then you go contract for it. It's very similar, or has some similarities to the design build process that your board uses on some of your capital building facilities. It's all about getting a contractor on board earlier and get that input, because if there's a site that really needs some innovation, it's this one. The road down there, we're going to have to probably improve the road before we can even get equipment down that actually can repair and replace this bridge. And so trying to find out what's the best, most cost-effective method to do that. We've already brought on the contractor. Your board approved that process a year or so ago. We hope by the end of this year to have the environmental review complete. And we hope that maybe as early as 23, 24, we can start those, what we call early access improvements, actually improving the road to get down to where the bridge is actually located. The picture there, the upper picture, is a rendition or photo of what the new bridge could look like. The lower photos are what the existing bridge is today. You can just see how narrow it is in that lower picture. But the new bridge is going to have some architectural element. We are not looking at a standard Caltrans highway bridge, and everybody's on board with that because they understand the nature of where this project is. Estimated to cost for such a small bridge, $37 million, again, through the Federal Highway Bridge Program. We've been very successful and fortunate to get a lot of support through that program. Up in Tahoe, our Kings Beach Western Approach project, kind of an extension million. Gosh, it's probably been 7, 8 now. I may be off. This is at the highway or at the intersection of Highway 28 and 267, trying to improve that intersection both for traffic as well as that really is the gateway into the community. Environmental process for that last year. And so we're going into the financing and the final design and eventually the right-of-way acquisition associated with that project. Particularly phase 1, but really Placer Parkway for other folks that are out there, an eventual new roadway, multi-lane expressway between Highway 99, 7 in Sutter County, all the way to Highway 65, which is at the Whitney Ranch interchange. We have, and your board has approved along with our partners, a developer fee one today. We're improving Whitney Road interchange. We're going to take that road to the west, going over the railroad tracks and going first to Foothills Boulevard. Approximately an $80 million project. We're with our partners about how we can finance and advance that project. County maintained road in our county. So as a basic fundamental of a lot of what we do is maintaining that roadway network. We've been very fortunate with the passage of SB1, which was the gasoline tax several years ago, where much more funding is coming to us to be able to resurface and maintain our roadways, particularly in what they call a separate account called the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, RMRA. And so almost all of that money, 100% for resurfacing. We're going to be doing a few other projects, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But what I want to make sure you know, in the 2021 fiscal year, we resurfaced over 141 miles of road. I think that's a record for us, and that's really because of this new funding coming in at its full amount. Even when I first started here, if we could get 100 miles, that was really great. But this past year, 141. This one coming up, we're expecting 84 miles. The reason for the difference, that's a little bit less. Some of it had to do with how the funding came in, and there was a little bit more funding that kind of carried over. But more important than that is kind of going forward, we are now utilizing that RMRA funding, not just to do the resurfacing. We need to do more. We have traditionally did all the preparatory work with our own crews. We're now having to fund some of that because there's so much of it we can't keep up to do all the resurfacing by the contract. So part of that's going to prep the surface before we resurface. And then we also have a couple other projects that your board has approved for that RMRA funding in this next year. 2 landslides that occurred in areas off Rollins Lake Road, as well as off in Alta, that need to be repaired. They're threatening not only the public infrastructure, but also private property. And so we set aside some money to go ahead and make those repairs, a little bit over $1 million to make that happen. Your board already last week approved a transit pilot project for the Tahoe area. And again, that was last week, a free app-based on-demand shuttle system in 2 zones within Tahoe. $500,000, approximately $500,000 program. That will be implemented this summer. We'll be coming back to your board to talk about what the results of that and hopefully be able to move that into maybe even a winter service also. Your board approved the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch specific plans a little over a year ago now, 15, 16 months ago. Part of that process into opening up that area is the extension of infrastructure. So we're doing a lot of the preliminary waste, particularly wastewater planning. How are we going to extend sewer up from Roseville? And you can see, actually, we have to go down into the city of Roseville to find the sewer line and bring it up into this area. But what we're trying to do is how do we cost effectively, not just do the cheapest way, but we need to do the most cost-effective way that engages the most properties as early on so that they can contribute in the cost of the trunk line that needs to be placed. So we don't, and really what this shows is we're looking at alternatives to bringing it at straight up fitment, because if we bring it up straight up fitment, nothing against the landfill. I have a role there at the landfill, but they don't have a need of that system. They won't need to participate in the cost. So if we're looking at some options of bringing it towards the east, so we can engage more properties that could perhaps help pay for that facility sooner rather than later. And Sigma is what it's called. And really the process of doing planning of groundwater sustainability throughout California. Since that time, we've been teaming up with our partners here in not just here in Placer, which is kind of the peach colored area, but the aquifer underneath us extends beyond our county borders. So it includes North Sacramento County and South Sutter County. We have been teaming up with them to do the data collection, to do the modeling necessary to determine how has that aquifer been reacting in the past or acting in the past. How is it going to operate in the future? And what are some things that we can do to first monitor it? And then when there are things aren't going the way we want, how do we fix it? And there's a lot of discussion. We anticipate a draft sustainability plan this coming summer. We'll be sharing that with your board. And we've been having pretty good aquifer and people have been very responsible. Part of that is probably a lot of the policy your board has about limiting residential development or any sort for that matter that is not on surface water. Generally, groundwater is only for emergency short-term needs. But in this county, the largest consumer cultural interests. And so we're making sure that that's not true for the entire aquifer, but it is true for the Placer County portion of it. So we're working through those policy issues and there'll be more discussion coming forward later this year with your board. Just a couple of the programs that we have going on. We could talk about more things. We've got some bike trails, 2 segments of the Martis Creek Bike Trail that we will be constructing this year, or we hope to be constructing this year. We are working on VMT thresholds that we prove coordinate them with TRPA on the eastern portion of the county, trying to find ways that we can continue provide and encourage a continued investment in the built environment up in Tahoe, at least on the north shore of Tahoe within our jurisdiction. So that brings us to our supplemental requests. We actually have 3, they're all in parks. The first one and the biggest one is vegetation management, probably also our top priority. I believe these are in our priority order. We had a study done this past year, basically came up with about a $1.1 million 3-year plan to provide fuel load reduction on all county-owned parcels. In the past, we've been focused on park parcels, but we actually did an inventory of all and it ended up being, 2,400 acres of county-owned land that had some need for fuel load reduction. We now have an inventory. We have a plan about how we could go about doing it. It's a 3-year plan at about $1.1 million a year. And then after that, it's just, it drops to just the ongoing amount needed to keep those properties in the shape that they're in. That's not the minimum required, because the minimum really from our ordinance is really keep 100 feet away from any any structure or habitable building. This is about what we think is needed to provide for the long-term stewardship of those properties. I said 1.1 million, you see 782,000. Really the difference between that is our base already includes money for fuel load reduction. For the most part, that has been at Hidden Falls. So this is really about all those other properties that we believe need to be done, if not over the 3-year period, but we need to get a start on it and get it to be where it needs to be. The second supplemental request is Hidden Falls Regional Park Expansion Project. So we need to provide match money. I think when we came to your board in March to talk about the finance plan, we talked about we would at some point need about $680,000, close to $700,000 in discretionary funds eventually to build that first phase of project. At this time, we need to start, we're ready to start the design process. We're looking for $309,200. When we go to construct, we will likely need a little bit more, but we'll take that $309,000, match it with park dedication or developer fee dollars, as well as a grant that we are receiving to be able to design it and get it ready for construction. And then the last supplemental request has to do with capital replacement of parks kinds of facilities. We're fortunate in parks that most of our land, the landscaping really just requires maintenance. You don't have to replace it periodically, but we have a lot of park elements that do. Playground structures, benches, and backstops, and those kinds of things that periodically need to be have major rehabilitation or replaced. We're looking and asking for $100,000. $75,000 of that is to replace the North Park playground here in just outside of Auburn. And that's really has a hard time making its inspections. And so it's important that that gets replaced so it can stay open for the children that want that facility. We're also part of that 100,000, 25,000 is for getting some capital replacement software so we can get a better inventory of what we have out there and begin having a more appropriate scheduling mechanism to share what the needs are and how we can go ahead and make those things, make sure that our park infrastructure is sustainable. So at the end, that brings us to capital expenditures. We talked about some of these projects already, so I didn't list all of them, but we did break it down into our major business lines, both capital projects as well as equipment. On the transportation side, we're working on 15 projects worth about $29 million next year. That includes our road maintenance resurfacing projects as part of that RMRA account that we talked about a few minutes ago. We're also purchasing 16 pieces of equipment at an approximate cost of $1.5 million. That $1.5 million represents what we call our minimum annual cost to maintain the size of fleet we have in roads. So we're not accelerating replacements. We're not being lax on them. We're continuing what we need to do to keep our equipment in good working order. Environmental Utilities is working on 8 projects worth $2.3 million, and they're purchasing one piece of equipment, a hydrovactor. It's probably their most expensive piece of equipment, one that is reaching the end of its life, but also for air quality concerns, it has to be taken out of circulation based on new air regulations. And that's $500,000. Parks has 8 projects worth $6 million they're working on, the single largest being the Hidden Falls expansion project, but there are others. Excuse me. And 5 pieces of equipment at a cost of $104,000. That approximately $100,000 represents their minimal annual investment in equipment replacement to ensure that they maintain their equipment at the appropriate level. And then finally, we have transit, talking about replacing 2 buses. One of those, I believe this year, we hope is to at least place the order because it takes a year or more for them to come in, are commuter buses, since they are aging. Commuter buses have really changed during COVID. Who knows how it's going to come back over time, but we still have at least some of those buses we're going to need to replace, even if we eventually shrink down the service that is provided to downtown Sacramento. And so those 2 buses are a cost of $1.35 million. So they are very pricey buses. So that's an overview of Public Works. Happy to answer any questions that you have and appreciate the time.
Thanks, Ken. Questions? Comments? Cindy?
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate all the efforts in all the different areas. I had a question on the vegetation management for the 136 county properties. Are you able to work with other agencies to be cost effective in those programs? I know some of those parcels are very small, but there might be an adjacent larger parcel that is in state or federal ownership. And are we able to take advantage and find cost-effective solutions?
And there's no doubt that as much as we can partner with others, particularly with having one option is grants. And we've actually had some grants that we've gotten in the past, particularly for park properties. The other is trying to team up with people who are doing fuel load reduction in the immediate area and trying to get the economy of that kind of scale. I think that's exactly what you're bringing up. We will definitely be talking with our partners, trying to take advantage of that. Obviously, it's all about our partners being ready to go when we're ready to go.
Well, and part of that, it's almost like the underground team that you have that meets and looks at utility relocations before you pave a road. So same with for fuels management. It's almost that same idea that you get with all the agencies, see what their plans are and how we can piggyback on that. But I'm especially interested, obviously, we heard the discussion on the property in Los Lagos, but also on any, I guess, high priority areas, because they stick out like a sore thumb when then it becomes a county property that is not maintained in the community, and we're pushing everyone else to maintain it. So, and really interested in the Yankee Gems project. I don't know how you get down there. It was tough enough to drive down to visit it when I went, and I thought I knew what I was doing. So big equipment down there. That's going to be an interesting one.
They are talking everything from helicopters to, kind of the cranes you see in downtown Sacramento that you bring in, or Sacramento, even San Francisco, to bring in. They're talking all sorts of options. The contractor is really using their pencil and working on it. So it'll be an interesting project when it's.
I know there's a lot of interest in also having some sort of walking bridge, pedestrian bridge, all that. I mean, it's a lot of interest in that project.
And and that's probably important to note, and a great point, that there is a lot of desire to try to save the old bridge and maybe use it for pedestrian.
Right.
Going to be difficult, but there's lots of discussions going, and we're trying to see what we can get within the program, and then also what we may have to participate if we want things over and above the program.
Great, thank you.
Suzanne.
I can. I'm just curious, because of our newly found county trail in Granite Bay in Los Lagos, did you include a little bit of work on that trail in your budget?
So first and foremost is we're looking to do the fuel load reduction, because we didn't even know until about this time last year that someone brought it to our attention that we actually owned it. We always thought it was State Parks, and we found out State Parks has a lien, or excuse me, has an easement on it, but we are the actual owners. So tag we're it. We are looking, we've been working with Chief Estes about getting out there later in this spring to do some, at least the minimal, or actually more than minimal of work. Then the question comes about, how do we open up that trail so people know that they can use it, because it hasn't historically been as open as our trails, because there was no one to be a advocate for it.
Actually, it was because they locked the gate.
And that doesn't help either. One end looks a lot better where folks are at than the other end does. And so we're not planning on any large scale improvement project.
Correct.
But now that it is ours, we are looking to actually provide some maintenance attention so that it can have some work be done, so that at least it can stay cleared and look like a trail.
Right. We'll be talking with Andy on Friday about some ideas.
Sounds great.
See no other questions. Great job.
Great. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thanks, Ken. Next is facilities management. Steve Newsom.
Chair Wygant, members of the board, Vanessa Lieberman. I am joined today by Steve Newsom, our Director of Facilities Management, and via Zoom is their Admin and Fiscal Operations Manager, Gretchen Edved. As you can see here, our facilities department is comprised of multiple cost centers and funds, which we will review next. Their general fund roll-up and overhead group. As you can see here, previous year adopted was $3.8 million in net county cost, and this year there's a requested $5.7 million in net county cost. This increase is attributed to the redesign and shifting staff costs and overhead from their capital fund to their general fund, which is fairly new for us doing that. Their funded positions held flat at 27 from prior year. The next fund is our building maintenance fund, which is one of our internal service funds. Their adopted budget from $979,000. Their requested budget, this slide is incorrect. There should be parentheses around that $1 million number. They actually have not completely expended all of their revenues they'll be earning in fiscal year 21-22. They have 37 positions, and 2 of those are supplemental requests for this coming fiscal year. Capital Fund, their prior year adopted budget was $16 million in net county cost. This year is a requested $8.7 million, with supplemental requests totaling $12.6 million. And those will be discussed later in the presentation. And now I'm happy to turn it over to our department head, Steve Newsom.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Newsom, Director of Facilities Management. And you're almost done. You have, I think, one more department after my 3-hour presentation, and then you're free. Okay.
You know what's worse than keeping the board from lunch?
Dinner. I will move quickly.
Just kidding, Steve.
So here's our org chart, and everyone throughout the county and throughout the day, you've heard people talk about the impact of COVID. And our department, of course, was impacted by it. Interesting way, I might say. We're all aware of our building maintenance staff reacting quickly, providing plexiglass shields, distance stickers, masks, hand cleaning chemicals, things like that. And our custodians kind of enhancing their cleaning throughout, the county on the high touch areas. But other areas really fascinated me. Of course, the museums were shut down, but the museum staff just went crazy doing research and special projects for people in the community. People were asking about history of different events or places or what have you. And they then set up an online means of doing this. And I think it was incredibly successful how they responded to the need without actually having to have a physical building to do all of that in. And then our capital improvements group and real estate group as well had to keep things going, documents, contracts being signed. So implementation of a lot of software and of course virtual meetings and so forth occurred. So there was really not much of a slowdown. And in fact, I think we were quite successful at doing things remotely. And so I'm really, really pleased with the way everyone really stepped up, because I think I kind of consider our department the kind of can-do department. We do a lot of things that are not really described in people's job descriptions, but we just step in and try to accomplish those. So great group of people that I'm fortunate enough to work with. So there have been some great accomplishments this past year. And normally we get very excited about buildings coming out of the ground, but I think we probably had more excitement this year about buildings being leveled than actually being built. But the Mercy Housing Project, a great example of the board's strategic plan for creating achievable and affordable housing. And our real estate and capital improvements divisions worked very closely with the county and CEDRA and Mercy project that will have 79 units there. And every time you drive by, it probably looks different because they're really progressing fast. We did a tour recently, and I've been an architect now for 30 years in the state of California, but not practicing on the front lines and drawing so much for a while now. And a lot of the products and things that they used on this project were very impressive, very focused on water intrusion and controlling it. So I think it's coming along beautifully. Very impressive project. Then one of our big ongoing tasks that we do is we create the capital improvement plan, which leads to requests of your board for the funding for the construction of a lot of new facilities. This last year, the coroner facility. And this is, I've said it before, and it's absolutely true, having gone around the country and toured some of the latest and greatest facilities. This is one of the Health and Human Services building. I'll talk to that in just a moment. The Tahoe Justice Center is a very unique project because, of course, the location and with TRPA, but also the partnership that we have with the courts. And so we're continuing there to work with TRPA, what our options may be there, and then working closely with the courts for their funding from the state for their portion of the project. So more to come on that. And of course, there will be a significant amount of public engagement as we move forward. The clerk recorder elections building, which is one building that was purchased. I'll talk in just a minute about that, which was named initially as the Ronco effect, which I have deep affection for that, and Ryan, I'm sure, appreciates it. But I think we've transitioned to a more generic waterfall effect, which I'll tell you about in a minute. And then down here at the bottom, the Project Home Key, our real estate team is just works hand in hand with HHS, and HHS picks up the phone. It's 11 p.m. and we need to have something by midnight, and our real estate team is all over it. And this is an example of that, where the county was able to acquire this motel for those who've been displaced, the homeless and so forth, up in the Tahoe area. Of departments working collaboratively and effectively. Okay, so some of our emerging issues and our department priorities. Master plan was a big lift, a lot of money, a lot of time, energy, resources spent developing the PCGC master plan. And now we are working to implement that master plan. And the Mercy Housing Project is the first thing to happen. The private sector companies who have some interest in coming to our campus. So that's very exciting. More to come, and that will go on for decades, I'm sure. So the Health and Human Services Office building, this is, I'm a big proponent of design build, and this project I think is yet another example of the success of that type of delivery method. The coroner being latest success story, under budget and on time. The animal shelter was the prior success story of design build. Now this one itself, this will be the largest building on the campus. I think the current design is about 142,000 square feet. So very large facility. We shortlisted 3 design build teams, every one of them capable of doing the project. But it really gave us the opportunity through that process. We had multiple 8-hour meetings with each team, an entire day with meeting with each team in order to work. We will be bringing to the board a recommendation for a team. And again, we anticipate that we will be on schedule and probably under budget on this project too, which is a great thing. I was getting very fearful of escalation. And last but not least is, of course, the maintenance of all of our buildings. And that's something that we do and have implemented the VFA software that is kind of a plus in scheduling and budgeting for the work to be done in us. And for instance, this Health and Human Services building or the Santucci Justice Center, the main jail down there, huge footprint of a building. And at some point, you're going to have to replace the roof. If you're going along blindly and you're not anticipating that you've got a maintenance project, on one building, you're ready for it. So last couple of years, we've been implementing a very good way, I think, of moving that forward. Okay, so this is an example of how we work well with the CEO's office. You'll see on the right, there is only, on this slide at least, there is only one request here for supplemental funding because the other these projects. Countywide flagpoles, it's actually a code requirement for county buildings to have flagpoles. We were made known of that, and so we are addressing that across the county where appropriate. Then countywide signage, that is just a constant ongoing thing that we have as things change, parking restrictions, all sorts of things occur. Countywide parking lot paving, this of course is another ongoing maintenance element that we are responsible for. And the South Placer tunnel repair, there's an underground tunnel. If you take an inmate to court, they go in a tunnel to the courtroom. And so that connection there has a problem, and there's a crack and it's leaking into the tunnel. So right now we're pursuing design work to correct that problem there. Kings Beach demolition, we've been meeting lately about this, and I know Cindy, I'm sure you're well aware of some of the boarded up residences that are an eyesore and a safety issue. So we will try to move forward with those. So here's the real meat of the request. The department moves and space reallocation. The waterfall moves, formerly known as the Ronco effect, is all based on the purchase of the Atherton building and then the opportunity for us to backfill as Ryan's group moves out. We can backfill. Ultimately, our goal would be to shed a couple of buildings that you all are fond of and are housed in right now, and move everyone to our PCGC campus. So $440,000 request for that. The PCGC site prep, which is additional demolition of the buildings, and some of these buildings were not included in the previous contract because they're being used, and so we'll be shuffling things and people around in order to complete that vision that the master plan had created. Additional rehabilitation, as I mentioned, the VFA process that we utilize. There's been a long backlog of needed maintenance that, the term deferred maintenance, I call it neglect. It's a fancy term to call it deferred maintenance. This is a request to try to bring us back closer to the estimated and anticipated moving forward. Then we were recently asked by your board to include the fire stations under our building maintenance efforts. And so they are in our VFA system. So we have ideas of what it will cost and what the needs are at the different fire stations. That's $250,000. The Pride custodial contract, I mentioned earlier, the high touch area wiping, the COVID extra cleaning needs, as well as the materials to do that, $349,000 for that. Two building maintenance crafts mechanics. These are the two positions that Vanessa had mentioned. And the reason for these is this. You see the list of buildings in the parentheses. Sunset Building is almost 100,000 square feet. Kirby Hills plus Atherton is over 100,000 square feet. The coroner facility is about 20,000 square feet. So we've got 250,000 square feet just in those before we get to the fire stations. So the need for the two additional staff is really, I guess, justified by that. Clerk Recorder Elections Warehouse, that's the Atherton building. The tenant improvement to convert the warehouse space, office and meeting rooms, training areas, and so forth. $6.26 million request for that. And it also includes other necessary improvements, HVAC, roofing, and so forth there. And then lastly, the Cincinnati Solar Project, which is a project that you all have been briefed on. And right now, I think we're waiting to get a little more information about the actual real estate there and what its future may hold. But we're ready to pull the trigger on that project, and we have a recommended team to move it forward, and this will save millions and millions of dollars in utility costs for the county moving forward. So with that, are there any questions?
We're always happy to hear that, have the public hear you.
And that's that's a minimum expectation, because I worked in the private sector for decades, and every owner should expect a project to be on time and on budget, so that's our goal as well. So
Yeah, just great
thank you,
work, a
though.
lot of stuff going on, and really
it's
excited about
exciting.
what's going on in the job your team are doing. Another compliment. I had a lot of meetings with your people, different groups of your team during the last year, and you guys were always consistently well prepared for Zoom presentations. That caught my attention.
Ah, good. I'll pass that along. It's my goal that more in our department are here and interacting with you all, so that there is acknowledgement, there's synergy, and there's more of an exciting dynamic, I think, with more people that are engaged in it.
I agree with that too.
Thank you.
It's a good alternative. Bonnie?
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. Quick question about the Atherton building and the TIs. Does that include like not only the clerk recorder, but perhaps for future uses of other departments that might move over to there as well?
It does not, only because we don't know really what those needs are. And we're right now in conversations with some different departments about their needs, and Atherton is in the mix of spaces. And are they, are there staff that can move in kind of as is with just some, technology upgrade? Or is there really more construction work that's necessary? So that small portion of the building is not really a part of this major project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
I see no other questions or comments. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Yep. And so next is Community Development Resources Agency, Vanessa, and Steve.
Hello, last one. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Vanessa Lieberman. I am joined today by Steve Pedretti, Community Development Resource Agency Director, Deputy Director EJ Baldi, and Admin and Fiscal Operations Manager Jenny Ramirez, all in the room with me today. And joined via Zoom are CEDRA's Deputy Directors, staff, and PCCP Administrator Greg McKenzie. Okay. So the general fund for CEDRA is comprised of engineering and services, planning services, CEDRA admin, and PCCP currently. The general fund cost centers in CEDRA had an aggregate adopted budget of 17.3 million in last fiscal year's adopted budget, and has a requested budget of $18.2 million in net county cost. The increase is related to salary, wages, and increased contract costs. There's a capital request for $250,000 for cubicle reconfiguration and approximately $2.5 million in additional supplemental requests. Funded positions for FY 21-22 is 147 with 15 supplemental requests from employees. The next two funds are relatively flat with no major variances to report. So I'm just going to breeze over that with respect to time. And this is the Community Revitalization Fund, same, very, very minor changes from year over year. But now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Department Head Steve Pedretti, who is actually going to move to another PowerPoint presentation to give you an overview of CEDRA's accomplishments, operations, trends, and to go through the supplemental requests for FY 21-22.
Good afternoon, Steve Pedretti. I think I hit it. Sorry about that. Yeah, all right. I'm here confident that you saved the best for last today. We had originally, okay, I'm gonna keep moving before anybody responds. We had originally wanted to have a development workshop in one of the hearings prior to today, given our workload and the board agenda workload. We haven't done that. So we're combining somewhat today. So we're a little bit longer. I'm gonna have EJ give a retrospective on some of the work that we've done to get to the point where we are, and he'll be talking in just a minute. The county has positioned itself to be very successful with new development over the past many years. We've invested in a lot of big planning projects, made a lot of policy decisions, things like the PCCP, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, Sunset Area Plan, housing element, all the zoning text amendments, blah, blah, blah. I won't list them all right here. I'll let EJ do that. But right now, the housing market is hot, and we have a lot of housing projects that are either under construction or about to go. Housing funding is available. I keep saying it's to good use. There's suddenly infrastructure funding. Looks like we're working with our partner departments, with Public Works, with the CEO, with a variety of others, and we think we're also ready to take that and make good use of it. The county has put itself in good financial position for a long time. Not many counties have that advantage. I think we can utilize that it gives us options on how to move forward and maybe use it for some of the priorities we have, which I believe are economic development opportunities and, of course, affordable housing in whatever form. Right now, we're at an inflection point, and it's we not only need to keep up with the increasing pace of development, because it is increasing on us a lot, but it's time to utilize all the planning that we've done and now get out and facilitate that priority development that we want to see happen. Our philosophy hopefully has gone from being reactive to being much more proactive. Let's get out there and create opportunities. We don't actually build affordable homes. We don't actually build houses, but we create the opportunities and for economic development. So we need to be doing those and taking advantage. We're at the beginning of a building permit surge. Last year, in the calendar year 2020, we had a record number of building permits. And yet last month, we had more building permits last month than in any single month during 2020. We're actually, over the first 3 months of 2021, we've had 32% more building permits, total building permits, than we had last year at the same time. In the first 3 months, we have had 32% more total building permits than we had in the first 3 months of last year. So, we ended up with about 6,500 building permits, I believe, last year. This would put us on pace for something like 8,500. We're not going to get that. I don't think the pace will remain, but we're going to get, it looks like a big surge. Planning the first 3 months, 60% increase over the number of planning applications they had in the first 3 months last year. So it's really, we're looking at a big surge. And along those lines, I've got a big ask today. We're looking for nearly 20% increase in our staffing to deal with the surge. Now, we already met with Todd. He has provided, we've asked him for 24 positions. He's already provided 9 of those. And so we're working on that. We're asking for 15 more today. Other than that, we've got kind of the usual money for housing that we're asking for, a reduction in the amount of money we're asking for the Placer County Conservation Program, significantly less. Hopefully we get off the county dole and that becomes self-sustaining as some of the big projects go forward. Organization-wise, we have 125 positions, requesting the 24, 15 new besides the 9 that Todd just approved. We are utilizing consultants to the extent we can. We, in fact, in building, they have 11 projects that are worth about $250 million of valuation, and we're using consultants to do that work. So we're trying to use them for the peak workflow, but for the baseline, we need to do that with county staff. And the baseline is increasing and will increase over the next several years. And so we have to be adding positions at some point. We also created in our organization, we created a new division last year, really out of a lot of the functions that were previously reporting directly to me. So housing, infrastructure, finance, environmental coordinator, the information technology, and then the permit counter. We put those together. That's a new division, Community Development Services, we're calling it. It's under Shauna Purvines. The purpose of that division now is to try to complement the other divisions when they're busy putting out building permits and improvement plans and planning entitlements. As a day-to-day, they're grinding those out. We need someone who can try to work with them to complement and hopefully do some of the things that help move some of those programs forward. So with that, I think I'd really like to introduce EJ, who is going to be talking about a lot of the work that we've done over the past 5 or 10 years to get us to this point.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. So I've been asked to provide you with a snapshot of planning activity over the last 10 years. So just what I want to do at the very end of a very long day. So I'll provide a quick list of these planning highlights, but because I like to get to the end of the story first, I'm going to end my presentation talking about the future of our county general plan. So I'll let you think about that as I go through this presentation. So I also want to recognize the phenomenal staff that I have in planning, and so I'll touch on that at the end of this presentation as well. So I do have a PowerPoint, and I'll jump right into the highlights. So in 2013, your board adopted an update to the county's 1994 general plan, and we have updated 4 community plans, Granite Bay, Sheridan, Sunset Area Plan, and the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. We updated the housing element in 2013, and the Cedars Housing Group will be taking the 2021 housing element to the Planning Commission this coming Thursday. This is the first time I've been in front of this board and able to talk about the adopted Placer County Conservation Plan. So that's good news. It's really been all hands on deck over at Cedra as we begin implementation of that plan. The county has 6 approved specific plans, 4 which have come before your board for amendments at least once, some multiple times during the last 10 years. Placer Vineyards, Riola Vineyards, Rio Regional University, and Bickford Ranch. The most recently adopted specific plans, of course, are the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan. For major land development project approvals, there's been a steady stream of project applications that started flowing in just after the Great Recession. And commercial office projects being approved. The Dry Creek West Placer area had a number of residential subdivisions and that were which occurred outside. From Penryn to Auburn, there were a mix of both residential and non-residential projects, which I will share with you shortly. The majority of the development in the Tahoe area occurred out in the Martis Valley area after adoption of the community plan, with just a handful of redevelopment projects within the Tahoe Basin. Beyond the community plan updates, I mentioned earlier, our planning staff collaborated with other county departments on long-term planning efforts, such as the Placer County Government Center Master Plan, the Dry Creek Greenway Plan, Landscape Design Guidelines, the West Placer Stormwater Quality Design Manual, and Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance. In January of 2020, your board approved the county's first climate action plan, known as the Placer County Sustainability Plan. The Placer Legacy Program continued its legacy, even when there was reduced funding as a result of the economic downturn. As you know, Placer Legacy was developed to implement the goals and policies of the 1994 General Plan and supports the acquisitions and conservation of open space properties. Planning staff also participated in both the 2010 and the 2020 census and will also be part of the interdisciplinary team for this year's redistricting process. The county zoning ordinance also evolved over the last 10 years and now includes ordinances for community and event centers, wineries and farm breweries, fowl and poultry, that's chickens, Supervisor Wygant. There were housing related zoning text changes that addressed emergency shelters and transitional housing, supportive housing, farm worker housing, single room occupancy, and accessory dwelling units. Structural setbacks are also better defined. We defined medical marijuana collectives, cooperatives, and dispensaries, and set up new administrative citation hearing processes. Urgency ordinances were also passed in response to the economic downturn and the current pandemic. So as I mentioned, the county's 1994 general plan was updated in 2013. The purpose of that update was focused on the policy document to ensure that the language was internally consistent and consistent with state law requirements at the time. Over the last 10 years, the plan was amended a handful of times to incorporate the Placer Parkway corridor alignment and Highway 65 bypass alignment. It was amended to recognize the 200-year flood protection zone as well, and also to include the local hazard mitigation plan. There have also been a number of land use entitlement general plan amendments under various community plans over the last 10 years. So for community plans on the West Slope, this slide shows the community plans that have been updated over the past decade, which I just mentioned: Granite Bay, Sheridan, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan in 2017. And then your board most recently approved the Sunset Area Plan in 2019. Forest Hill Community Plan adopted in 2008 is also shown, just for the purpose of showing that really not a lot has happened under that plan in the last 10 years. The next few slides are examples of projects that were this is the largest affordable housing project that's been completed during my 24 years at the county. Construction started on this project in 2015, and residences started moving in a year later in 2016. The project included 64 affordable housing units and 8 two-story buildings with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. My understanding is that the project has a 55-year rent restriction to ensure rent remains affordable, or at affordable levels. The Horseshoe Bar Penryn Community Plan. The United Auburn Indian Community Tribal School in Penryn was completed last year. This is almost a 50,000 square foot facility that serves up to 100 UAIC students from pre-K to 8th grade with 35 staff members. The project also includes a tribal education center and a tribal cultural center. This school has become so popular with the community and passerbys that the UAIC has asked that we share with the public at this meeting that this is a private property and that public should not venture onto the grounds, especially while kids are in session. The attractive architecture, as you can see, is very museum-like, so I can see how folks are attracted on the site. I also want to thank the UAIC for actually letting us on the property to take pictures and video. And while I'm talking about that, I want to thank Eric Virgin for all the photos and the video. He took the drone out and was able to go just about everywhere in the county, except he did have some flight restrictions up in the Tahoe area. Moving on to the Granite Bay Community Plan. So this slide shows the Amazing Facts Ministry project that was approved in 2012 and just last year finished construction of their sanctuary and office buildings. The square footage totaled over 100,000 square feet. The project was also responsible for the widening of Sierra College Boulevard and working jointly with the city of Rockland. The developer realigned Sierra College Boulevard and added an additional lane to the single southbound lane, which most of you are probably familiar with or have at least driven. So in the Sunset area, the Placer Vehicle Inspection Center, also known as Carvana, is the largest employee generating project to be approved under the newly adopted Sunset Area Plan. The project is located just west of Cincinnati Avenue and will include 190,000 square foot inspection building, car wash facility, fueling islands, and then storage area for over 10,000 vehicles. Moving on. So we have specific plans and master plans. So Placer Vineyards and Riola Vineyards were approved in 2007 and 2009 respectively. As I mentioned earlier, these plans have been before your board a number of times. These projects typically requested amendments in response to changes in ownership and market conditions, as well as addressing the challenges with financing for upfront infrastructure costs. Following your board's direction and your vision to bring higher education to Placer County, planning staff brought forward the Placer Ranch specific plan in 2019 that included the Sacramento campus and the regional university specific plan adopted in 2008. It was also brought back before your board when land was donated for the university site. I might take one break and grab a water before I continue.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Hey, Bickford Ranch also in this plan area was called out for development in the 1994 general plan. Was amended in 2015 after a change in ownership. Construction on the backbone infrastructure is expected to occur this spring. And then lastly, the Placer County Government Center Master Plan, which you've heard many times today, that was approved in 2019, and it identifies a variety of county administration needs and community desires for future development within the North Auburn campus. So Riola Vineyards, they 7 years after the original project approval, first new homes began construction in 2017. First phase, Mariposa Farms included 106 lots by Homes by Town and is expected to build out in 2022 next year. Phase 2, Glen Willow, includes 186 lots, and the developer there is KB Homes, and that's currently under construction. And then recently, your board also approved the Mason Trails project for another 170 lots. That's also KB Homes. Working on a number of other small lot maps for the remaining phases. And when all built out, there'll be 933 units out there. And then we moved to Placer Vineyards. So in 2020, Lennar Homes began construction of the very first subdivision improvements in Placer Vineyards on property 1A, which ultimately will include 1,285 age-restricted lots. The first phase, Heritage 1, will include 324 lots, and 48 building permits are currently in for review, and home construction should start this spring. The second phase, Heritage 2, will include 176 lots, and that phase is also under construction. Other properties in Placer Vineyards include property 4B with 225 lots, property 7, and they hope to go to map recordation. The backbone infrastructure goes to construction this year. And here's a Placer County Government Center master plan and the Mercy North Auburn project. This is a 79-unit affordable housing apartment. I get that. As it was mentioned earlier, this is to be developed under the recently approved master plan. Supervisor Gustafson, I have not forgot about Tahoe. So these are the community plans up in the Tahoe area. The West Shore area plan, which is no longer exists, was amended back in 2011 to accommodate the Homewood Mountain Ski Resort area master plan. In December 2016, your board adopted the Tahoe Basin area plan, which combined 9 different community plans within the Tahoe Basin. Amendments to the TBAP have already been brought before your board, including the housing related amendments to bring the TBAP and implementing regulations into conformance with California housing law for accessory dwelling units and provide opportunities for a greater variety of multi-residential housing types, and also to be consistent with TRPA programs. And just for reference on that same slide, Martis Valley Specific Plan, which was adopted in 2003, is up there, and that's where we've seen most of the development in Tahoe over the last 10 years. Also for reference, the Alpine Meadows and Squaw Valley General Plans, which are probably the 2 of the oldest plans that the county has right now. So under the Martis Valley Community Plan, this Meadowview Affordable Housing Project in Schaefer's Mill. This project is going to provide 56 affordable housing units, which you've heard quite a bit. I think we're all very excited about this. And then as we move into the basin, in Kings Beach, Peak 10 developed 10 single-family airspace condominium units within one multifamily residential building on the lake shore. This was a former site of the Sun and Sand Motel, if any of you are familiar with that. Peak 10 was approved in September of 2015 by the Planning Commission, and residences were completed by the end of 17. And then Wood Vista, that's in Tahoe Vista. This is one of the first redevelopment projects approved under the Tahoe Basin Area Plan and built, and includes 7 residential condominiums that replaced the 1950s era Wood Vista Hotel. So specific plans up in Tahoe, of course, the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan was adopted in 2016 and included 850 fractional ownership residential properties and guest accommodations for almost, or with almost 1,500 bedrooms. Staff is currently in discussions with the applicant about project implementation, including backbone infrastructure plans, development phasing plans, and necessary entitlements to implement the specific plans. The Martis Valley West Parcel Specific Plan was also adopted in 2016 and includes parcels on both sides of State Route 267 and allows for the development of 760 residential units and 6.5 acres or so of commercial uses on the west parcel. As you know, that project is was subject to litigation and I think is currently with the Court of Appeals. The North Star Mountain Master Plan was approved in 2017. The Master Plan conditional use permit allows for a variety of new ski amenities at that resort. And then lastly, the Homewood Mountain Resort Ski Area Master Plan that was adopted by your board in 2011, and they're currently going through our design review process for its initial phase in the North Base area. And here's a site plan and renderings of that project. That's going to include a total of 7 two-story residential airspace condominium units. So I know I've kind of gone through this rather quick, but I'm going to get to the planning priorities for this year and beyond. So the planning efforts in process right now, which we hope to get to your board in the coming months, are the housing-related zoning code amendments, health and safety element update, and the 2021 housing element. For PCCP implementation, I mentioned earlier that it's all hands on deck. Planning staff is working closely with Greg and the PCCP staff and the other CEDAR divisions to make sure staff is trained and up to speed to assess projects when they come in to ensure that adverse effects on covered species and natural communities are avoided and minimized, and assess any impact fees if necessary. For specific plan implementation, with construction already in progress with both of the vineyard projects and construction soon to begin with Bickford Ranch, there will be a lot of demand on staff to process small lot maps, improvement plan reviews, and administrative modifications. Staff will also be working with both the Village at Squaw Valley and Placer Ranch applicants as these projects begin implementation. There are a number of approved projects on the West Slope and in the Tahoe area that will require staff review and facilitation. Projects such as the Tahoe City Lodge, base-to-base gondola, and several residential projects in Granite Bay and the Dry Creek area. For new project applications, staff's attention will be dedicated or directed more to the Tahoe area over the next few years with economic development and housing projects such as the Kings Beach Center, Dollar Hill, Boatworks Mall, La Lima, Squaw Valley Museum, just to name a few. On the west slope, we just received the application for the Creekview Ranch project, which is a 650 lot subdivision on both sides of PFE Road. Let's see, where am I at? Streamline review, project review. So we hope to apply conformity reviews more frequently and rely on our newly adopted community plans and environmental documents to facilitate projects. Work is now beginning on a second set of amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan to address the town centers and village centers' economic sustainability needs within the basin area in an effort to attract environmentally and economically beneficial investment to support a sustainable economy for the area. Our next round of zoning text amendments are underway, and we will address residential care homes in the RA zone district, the new beekeeping zone ordinance that Josh was talking about earlier. What else do we have? The cargo containers, noticing requirements, and other improvements to our zoning code. Planning staff will also be working on the redistricting process while awaiting the 2020 census date, and your planning commission will serve as that advisory committee, as you all know. In regards to the Placer Legacy Program, Nikki Strigan will be coming to your board on April 27th to provide a historical overview and update on the program and discuss the next steps forward. And then with the adoption of the sustainability plan, we're going to be working on the implementation of that plan. So as I promised, I'm circling back with the general plan, which has served the county very well over the last 27 years. The goals and policies in our general plan set by your board provide the essential guidance on all matters related to land use and is relied upon by our communities and you, the decision makers, as well as our planning commission, zoning administrator, and also county staff. Our recent community plan updates have provided the blueprint for land use issues in Tahoe, the Sunset area, Granite Bay, and Sheridan, and probably will serve those areas for many years to come. Looking forward, though, it's probably time to look at our other community plan areas and potential future growth areas, such as the Curry Creek area in West Placer. Several of our planning efforts supported by your board will need to be integrated into the general plan. That includes the PCCP, vehicle miles traveled, the sustainability plan, and the safety element once that gets adopted. So the update process would also provide the opportunity to further address issues such as climate change, resiliency, sustainability, regional planning, healthy communities and public health, and economic development and fiscal stability. So, with your support, I would ask that you consider this request so staff can present you with a work program later this year to see what that might look like. So I'm almost done. Most importantly, I want to recognize, I won't do that anymore. All the phenomenal planning staff and our colleagues that we collaborate with that make all these projects happen. My planning managers, George, Alex, Jen, Chris, and Steve are experts in their field, as you know, and do a tremendous job mentoring and developing all of our other planners. And all of our planners, I mean, they're true professionals. They're passionate about what they do. They're real passionate about the customers that they provide service to. And so I want to recognize all of them, and I'm going to read every one of their names. So Heather, Stacy, Angel, Nick, Nikki, Patrick, Callie, Jamie, Bennett, Amy, Adam, and Kara. The same gratitude is expressed to our Core 4 team, which, if you don't know what our Core 4 team, that is our clerks and the administrative staff that run our zoning administrator meetings, our planning commission meetings. I mean, they're really the rock of everything coming together. So I want to reach out to them as well. And then also to the other CEDR divisions and other county departments that we collaborate with, because it's just not planning. I mean, it is all CEDRA. It is all our various other departments that it takes to be successful with these projects. And then lastly, county council. Karen unfortunately had to work with me really close for years. But she left us in good hands with Clayton and Clayton Cook, and Clayton has done just an incredible job keeping us on the straight and narrow and making sure the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. And so I really appreciate that. So thank you. So anyway, I don't know how much time I spent, but hopefully not too much time. And I'll turn it back over to Steve unless you have any questions.
Just got to say that I feel like my life just passed in front of my life.
I only do what I told them when I'm asked.
I've never known you to do what you were told.
All right.
Thank you, EJ. That was really good, comprehensive. Are there any questions or comments for EJ?
Could you go back to slide?
Yeah, I'll give it.
No,
All right.
Great work
Thank
out
you.
there. You have great staff, and give them our compliments and thanks. Yeah.
All right, I've got a lot of slides, but I will bomb through them as quickly as I can. We were starting with the accomplishments from just last year, and I will go through them quickly. EJ already talked about a number of these. From his department, the census that we worked on in cooperation with Health and Human Services last year, the routine development processing. I won't go through all the numbers. The planning entitlement number is wrong. It's actually 436, I believe, or 346, I'm sorry. But the remainder, you can see a lot of numbers there. It doesn't include 620 complaints to code enforcement they dealt with. I don't believe that includes the short-term rentals. So there's a lot of work that you can see. This is the bulk of what we do. This is about probably 80% of our workload. That's why we're asking for new positions, because of the increase in this kind of workload. The PCCP, everybody knows, issuance of a core permit is pending any day now, we hope. We helped expedite plan review, as EJ talked about, projects like Mercy Housing and the Carvana project. Code compliance activities, implemented the short-term rental program, and created and implemented the hazardous vegetation program. Remind you that 35 or 37% of all the permits, residential permits that were issued last year were for affordable housing. So we're very proud of that. Environmental review, we worked with Public Works, participated in the BMP threshold, and infrastructure finance, we created the plastic. Continue to do a lot of innovations, the virtual video inspections, building inspections, which I think is really nice. It keeps us from having to drive out to some of the projects, online permits, more online permits, cell phone stuff. I will move along, and the website with all the construction projects that are out there for the next 3 to 5 years is really building on what we've built, the things we've done over the past decade that EJ talked about. First, processing the development applications as quickly and efficiently as we can. Innovation on the digital side, electronic solutions, affordable housing, getting as much as we can. Proactively facilitating priority development. Again, pushing affordable housing, pushing economic development, trying to get ahead of it, provide, hopefully working with public structure that will make those opportunities more likely to occur. And then, of course, creating a comprehensive general plan update initiative for the next several years. Never fun, but we need its time. So number one, continue processing development efficiently and cost effectively. First is removing impediments to efficient development. We don't have an improvement standards of urban land development manual. We need to have that. So we're working on that now, so that when someone comes in, they know what kind of streetlights they can use and what the spacing should be. Something we should have. I want to create a regional community services district for services. Whether we can or not, we're investigating right now. I hope we can. We're getting the data, but we'll see. Improvement. We have a lot of civil improvements under construction. Rail Vineyard is already under construction. Placer Vineyards, the first subdivisions are under construction. We hope the Central Group will be going to construction, $30 million for the backbone infrastructure. We hope to hear in the next week or so that they're going forward. Bickford Ranch will start May 3rd. They start rough grading. So we're looking forward to seeing that happen. Buildings, normal years, we have 300 to 400 homes are built. They're non-production homes. We expect about 300 production homes this next year, fiscal year, and another 75 accessory dwelling units. The 300 that we expect is significant because of the revenue that it brings in, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Planning entitlements, the number again is wrong. It should be 346. We're on pace for a lot more than that. As I said, we're at 60% increase in the first 3 months. The PCCP we're implementing, and of course, right sizing our staffing is going to be a priority. And that will change over the years as development varies. Second priority, investing in innovation. I won't go into this too much. We're going to continue making the upgrades that we can. One of the biggest problems I have right now is we don't have enough IT staff. We have so many maintenance problems and things that we have to do. We're barely keeping up right now. And in fact, we've had problems in the last 2 weeks. Our vendor for credit cards changed some software without telling us, and it messed up some of our accounting. We have to do it manually for a while until we can get back and figure out how to fix it. There's another problem cropped up that we're going to spend some time fixing with the PCCP, with the fee program. So it takes a lot of time. I'm asking for a couple of positions. I'm also going to I'm going to propose as soon as I can a technology fee. Virtually every other jurisdiction in the area has one. We don't have one. It would fund those 2 positions. And so I hope that you'll approve that when we bring it forward. Expanding programs, the third goal to provide housing options. We talked about it last week. I won't spend time on that today. Working with partners, this is the facilitating development. The priority areas that we've talked about that you're all aware of. The Sunset area, we want Sac State and Sierra College to come in. We want to create those economic development. Sewer construction, road construction looks like it'll help. We funded in Cedro, we had some money left over from Sunset. We funded the feasibility study for the sewer to look at what are the best ways. We think we can partner maybe with some folks out there, hopefully the tribe, and do some things that will be mutually beneficial and create the economic development opportunities that I think your board was looking at when you funded the Placer Ranch and the Sunset Area Plan. In North Auburn and Bowman, we have found the biggest constraint to development of a number of vacant parcels, and I think Shauna talked about this last week, it's the sewer out there. There's no sewer capacity. So small projects have to front $1 million. Well, I shouldn't say that. A lot of money in order to do it. For $13 million, we can build, we being environmental engineering can upgrade the sewer.
You're done. Battery's dead. Here.
No problem. By building this,
He's gonna-
All right.
It's CJ's fault.
You just went over our time budget just by the amount of a battery. Just
can't have Cindy's mic because she asks too many questions. Hers will go.
All right. There you go. Okay, sounds like I'm back on. Again, we're working with environmental engineering. We secured a grant for $500,000 that's helping them fund the design of the first phase. They're adding some $80,000 additional, but that will open up, could open up a big portion eventually. 128 acres of multi-family that's vacant right now, 2,300 potential affordable homes, 200 acres of commercial property that's vacant. Also, EJ talked about up in the town center, some of the things we're doing. The parking exemption program last week was an example of some of the things that we're going to do to try to open up the development in town centers. I won't spend more time on that. Other opportunities that come up, if regional university, if they're coming forward and we have an opportunity, we'll jump in and see what we can do there as well. Okay, there we go. Finally, the countywide general plan. EJ talked about it. I won't repeat. Supplemental requests. These are the 9 positions that Todd approved a few weeks ago. A counter tech administrative clerks that will help with the permit counter. 4 building inspectors that are going to replace contractors that we've been using. Senior civil engineer, administrative clerk, construction management. What else are we at? 2 more counter technicians. Right now, our counter in Auburn is getting about 1,400 touches a day for the now 10.5 folks that'll be working there once we hire. There's just too much going on. We can't keep up. And so we're looking for a couple of positions there. The 2 IT positions, the business process analyst is someone to be a go-between between the IT folks and the operating divisions. And so hopefully that will happen as well. A couple more engineers for the plan check and inspection, some more building inspectors that we will add over time as the workload increases on the inspection side. Administrative clerks, building permits, we've been using extra help. These 2 positions, or we've been using the extra help. This is to replace the extra help on the permit processing in the back office. Code compliance officer in Tahoe for parking and garbage enforcement, senior accountant. We are getting overwhelmed with all the administrative side of things that happen, particularly now that Placer, the PCCP is coming on. And finally, 2 code compliance officers for cannabis. That'll be the subject of a hearing next week that we'll talk about. A number of these are going to be partially or fully funded by either technology fee, the developers, or just general workload and fee increases. We are looking to bring forward fee increases probably in June. I was hoping to come sooner. But in addition to that, just the workload is going to give us more revenue. These are the one-time requests. PCCP, less than we've asked in the past. Housing, about the same as last year. And then the general fund, or the general plan, I should say. Offsetting revenue, which I just mentioned. I would like to say 300 production homes in West Placer equals about $550,000 in revenue. So that pays for 1 building inspector, 2 counter technicians, or 1 counter technician, 1 backroom person, and still leaves additional money for administrative help, for whatever else that we have. So the real money maker, and I'll show some graphs in a minute, single family homes, as those come in, will have more money, and this will help us deal with the increase. So making these supplemental requests based on the development that's occurring. I wanted to show this. This is total building permits. The blue bars is the Auburn. Those are the Auburn building permits issued over since 2002. And the yellow is Tahoe, and the line up on top is the total. As you can see, we, over the past several years, have had more total building permits than we did even during the boom back in 04, 05, 06. And this year, it looks like we're heading towards about 6,500 by the end of the fiscal year, 3 more months. Single family residential, you can see, though, we're well below what we had back during the boom time. We got up to almost 1,000 permits in a year for single family homes. We've been down around that 300 to 400. It looks like we're going to end up about 430 at the end of this fiscal year. Commercial building permits, I just thought you'd be interested to see. We've only been keeping track since 07. You can see kind of a steady decline in those, and a precipitous decline last year with COVID. Be interesting to see what happens after COVID, whether it comes back up. It's not a big hit on our revenue in any case. Building permit revenue, you can see the peak was back during the boom before the recession. Even though we had fewer total building permits, it's because of the single family home permits are worth a lot more. That just shows 32% more permits this year than we've had. Here I try to tie the permit revenue to the number of permits. This is single family homes. The orange line is single family homes. The blue is the actual revenue. You can see the revenue is big back when we had a lot of homes. And this is total building permits. It's less. It's also affected by that, but less. This has both of those on one chart. Bottom line here is the more single family homes that we get, the bigger impact we're going to have on revenue. If we get that $550,000 extra revenue, that helps us with funding some of those positions we're looking for. In a few years, I'm pretty confident we're going to be well over 1,000 a year with all the new developments coming, plenty more than that. So I think we're looking at a boom. Come on. And finally, this is the one that I really wanted to show you. This is for the Auburn office, and it shows in the blue the building permit applications over the years. The black line is the number of permit technicians that we had. Now, we went as high as 21.7 permit technicians in the Auburn office. I don't count that. I would say 16 would be more of where we were at normally. We dropped down right now, even with the 2 new positions, we're only at 10.5. And you can see we have a lot more permits than we had back then. Some like 50% more permits. We've got quite a few less staff. That's why I'm asking for 2 more. The sooner we can get them, the better. Right now, I have 9 extra help staff in my Auburn office. I've got 4 in Tahoe. We're looking to add 3. This is with the salary savings or whatever we have right now. We're doing everything we can to keep up. At the permit counter, we're behind about a week on issuing permits that have been plan checked. On email, we're behind, I think, a week. We're behind a couple of days on returning phone calls. And so it's a critical juncture, and we're early in the year. It's only March. Again, it's a big year. With that, these are the positions that I think are related to the increase in development or backlog. We also have to upgrade our Acela permit system, our GIS system, and our accounting system by the end of the year. And so that's going to be another big drain that keeps us from developing. So wanted to mention that. General plan, $100,000. Deed restriction program, $250,000, same as last year. Housing trust placer, $500,000. We'll be looking for more deed restriction money in Tahoe as that T-bid offset money comes forward. Got through as quick as I could.
Yeah, you're keeping busy, so that's good. And I think the board has communicated, and we want to make sure we balance, not forcing you to slow down and impact that would have on revenue based on the stuff that's been approved. And on the regulatory side, EJ, I just want to pass along that, that for our job, it's probably the single area that's most controversial because of the way the business works in a fast-growing county. So if you just pass on to your folks that sometimes it's difficult and challenging, but it's critical to have good confidence in both their capability and their integrity. And I'm personally very comfortable with the folks that you have out there and the work they're doing. So I'd like you to share that. And then Cindy has some questions.
Oh, I have a question. Steve, you went through a lot of that really quickly, and I'm sure I'm going to need to digest.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Trying to
it's
save you
late in
time.
the day, and I don't want to belabor it now.
I
But
don't want to
I'll,
interrupt, but we just have new batteries, so we can actually stay here.
Yeah,
for
I got
another
plenty of
5
time.
and
I
Steve
got nothing.
always seems to have an extra battery going,
Don't they have a bar in this place?
Energizer
Yeah. Sure.
But I even if, we're already behind.
Yes.
Even if you're authorized new positions, how quickly can you get these people onboarded and processing permits? Because that's one of the issues I always hear
Right.
about. People are willing to pay more to get their permits done and get in the ground. It's so critical, especially in the short building season in the
Right.
eastern area. And so they're willing to pay more. They're willing to do more. What can we do to expedite that?
Well, we're trying right now with the new positions. We've been working some folks out of class. We probably move them into the positions immediately. That doesn't add anybody yet.
Yeah.
We've got lists. They're already working those lists and trying to get some new folks as quickly as possible. So it takes some time to get them, but I think entry level, we can get the interviews done pretty quickly, but it's going to take some time. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
And so if we don't get them until July, there you go. Like I said, we have a lot of extra help, folks. Some of them have run out of time. It's been very helpful to have some on the back end behind the counter, in the back room, I should say, helping on the permit processing, but they're running out of time. There were 960 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I appreciate that. And also on planning, we have a lot of big projects pumping right now. And I can't even keep it all straight with the number of projects and proposals coming in. And
Yeah, I worry if I lose Justin McKenzie, my IT guy, if I lose Jenny Ramirez, the admin person, I may retire that day because I don't want to deal with the consequences. It's really running tight. I don't like showing up and asking for a lot of positions, but I think we're at that point. The development is happening. It appears that it's going to be sustained for a while. The market is hot. I assume it's going to stay hot. Once these developers start building, they're going to continue. So I feel fairly confident. Again, if we move the baseline of staffing and use consultants for the peak, I think that's the best way to go. There will be a time though, as we staff up, that there will be a recession, and being in the building industry, there could be layoffs or there could be reductions. A lot of times you can do that through attrition. Luckily with building permits, and I do want to make the building permits an enterprise fund. So the revenue that I collect on June 30th right now gets swept by Daniel at the end of the year, and it's not available for me. Now, I'm not worried. I mean, things work out. But in an enterprise fund, I would have that money because I need that for the inspections that are going to occur over the next 3 or 4 months. And so it eases things with staffing when you run into those periods. It's the worst time to ask him for more money is when a recession hits. He's running out of money. I'm going to ask for more to sustain that. So.
okay, thank you.
Bonnie.
Thank you, Steve. There is certainly a lot of work going on, especially out in West Placer, as we know, and your team has done a really good job. And I appreciate the challenge of keeping up. One of the things that I've had folks say to me is that we need to make sure the county responds quickly. And it's so important for us, at least in my perspective, as much as we can do to respond and be business friendly, right? Those who are trying to build, we've already approved specific plans and developments, and their time is a lot of money. And, we understand that, and they want to move, especially during the building season. They want to get things moving. So I know it's a tough balance, and that's sort of the job that you all have to do. I just want to make sure we give you the resources you need to, like you said, get a baseline and get people responded to so that we can actually move things. Because the reality is we do have a housing crisis. We don't have enough housing in our community. And without that additional housing, the prices of existing homes just continue to skyrocket, which makes it even less affordable for our own community members. So it's such a balance. So I appreciate the hard work. I think it's so important that we be business friendly and help these folks move through the process. And now the question is, how do we make sure we have the funds available to do that?
It is difficult. It is difficult. We all lived through the Great Recession, had a lot of layoffs. And so it's hard. We're gun shy. 2 years ago, Placer Vineyards looked like they were going to go forward on the central group. They ended up not going forward. And so I had 3 positions that we had asked for, we didn't fill. So we're all at that point. I totally understand. I'm really grateful that we got the 9 positions now. Obviously, the sooner I can get anything, I'll always whine and try to get what I can now. But it's getting tough. I've got folks working overtime. Our engineers are. The developers want to expedite a lot of the improvement plans right now because they want to get out there. They want to be done by the end of the year. Some are contractually obligated to be done by the end of the year for the builders. There'll be a lot of building coming next spring. Some later in the summer and fall, I believe there'll be building permits going up. Our permit counter, we've got 3 folks working every weekend right now, or every Saturday, I should say, trying to keep up as best we can. So it runs in cycles.
Well, thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments. So I'll open it up to the public if they have anything to say quickly.
Michael, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good evening, Supervisors. Michael Garabedian of Placer County tomorrow.
I just want to state the obvious that isn't so obvious, I guess, to the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency members. You are in the process of creating a transportation nightmare. There's just no way, even if all the projects you wanted to be built were built, you can't keep up with it. And you have a real problem with all these housing units you're building and haven't thought ahead uh, for the transportation needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned for the day. Thank you all. Great idea, Supervisor Holmes, and long day, but I thought a very good day. So.